Chapter 501 A Thoughtless and Thoughtless Sword. Shisui gathered chakra in his eyes, and the blood-red three-magatama Sharingan appeared, sweeping across Yakugawa Tsutomu's entire body at an extremely fast speed. Yokokawa Tsutomu's current body is very strange. Shisui did not see anything that can be called eyes on Yakugawa Tsutomu, but Yakugawa Tsutomu has normal or even sharper vision. Shisui thinks Yakugawa Tsutomu may have eyes, but ordinary eyes cannot see them. Is there no way to find the Sharingan? Then ordinary visual illusions won't work. Shisui found that he couldn't find the position of Yakugawa Tsutomu's eyes even though he exerted his pupil power to the extreme. Shisui felt a little tricky, which meant that his illusions couldn't be used in this battle. If Zoroya's strength wasn't too weak, I could try to summon Zoroya. Shisui thought. Zoroya has been trained for too short a time and can't be used in a high-intensity war. Those who can't break the illusion should close their eyes. Shisui reminded his companions in a low voice, and then began to make hand seals to use illusions. Although he couldn't make Yakugawa Tsutomu fall into the illusion, he could deal with other kusanagi, which was also considered to remove some unstable factors. No one could guarantee that those kusanagi would not attack them under the threat of Yakugawa Tsutomu. Nirvana Jingshi Technique. Accompanying Shisui's chakra, phantom feathers fell from the sky like rain. Whether it was the grass ninjas who were ready to obey orders or the grass ninjas who were ready to help Kakashi and others, they all felt sleepy after seeing the feathers and fell asleep. After the ninjutsu ended, there were only 3 grass ninjas left standing on the field, and the rest of the grass ninjas all fell under Shisui's illusion. Faced with this result, Shisui was not surprised. Even with the blessing of the curved spoon, the Nirvana Jingshi technique was still a large-scale illusion with a large range and weak effect. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito concentrated a large amount of chakra on his throat and sprayed a flame, and then quickly threw out the shuriken. The shuriken passed through the flames and turned into a small fireball, smashing towards Yakugawa Tsutomu like a fireball net. Kakashi quickly dodged and rushed out, holding 2 kunai with lightning in each hand. A bunch of trash, all of them will become nutrients for the box later. The new grass ninja village does not need trash. Yokokawa Tsutomu snorted coldly when he saw this, and quickly flapped his huge wings, turning into a black shadow and flashing through Obito's firepower net. Although his physical body is very strong now, it is still a bit unwise to resist the ninjutsu head-on, so he hides if he can. Secret Technique, Bug Ball. Abarame Shiki exerted the chakra in his body to the limit while running, and a large number of parasitic insects poured out of Abarame Shiki's body like black mist and rushed towards the attacking Yakugawa Tsutomu. Yokokawa Tsutomu is too fast, and if you want to attack him, you must work together to fight the enemy. Yokokawa Tsutomu, who saw through Abarame Shiki's attack intention, flew high and flashed through the insect swarm like black mist. Shadow Imitation Technique. Narasazaku immediately activated the secret technique to shoot his shadow towards Yakugawa Tsutomu's shadow. Although Yakugawa Tsutomu was flying in the sky, his shadow was still underground. But something happened that was beyond Narasazaku's expectation. Yakugawa Tsutomu flapped his wings at a very fast speed and retreated quickly to the extreme distance that the shadow imitation technique could not reach. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Kakashi, who had circled behind Yakugawa Tsutomu, finally made a move. 4 kunai with lightning pierced the air and shot at Yakugawa Tsutomu's wings. Shisui stared at Yakugawa Tsutomu. The injury to his wings would affect his speed. At that time, it would not be so easy for Yakugawa Tsutomu to dodge their attacks. Yokokawa Tsutomu seemed to have a 360-degree field of vision. Even if Kakashi was behind him, he still flexibly danced his body to easily avoid the lightning kunai. Do you have an ability similar to the transparent world? Kakashi frowned slightly. It was so strange that Yakugawa Nu could dodge so perfectly with such a big body. Kakashi, who mastered the transparent world, knew how difficult it would be to deal with an opponent with such ability. Fire style, Ghost Lantern. Ryuhei, who had completed the condensation of chakra, attacked Yakagawa-nu with more than 30 ghost face fireballs. Boom! Several fireballs hit Yakagawa-nu and caused an explosion, leaving a trace of charred marks on his body. What is this? Kakashi was a little confused. Although Long Fei's attack timing was good just now, it should not have hit Yakagawa-nu, because Kakashi's attack timing was better. Ryuhei, you are looking for death. Yakagawa-nu was furious, and immediately raised his claws and burst out at full speed to slap Long Fei's position. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Kakashi, who opened the transparent world, predicted Yakagawa Tsutomu's action and formed a seal in advance to raise a huge dog-head earth wall in front of Long Fei. Boom! Yokokawa Tsutomu's huge claws slapped the earth wall and instantly created spider web-like cracks on the earth wall. Long Fei, who reacted, had no time to thank Kakashi and immediately moved to another position with the instant body technique. The next moment, the earth wall was broken, and the place where Long Fei had just stood turned into a pit. Swish! Maraboshi Kasuke concentrated his chakra on his feet and swung his sword. Yokokawa Tsutomu instantly raised his claws to block the incoming long sword, and then swung his other palm towards Maraboshi Kasuke. Uncle who takes the blame, be careful. Obito's Sharingan saw Yakagawa Tsutomu's movements and warned loudly. Marushi Kasuke, who had experienced many battles, naturally would not be injured so easily. He reduced his strength expressionlessly and dodged the attack with the help of Yakagawa Tsutomu's power. Kakashi and others took the opportunity to launch an attack again, but it still had no effect. This time, Nohara Rin, who was taking care of Uzumaki Karin, also took action, but still failed to hit Yakagawa Tsutomu. However, Yakagawa Tsutomu could not easily hurt Kakashi and others, because every time Yakagawa Tsutomu launched an attack, Kakashi called Uze ninjutsu to support in advance. It's too difficult to deal with that white-haired kid first. Yakagawa Tsutomu felt his body gradually recovering and prepared to change his target to kill Kakashi first. If Miyu hadn't seriously injured him with that punch, he would have been even faster and stronger. Why did Long Fei hit him that time? What was the reason? Kakashi was thinking frantically about the answer to the question. Although they are still evenly matched now, this is based on two premises. One is that they are at their peak and the other is that Yakagawa Tsutomu was injured by Miyu. But Kakashi and his team's combat effectiveness is not long-lasting because of the excessive consumption of secret techniques, while Yakagawa Tsutomu is gradually recovering to his peak due to his strong body recovery ability. As one grows and the other loses, the balance will soon be broken, and they will be in danger at that time. Summoning technique. Seeing that the battle is getting more and more intense, Nohara Lin decided to let Slug take care of the unconscious Uzumaki Karin instead of her, so that she can focus more on the battle. Bang! The spiritual magic circle appeared, white mist flashed, and a slug slightly larger than an adult appeared in front of Nohara Lin. Slug Master, please help take care of this sister and keep her from getting hurt. Nohara Lin requested. Unlike other holy places, the wet-bone forest essentially has only one slug. How strong a slug a wet-bone forest signatory can summon depends on their chakra. The more chakra, the bigger and stronger the slug sage will split. So every wet-bone forest contractee summons a clone of the slug sage. Facing the slug sage who is said to have lived for thousands of years, Nohara Lin chose to treat her with respect as an elder. Xiao Lin, no problem, leave it to me. The slug sage agreed, and then saw the huge black monster and showed a surprised expression. Xiaolin, how did you meet Wu? With your current strength, even if you are its puppet, you are probably not its opponent. Slug Sage, as an old antique who existed during the Six-Path Sage period, saw through Yakagawa Tsutomu's background at a glance. Slug Lord, do you know the information about this monster? Nohara Rin showed a surprised expression. Information accounts for a considerable part of the Battle of Ninjas. If you know the information about Yakugawa Tsutomu, you may know the secret of his strange evasion. Slug Sage nodded. Wu can see through the hearts of the fearful. Even if there is a thought in the heart that this guy is scary, the inner thoughts will be felt by Wu. Only by fighting without any fear can this situation be avoided. Nohara Rin was slightly stunned. This requirement was too harsh. Human emotions are often involuntary. Seeing such a ferocious monster and seeing the claws that can easily cut through the wall, it is inevitable to have fear, but some people will be very small, so small that they themselves cannot detect it. Thank you, Mr. Slug. Nohara Rin quickly thanked him and told his teammates the information. What the hell, I can't be afraid of this ugly guy. Obito couldn't help but complain. Obviously, he just wanted to defeat the opponent, surpass Kakashi in the mission, and get praise from Miyu and Nohara Rin. Obito felt that his attack was dodged not because his heart was seen through, but because his positioning in the battle just now was the type of attack to force him to move. If the subtle fear can also have an impact, it is not impossible for all of us to be seen through. Kakashi didn't feel embarrassed, but just felt that Yakugawa Tsutomu's ability was difficult to deal with. At this time, Kakashi probably guessed the reason why Yakugawa Tsutomu couldn't dodge Long Fi's fire escape. Long Fi couldn't be afraid of Yakugawa Tsutomu now, and he was only angry and regretful at this moment. Kakashi could easily guess Long Fi's feelings. If Obito turned into a powerful monster one day in the future, even if Obito was strong and had extremely special abilities, Kakashi would not be afraid. He would only want to kill Obito and feel sorry for it. Xiaolin, the slug can be used for treatment, right? Kakashi asked. Nohara Rin recently signed a contract with the slug, so Kakashi was not very clear about the slug's ability. Well, the slug has a certain healing ability, and the slug can also be used to transmit chakra for treatment. Nohara Rin nodded and replied. Compared to the other two holy places, the slug's auxiliary ability is better. According to Tsunade, when Nohara Rin reaches her realm, she can even treat the entire ninja army alone with the help of the slug. The healing ability is very exaggerated. Put a slug on me and be ready to treat it at any time. Kakashi said while observing the situation with the transparent world. The longer the current battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Kakashi is ready to fight. Although Miyu is in the box and is theoretically very close to them, Kakashi still wants to use their power to deal with Yakugawa Tsutomu as much as possible. After all, Miyu is not idle. According to the current information, the existence in the box will only be more difficult to deal with than Yakugawa Tsutomu. Nohara Rin immediately split a slug and put it on Kakashi's back. Kakashi drew out the white fang short blade behind him and exhaled a long breath. Their team is really strong. Even if Miyu, a famous strong man in the ninja world, is excluded, it is still very strong. Shisui, Obito, and himself, although their continuous combat ability is average, they are absolutely elite jonins in a short time. In terms of output ability, they are even stronger than Maraboshi Kasuke and Abarame Shiki. Although Nohara Rin and Narasazaku's individual combat abilities are average, they can still play a vital role in a melee. The effect is also much stronger than that of ordinary jonin. Under normal circumstances, an elite jonin with 2 special jonin is enough to perform S-level tasks. But in their team, there are 5 ninjas who can be regarded as elite jonins, and the lineup is simply too luxurious. How can they be defeated by the monster's puppets? Kakashi deliberately controlled his inner thoughts, and his attacks gradually became radical. He disrupted Yakugawa Tsutomu's attacks many times. If Yakugawa Tsutomu was not stupid, he would definitely kill him first. Kakashi wanted to give Yakugawa Tsutomu a flaw that could severely injure him, and at the same time create an attack for himself that could reverse the situation. After noticing Kakashi's state, Yakugawa Tsutomu, who had been pretending to attack indiscriminately, felt that the time had come. He pretended to attack Obito not far from Kakashi, and when Kakashi used the earth flow wall, he turned around and waved his claws to attack Kakashi. Although Kakashi couldn't see through his inner thoughts, he could predict Yakugawa Tsutomu's actions in advance because he had a transparent world, so he used this earth flow wall for himself. The earth wall with a huge dog head carved on it rose quickly. "Go to hell, damn white-haired kid!" Yakugawa Tsutomu condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a chakra ray, which shattered the earth wall, while waving his claws at Kakashi at high speed. Just now, he didn't use this ability because he wanted to kill Kakashi unexpectedly. After all, since Kakashi can defend others in advance, there is no reason why he can't defend himself. Kakashi tried his best to exert the speed of thunder breath, but still failed to dodge perfectly, and a large hole with gurgling blood appeared in his abdomen. The slug tried his best to use his healing ability immediately, and Nohara-Lin used the slug to remotely perform medical ninjutsu on Kakashi. Kakashi ignored the wound. He didn't think about the wound or the healing effect of Nohara-Rin. Kakashi now used the transparent world to the extreme. He didn't think about anything in his mind. He didn't have any emotions, whether it was fear or joy. This was Kakashi's plan. He wanted to use the pressure given by Yakugawa Tsutomu to perform the Thoughtless and Thoughtless Sword. Chapter 502 Thunder Breathing Chakra Mode. Slow. When Kakashi was about to swing the sword, Yakugawa Tsutomu's movements slowed down in his eyes. Kakashi, who was in a thoughtless and thoughtless state, didn't think about it. He just performed the actions he had repeated countless times during his training. Tsutsuizi. The chakra of Kakashi's whole body instantly transformed into thunder attribute chakra, and the dazzling lightning enveloped Kakashi. The shining lightning flowed along his wrist and injected into the sharp white fang short blade, extending a lightning blade. No, is his next move a swing of the sword? Yakugawa Tsutomu sensed something was wrong. Normally, he should be able to sense Kakashi's move before he makes it. Yokokawa Tsutomu wanted to leave Kakashi as quickly as possible, but it was too late. The moment he had this thought, Kakashi swung out the lightning blade, swinging the ultimate sword without any thought. Boom! A purple electric light flashed, and a lightning strike slashed at Yakugawa Tsutomu, who wanted to escape at an extremely fast speed. When the strike that seemed to tear everything apart hit Yakugawa Tsutomu screamed in great pain. His body was mercilessly cut off by the lightning strike, and every cell that came into contact with the strike was eroded by the terrifying lightning. Boom! The powerful force destroyed the ground around Yakugawa Tsutomu, causing an explosion. And Yakugawa Tsutomu, the center of the strike, turned into two horizontal 1.5 Tsutomu, and his body was cut in half. When did this guy become so strong? Obito stared at the scene with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Yokokawa Tsutomu, who had just put so many of them in a difficult battle, was actually cut in half by Kakashi. Obito wanted to report Kakashi for cheating. Previously, during the Chunin exam, Kakashi accidentally encountered a Kirigakure Jonin. He was seriously injured and killed the Kirigakure Jonin with one sword. This time, he was seriously injured again and killed Yakugawa Tsutomu in 1 second. You, Kakashi, have a bloodline limit that can explode with serious injuries, right? What a strong slash! This is a combination of lightning escape and swordsmanship to create a path of your own. Maraboshi Kasuke was surprised. As an experienced ninja, he had been on the battlefield with White Fang. Although White Fang killed ninjas like cutting melons and vegetables, he might not be able to make such a slash when fighting against such a monster. Although it cannot be said that Kakashi has surpassed White Fang, it can also show that Kakashi is not blindly following his father's path. Awesome! Abarame Shiki raised his sunglasses and exclaimed. If he was hit head-on by such a powerful slash, he would definitely die. Is this the gap between Kyuzagakure and Konoha? Long Fei had a complicated expression when he saw Yakugawa Tsutomu being cut in half. Now he really just wanted to kill Yakugawa Tsutomu, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw Yakagawa Tsutomu turned into a monster but was killed by a young ninja like Kakashi. Yokokawa Tsutomu had made all the plans and even took the entire Kyuzagakure village to take risks to become stronger, but in the end he was no match for Konoha's elite team. Lightning breathing chakra mode. Shisui had a guess after observing. The sword of Kakashi just now was too strong, but if it was the transparent world plus the thunder breathing chakra mode plus the powerful thunder blade technique taught by Muyu, it would be normal to have such power. After all, if it is superimposed like this, I am afraid that a single swing of the sword is enough to consume all of Kakashi's chakra. As Shisui expected, Kakashi is not as handsome as he thought. After 3 seconds, he fell backwards with his head tilted back. Nohara-rin saw this and rushed towards Kakashi while launching medical ninjutsu. Obito saw this and quickly used the instant body technique to go to Kakashi and help him up, saving Nohara-rin from having to help Kakashi. Kakashi frowned as he felt the intense pain in his body. He didn't feel anything when he swung the sword just now, but now he realized how serious the injury on his abdomen was. If it weren't for Nohara-rin and the slug's treatment, he would probably go into shock immediately after completing the Wuxiang Yudao. The serious injury plus the excessive consumption of chakra made this state too bad. In this case, Wuxiang Yudao can't be used in the civil war at all. Kakashi shook his head in his heart. He must be blessed by the thunder-breathing chakra mode to use Wuxiang Yudao, and this huge consumption makes him only able to swing the sword once. That's right, even if he maintains his prime and doesn't use any ninjutsu, he will almost lose his combat effectiveness after using Wuxiang Yudao once. But the other disciples are not stupid. They will not take the initiative to rush up and fight Kakashi. They will definitely choose to consume Kakashi's chakra, so that he cannot use the Wuxiang Yudao later. Not only in the civil war, but also in normal battles, timing is very important. Because Kakashi will be exhausted after a slash, and he can only rely on his teammates next, so the slash he swings must be a crucial one. Even if he can't kill the enemy, he must injure him severely. The thunder-breathing chakra mode is a good harvest. Kakashi feels that this wave is not a loss. The thunder-breathing chakra mode is superimposed on the transparent world, and his strength and speed will reach a new level, and the lightning release ninjutsu will be greatly enhanced. In general, this trip to Kyuzagakure village has greatly improved him. If he can seize the opportunity to truly practice the Wuxiang Yudao, Might Guy is not impossible to defeat. Kakashi, are you doing this on purpose? You can't use ninjutsu unless you are seriously injured, right? Obito couldn't help but complain when looking at the wound on Kakashi's abdomen. Watching Kakashi's strength improve inexplicably, Obito was very worried. How the hell was he going to fight the next civil war? The best result was that Kakashi and Might Guy met in the first round, and then he fought with Shisui. He might be exempted from punishment, but he still wouldn't be the strongest disciple. Kakashi, who had no strength, didn't want to talk to Obito. He rolled his eyes to express his speechlessness. You're seriously injured. Fortunately, Slug-sama is here. Nohara-rin arrived at Kakashi's side and immediately began to treat him. At this time, Long Fei also walked to their side, and was relieved to see that Kakashi could still have such a rich expression. If Kakashi couldn't make it, he could only sacrifice himself to extend Kakashi's life with the dragon life reincarnation. After all, who knew whether Liangweo would be angry with the grass ninja village because of the death of his disciple? With the loss of such a super genius, Konoha's attitude towards the grass ninja would also be unknown. Long Fei walked to the body of Yakagawa Tsutomu, and recalled the time when they regarded each other as opponents and improved each other. Long Fei shook his head, suppressed his messy thoughts, and began to make hand seals to prepare for the use of fire escape. The big commotion here has attracted the attention of the entire Kyuzagakure village, but because Yakagawa Tsutomu looked too scary, no one dared to approach this place. In order to give Yakagawa Tsutomu a little dignity, Long Fei prepared to use fire escape to burn Yakugawa Tsutomu to ashes to prevent him from dying as a monster. Fire escape, ghost lantern. Just when Long Fei made hand seals to use fire escape, Yakugawa Tsutomu's upper body suddenly moved, and his big hand grabbed Long Fei and flew straight to the box of bliss. This change shocked everyone on the field. Is the vitality so tenacious? He didn't die like this. Narasuzako was very surprised. He didn't expect Yakugawa Tsutomu to have such a perverted vitality. Kakashi's knife just now made Yakugawa Tsutomu's body very cleanly cut, without any lingering ties. Ahem, don't panic, he must have been badly hurt. Kakashi said reluctantly. If Yakugawa Tsutomu still had the same fighting ability as before, then Yakugawa Tsutomu could have taken advantage of Kakashi's weakness to launch a sneak attack and catch them off guard. Kakashi speculated that Yakugawa Tsutomu survived by relying on some characteristics of the monster, but his current condition was not much better than his. Shisui quickly flew to Kakashi's side, opened his closed Sharingan again, and stared at Yakugawa Tsutomu. Yokokawa Tsutomu flew to the top of the paradise box and stopped, his claws still tightly grasping Long Fei. Long Fei, it's time for you to sacrifice yourself for the Kyuzagakuer. Use dragon life reincarnation on me, so that I can recover my strength and kill all these Konoha ninjas. Yakugawa Tsutomu ordered. The Kyuzagakuer village will not forget your efforts, and I will reward your family descendants. Long Fei sneered, you monster are dreaming, you are worthy of sharing my life. Bang! Yokokawa Tsutomu was furious, raised his arm high and slammed Long Fei in front of the paradise box. Why do you always oppose me? I am making the Kyuzagakuer great. I am the leader of Kyuzagakuer. Yakugawa Tsutomu cursed. Monster, you will regret it. Long Fei still did not lose. Kakashi and others raced against time to refine chakra, Abarame Shiki continued to use chakra to hatch more insects, and Narasuzako carefully considered and chose a plan with Yakugawa Nu stood not too far away from him. Since Yakugawa Nu grabbed the Dragon Gate, Kakashi and the others were not in a hurry. They couldn't risk their lives for a ninja from another village that they were not familiar with, especially now that it was confirmed that the Kyuzagakuer ninjas helped Iwagakuer to attack Konoha. Box of Bliss, please help me recover from my injuries, or control the Dragon Gate so that he can use the Dragon Life reincarnation on me. Yakugawa Nu had no choice but to ask for help from the Box of Bliss. But what made Yakugawa Nu feel a little uneasy was that the Box of Bliss didn't make any movement, and no matter how hard Yakugawa Nu tried to contact the Box of Bliss, it didn't give any response. I don't know what's going on with Teacher Miyu. Shisui used his Sharingan to look at the entrance of the Box of Bliss, but he couldn't see the scene inside the box through the darkness. Shisui guessed that the space inside the box might be different from the size outside, otherwise, with Miyu's strength, fighting in such a box would definitely make a lot of noise. What is this? Uzumaki Karin woke up and looked at the mess around her with a confused look on her face. After Nohara-rin found out, she explained the situation to Uzumaki Karin through the slug on Kakashi. Since you won't help me, I will kill all your family members. Yakugawa Tsutomu grabbed Long Fei and threatened. The paradise box was not effective, so he could only think of ways to save himself. Then go ahead. Long Fei said lightly. Although it was a bit sorry for the family, it was related to the entire Kyuzagakuer ninja. Even if Yakugawa Tsutomu really let his family go, the Konoha ninja troops that came later would equally send all Kyuzagakuer ninja to death. Do you think I'm scaring you? Yakugawa Tsutomu waved his claws and grabbed Long Fei's body again, ready to threaten Long Fei to help him with the lives of his family members. Narasuzako and Abarame Shiki formed seals and prepared to intercept. If Yakugawa Tsutomu really recovered his strength, the outcome of the battle would be hard to say. Just as Yakugawa Tsutomu flapped his wings and flew into the sky, a golden figure flashed above Yakugawa Tsutomu. Kakashi, Shisui, and others' eyes lit up. Obito, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, quickly withdrew. Yakagawa Tsutomu's fate was doomed. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will end the battle. The release time should be before 2 o'clock. Chapter 503, One Sword Slash. After entering the space of the Paradise Box, endless darkness is coming. But Miyu has many abilities related to perception. Even if he can't see his hand in front of his face, he can feel that the space here is not small, which is seriously inconsistent with the actual size of the box. Miyu was not too surprised. After all, this is most likely the work of the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage even built a moon to seal Kaguya, so it's not a big deal to make a special box. Miyu walked around the space in the box curiously, carefully sensing the sealing technique inside, which was different from his previous research outside. Human, do you want to have infinite life and endless power? As long as you pay enough chakra, I can fulfill all your wishes. A slightly hoarse voice came from all directions. Fulfill all wishes, then can you help me revive the Six-Path Sage? Miyu asked curiously. I don't know if it was Miyu's illusion, he felt that this dark space was inexplicably red. After a while, the hoarse voice came again. Of course, as long as there is enough chakra, any wish can be made. Well, my wish is to let me have the ability to fulfill wishes. Miyu continued with a serious face. The hoarse voice was silent again. Wu was convinced. It was the first time he saw such a person after being sealed for so many years. If he hadn't found that he couldn't control Miyu by force, he wouldn't waste his words to fool Miyu. To collect chakra, you must have enough chakra to get the opportunity to make a wish. Wu emphasized. You can inject the chakra in your body into the box first. You already have strong chakra. I see. Miyu nodded and threw the flying thunder god Kunao in a certain direction. Wu felt the incoming Kunao and showed a surprised expression. In this completely dark space, Miyu could actually feel its position. Is it a coincidence? Wu waved his claws to hit the incoming Kunao. Swoosh! The next moment, Miyu activated the flying thunder god technique and appeared in front of Wu's claws, swinging a bursting fist with armed color domineering. Boom! Wu's claws, which were harder than steel, exploded directly under Miyu's bombardment, and Wu gasped in severe pain. Miyu's punch made Wu lose confidence. Is this the power and defense that humans should have? You are the monster. Wu urged the power in his body to quickly recover his body, and then opened his bloody mouth to spray chakra rays at Miyu. Originally, it wanted to trick Miyu into wasting his chakra before attacking, but Miyu was not fooled. Swoosh! Miyu activated Flying Thunder God and teleported in front of Wu, and swung a heavy fist again, hitting Wu hard to the ground. When he hit Wu's body for the first time, Miyu left the Flying Thunder God technique on his body. Then Miyu took out Yan Mo, injected some chakra into Yan Mo to attach the armed color, switched the rock breathing to thunder breathing, and flashed quickly. As soon as Wu stood up, 6 sword lights descended, cutting off his legs, feet and wings respectively. Who are you? Wu couldn't help asking. It knew that the person who could cut the mark in the Paradise Box was not simple, but it didn't expect Miyu's strength. The power is so strong. It can't be said to be particularly strong, but Miyu is very strange. It doesn't understand how Miyu can see in such a dark environment. This should be its ability. And Miyu didn't have a trace of fear in such a claustrophobic and dark space, which made its talent completely unable to play a role. Coupled with Miyu's time and space ninjutsu, it has almost no ability to fight back. Miyu was not interested in answering Wu's question. She shook her head with regret and said, I thought it was the work of the Six-Path Sage, but now it seems that it is not. It is too weak. Wu's body is much weaker than he thought, even weaker than the tailed beast. Miyu was ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique to get out at any time, but found that Wu was beaten by him. Hard, Wu's fist that just connected was hard. If it weren't for you, that bastard who sealed me for thousands of years, I could eat a little thing like you in one bite. Wu fell into a rage and attacked Mu Yu madly. But Wu's attacks were all seen through by Mu Yu, who chopped off Wu's limbs with a few slashes. You said you were sealed by the Six-Path Sage, so what evidence do you have to prove that you were sealed by the Six-Path Sage? For example, are there beings similar to you who have also been sealed? Mu Yu continued to ask questions. He found that Wu seemed to be not very smart, and he didn't know whether he had been sealed for a long time or it was just like that. Wang Liang, Yu can't kill us, he can only seal us. Wu said proudly. Mu Yu chopped off Wu's head with a backhand. Looking at the body that was still moving, Mu Yu admitted that Wu was indeed very strong. Compared to Fei Duan, who still needed to sew his body, Wu's body would automatically recover over time. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Mu Yu spit out a high-temperature sea fire to burn part of Wu's body into black ash, wanting to see how Wu would recover. After a short period of time, Wu grew a new body directly. I heard that the ghost was sealed by a Miko, so he can't prove that the person who sealed you is the Six-Path Sage. Mu Yu denied Wu's evidence. I don't know if he was completely furious. Wu didn't answer Mu Yu's question, but tried his best to attack Mu Yu, until he found that he couldn't touch Mu Yu at all, and then he continued to speak. Humans have their limits. Even if you can be as strong as you won't live long. As long as you are willing to break my seal, I can really make you immortal. Wu wanted to exchange his heart with Mu Yu's heart. Wu really didn't lie. The only wish he could fulfill was longevity. Although people assimilated by it can't get its strong vitality, if they are not beaten to death, their lifespan will not be much worse than it. You can sleep now and realize your wish in your dream. Mu Yu refused directly. If he really wants to get a longer life, the best way is to continue to develop the golden finger, and the second choice is to cooperate with Orochimaru. In any case, it will not be the turn of Wu, the inhuman monster. Next, Wu, who couldn't beat Mu Yu, began to play badly, and Mu Yu found that Wu's brain had almost forgotten no valuable information, so he continued to study the sealing technique. Although the sealing technique that sealed Wu was not the same type as the Yang seal he wanted to develop, it was after all the sealing technique performed by the Six-Path Sage himself, and he could improve his sealing technique by analogy. Box of Bliss, please help me recover from my injuries. At this harmonious moment, Yakugawa Tsutomu's anxious voice came into the Box of Bliss. Wu was not prepared to help Yakugawa Tsutomu, and he had no ability to support Yakugawa Tsutomu, but he sensed that there was a ninja with decent chakra at the door. Just when Wu was about to suck the dragon door at the door into the Box of Bliss, two sword lights slashed Wu, cutting him into 3 pieces and interrupting Wu's casting. Wu looked at Mu Yu with anger on his face. Even Otsutsuki Hago Romo had never humiliated him like this. Mu Yu ignored Wu. This old man was too useless. He was pure harmful garbage. Staying in the world would only waste food and would be useless. When Mu Yu felt that he had learned the sealing technique, he used Flying Thunder God to leave the Box of Bliss. Swoosh! Swish! When Mu Yu appeared above Yakugawa Tsutomu, he immediately swung Yan Mo to cut off the arm of Yakugawa Tsutomu that was holding the dragon door. The sudden pain made Yakugawa Tsutomu turn back subconsciously. When he saw Mu Yu's face, he instantly showed an extremely horrified expression. Although he had only fought with Mu Yu twice, Mu Yu showed overwhelming strength. If it weren't for Mu Yu's punch that injured him, he would not have been beaten so badly by Kakashi and the others. Box, why did you let Hanya Mu Yu out? Quickly imprison him in the box. Yakugawa Tsutomu asked for help from the Box of Bliss. Wu in the box sneered. You are trapped in the box and want to chop it, right? You are a puppet who is quite dreaming. Wu ignored Yakugawa Nu. Its resurrection this time was obviously a failure. With Mu Yu around, Yakugawa Nu could not make any waves. Muyu did not waste time talking to Yakagawa-nu. He grabbed Yakagawa-nu and threw him into the main city of Kusagakuer. The residents looked at the terrifying monster and fled in all directions. Muyu held Yan-mo tightly and burst out a huge amount of lightning chakra to swing a real unparalleled sword. Boom! Crack! Purple lightning shot up into the sky, and the next moment a huge purple lightning slashed Yakagawa-nu. In Muyu's powerful slash, Yakagawa Tsutomu turned into black ash in an instant, and the slash hit the open ground with undiminished momentum, leaving a charred gully over 30 meters on the ground. People in the surrounding Kusagakuer village opened their mouths wide as they looked at Muyu, who looked like a god. Some people thought they were dreaming and rubbed their eyes hard, but found that the scenery in front of them did not change at all, so they believed that this was reality. That is the forehead protector of Konoha's ninja. As villagers of the ninja village, some people still know something about ninjas. Why would Konoha's ninja kill monsters in Kusagakuer village? The people of Kusagakuer village were puzzled by this. One day, a disgusting monster suddenly appeared. Although the monster was killed quickly, it was not killed by the Kusagakuer village ninja, but by the Konoha ninja of the neighboring big country. You still need to practice more. Seeing Muyu's Wuxiang Udeo again, Kakashi's desire to practice rose in his heart. Compared with Muyu's slash, his slash was not worthy of being called Wuxiang Udeo, and the power was completely not at the same level. If he really mastered the Wuxiang sword, then Yakagawa Tsutomu would not have survived his sword, because Yakagawa Tsutomu's defense was not strong, even Longfei's fire escape could hurt him, not to mention Wuxiang's sword. Damn, why does it seem that the fire attribute is not very good? Obito looked at Muyu bathed in thunder and lightning and felt very yearning. Obito thought carefully and found that the fire attribute was really not good. He seemed to have never seen a fire escape ninjutsu higher than B level, the highest was B level. As strong as Muyu Xian, it seems that there is no S level fire escape ninjutsu. Might Guy, who practiced physical skills, had the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the golden skyline, and Kakashi, who practiced thunder attribute, had the Wuxiang sword that was both handsome and powerful. Obito instantly felt that he and Shisui suffered from the chakra attribute. This fire attribute is not good, there is no powerful skills, and it is inferior. Should I start learning other attribute changes? Shisui began to consider enriching his own attribute changes and learning more abilities. He felt that with his learning ability, learning the nature change of lightning attribute chakra should not be slow. The new Araliang Muyu is so strong, what kind of terrifying strength should the 3 ninjas of Konoha have, and the 3rd generation Hokage? Long Fei deeply felt the horror of the 5 major ninja villages. Even if they were lucky enough to have a strong man like Hanzo, the deep foundation of the 5 major ninja villages was enough to crush ordinary ninja villages. The gap between them was too big. In terms of comprehensive strength, Captain Muyu is probably still above Minato. Narasazaku compared Minato Namikaze with Muyu and concluded. He had also performed missions with Minato Namikaze and had a certain understanding of Minato Namikaze's strength. Although Minato Namikaze killed ordinary ninjas like cutting melons and vegetables, he could not use a slash as powerful as Muyu, nor did he have a ninjutsu that could achieve similar power. Compared to Muyu, Minato Namikaze was too biased. If the 2nd generation knew that there would be such an excellent junior in the future, he would be very pleased. Looking at Muyu using Flying Thunder God and slashing to kill people, Maraboshi Kasuke thought. Maraboshi Kasuke had seen many ninjas who could be called geniuses in his ninja career, but if they were compared with Muyu, they would all be eclipsed. He had seen ninjas stronger than Muyu, but he had never seen anyone who was stronger than Muyu at his age. After Muyu killed Yakagawa Tsutomu, the paradise box changed, and the mask's wide-open mouth quickly closed, and the paradise box was closed again. Feeling the changes in the paradise box, Muyu flashed and appeared in front of the paradise box. Is it equivalent to isolating the space when it is not opened? Muyu made a thoughtful expression. At this time, he had no way to use Flying Thunder God to enter the Paradise Box as before. However, this time is different from Naruto's time. Yu can sense the Flying Thunder God seal that he left inside the Paradise Box. He feels that if he tries hard, he may be able to get in again. Of course, since Wu, this old waste, is of no value and the sealing technique inside has been read, Yu can't waste time on it for the time being. Wu, you are too harmful and must be sealed. Yu thought about it and added a layer of Jotian seal on the surface of the Paradise Box. Although Wu is like a rookie in his hand, Wu's body strength is not weak. It's just that Yu happens to restrain it, which makes Wu look like a rookie. If Wu's body is really released one day, it will not be difficult to cause chaos that affects several countries with its strange ability. The seal of the Six-Path Sage mainly acts on the box. His Jotian seal can isolate Wu's power. Even if someone wants to sacrifice Wu again, Wu can't receive chakra and can't get the power to perform assimilation. After dealing with the Paradise Box, Yu began to deal with the affairs of Kusagakuer and Uegakuer. Chapter 504 Supporting the Battlefield. Since most of Yakagawa Tsutomu's confidants were swallowed by the Box of Bliss, Long Fei quickly took control of the Kusagakuer village with the Flower of Grass and became the temporary leader of the Kusagakuer village. After becoming the leader, Long Fei immediately explained the events in the village. The former leader Yakagawa Tsutomu went astray to conduct forbidden research. Eventually, the experiment went wrong and turned him into a non-human monster, killing a large number of Kusagakuer ninjas. Finally, with the help of the righteous Konoha ninjas, they defeated the monsterized Yakagawa Tsutomu and protected the Kusagakuer village. In order to thank Konoha for its help to the Kusagakuer village, the Kusagakuer village will sign a friendly treaty with Konoha and become Konoha's ally. Now the people of Kusagakuer village finally know how to kill monsters. Who is the hero? It turns out to be Liangwu, who is well known in the ninja world. When the villagers thought that Kusagakuer village was about to make friends with a top ninja village like Konoha, they all felt that Kusagakuer village was thriving. Of course, there are also a few people who think that Long Fei joined forces with outsiders to seize power, and everything is their conspiracy. For such unfounded conspiracy theorists, Long Fei usually locked him up for a few days to wake him up. While Long Fei was dealing with the affairs of Kusagakuer village, Muyo passed the existing mission information back and prepared to proceed to the next step. They definitely don't need to negotiate the specific treaty, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will send a special team at that time. However, this does not mean that the Kusagakuer ninjas now do not need to help Konoha fight as allies of Konoha. Kusagakuer village needs to order the Kusagakuer ninjas to backstab Uegakuer to help Konoha gain an advantage on the battlefield. Compensation can be discussed later, but fighting must be helped immediately. At the same time, Yu and his team could not sit idle. They had to help the Konoha ninja troops as a surprise force and strive to defeat the Uegakuer troops in one fell swoop. Before leaving the Kusagakuer village, Yu chatted with Uzumaki Karin for a while as a Konoha ninja. The Uzumaki clan is Konoha's eternal ally. If you need it, I can take you back to Konoha after completing the mission. It will be much safer than Kusagakuer village and will not be disturbed by the war. Yu said directly. Although in his opinion, there is no truly safe place in the entire ninja world at present, if you have to compare, Konoha is indeed a relatively safe place to live in the ninja world. Even if it was surrounded and beaten by multiple large ninja villages, the war did not burn Konoha, and at most it only entered the land of fire. Ordinary people living in Konoha can basically live a stable life as long as they don't encounter the incident of pain coming to carry rice. Not to mention how good life is, but it is stable. Uzumaki Karin showed a hesitant look. She didn't know much about Konoha. She just occasionally heard adults talk about this family ally when she was a child. But that was a long time ago. Uzumaki Karin only remembered that Konoha was very strong and had many ninja clans. Uzumaki Karin didn't know whether Konoha was a good place to go. Would her identity as a Whirlpool clan and her special physique bring her trouble? In addition, I have a friend who is similar to you and is a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe you will have something in common. Miyu briefly introduced the existence of Kushina. There are only a handful of surviving members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Miyu thought it would be good to introduce Uzumaki Karin to Kushina, which would be good for both parties. I'll trouble you then. Uzumaki Karin heard that there were ninjas of the same clan in Konoha, and she no longer hesitated and agreed to Miyu. A person in an unfamiliar environment would feel uneasy even if the place was described well by others. But if there were people of the same clan, it would be different. With the current situation of the Uzumaki clan, any member of the clan could be said to be a relative to her. After the affairs of the Kusagakure village were over, Miyu quickly led the team to the Konoha ninja force camp in the Land of Grass. Miyu, you are finally here. With you and Minato, two of Konoha's strongest new generation people, helping me, I should be able to take a break soon. Jiraiya patted Miyu's shoulder and laughed. As the leader of the ninja team, Jiraiya also received the news that Miyu would support the battlefield a long time ago. Then Jiraiya looked at the members of Miyu's ninja team and nodded subconsciously. They were all ninjas with strong strength. When he saw Obito, Jiraiya couldn't help but say, "Goggles kid, call me master." This was the second time Jiraiya met Obito on the battlefield. The first time was when Obito encountered an accident while performing a sea-level war mission. That time, Obito left a deep impression on Jiraiya. Obito, a real immortal, didn't even recognize him and gave him the nickname of Uncle Toad. Now Obito has become Minato's student, and Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. According to seniority, Jiraiya can indeed be called Obito's master. Obito was not happy to hear Jiraiya's address. If Jiraiya said something nice, he might really call him that if he was happy, but Jiraiya's attitude was obviously a dream. "Oh, hello, Uncle Toad," Obito said bluntly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. "Choose one between the Toad Sage and the Master and I will forgive you." "Okay, Uncle Toad." Obito nodded and replied. It was absolutely impossible for him to admit that Jiraiya was a sage. In his mind, only the Miyu Sage and the Six-Path Sage could be called sages. After thinking carefully, it seems that there is still a person missing in the logistics task of the camp. So let's do it. From now on, the sanitation of the camp will be handed over to you, the Goggles kid. Jiraiya threatened. Obito's eyes widened. Isn't it a bit too much for the three ninjas to compete with him, an 11-year-old boy, like this? He is still a child. Shisui looked surprised. It was the first time he met Jiraiya. I didn't expect that the legendary Sunin's personality is so strange. Kakashi's face was normal. It was not the first time that Jiraiya acted like a jerk. Last time, he even lured Obito and Minato, who were not yet master and apprentice, to compete in the Imperial City. "Teacher Jiraiya, let's talk to Miyu about the current situation on the battlefield first." Namikaze Minato shouted helplessly. It was really a bit unbearable that my teacher and my apprentice quarreled. Just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Jiraiya smiled and led the Miyu team into the tent for the meeting. Of course, he couldn't really let Obito do logistics, I just thought Obito's reaction would be interesting. I don't need to say much about the two most difficult and noteworthy people in the Uegakure army. Miyu, you have fought with those two Jinchuriki before, so you know their strengths and weaknesses. Jiraiya said with a serious face after entering the tent. Miyu nodded. The strength of the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure is not comparable to the Three Tails Jinchuriki he met on the East Coast battlefield. The Three Tails Jinchuriki of Kirigakure can only use tricks to make the tailed beast run wild if they want to completely transform into a tailed beast. They are the weakest among the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki who can enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation on their own have extremely strong combat capabilities. Even a powerful move like the tailed beast ball is just a slightly more consuming ninjutsu for them. Even if Mu is now facing the powerful tailed beast ball, he can only use Flying Thunder God to dodge and cannot confront it head-on. It's not that Mu is completely unable to resist the tailed beast ball, but the price is too high, so it's better to use Flying Thunder God. He had to spend most of his chakra on the use of armament haki to resist the tailed beast ball once. Besides the Jinchuriki, the strongest ninja in the Iwagakure Ninja Corps, the captain of the Iwagakure demolition team, Rishi, has practiced the explosion-style bloodline limit to perfection, and his ninjutsu and taijutsu can even cause explosions. Namikaze Minato took out some information and handed it to Mu. In addition to Captain Rishi, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure demolition team, Iwaku, also appeared in the recent battle. Compared with Rishi, Iwaku's explosion style is better at long-range bombing of ninjutsu. Just as the 5 major changes have various different ninjutsu, the same bloodline limit will have significant differences in the hands of different ninjas. Mu had met a magnetic-style cloud hider named Troy a long time ago. Unlike Luasha who played Gold Sand, Troy's magnetic style focused on magnetic control. Whether it is Captain Rishi or Vice-Captain Iwaku, they never act alone, and usually bring more than 3 members of the Iwagakure demolition team. Namikaze Minato continued to talk about the intelligence of Iwagakure. Mu nodded. He estimated that Onoki had sent most of the demolition team to the battlefield of Grass Country. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently sent Namikaze Minato to the battlefield of Grass Country. Multiple explosion-style ninjas bombing together can cause powerful fire suppression and pose a huge threat to the ninja troops. Add the tailed beast jade of the Jinchuriki, and it would be a bombing like sweeping the ground. After reading the intelligence, Mu distributed the information to the team members for circulation. There are actually only 4 people who are qualified to be his opponents on the entire battlefield, 2 human Jinchuriki and 2 captains of the Iwagakure demolition team. The remaining famous Jonin should be Kakashi, Obito and others. While the team members were reading the information, Mu explained the general situation of the grass village. Yokokawa Tsutomu formed a ninja unit composed of Kyuzagakure ninjas to help Iwagakure fight. But now the Kyuzagakure leader is Long Kai, so the former teammates of Iwagakure will become teammates of Konoha, and the first knife of backstabbing Iwagakure will be the token of their loyalty to Konoha. Mu had to sigh that Iwagakure was really cowardly. Even if Iwagakure was cooperating with Kyuzagakure ninjas didn't know the base of Iwagakure. Before each battle plan, Iwagakure contacted Kyuzagakure ninjas, and Kyuzagakure ninjas went to the designated location to receive command. If Kyuzagakure ninjas and Iwagakure were in the same base, then Mu could easily cooperate with Kyuzagakure ninjas to eliminate a large number of Iwagakure's living forces. Since Kyuzagakure ninjas are our allies now, we can inadvertently let Iwagakure know some of our base information, and then wait for Kyuzagakure ninjas to pass on information to us. Namikaze Minato said after listening. Although Kyuzagakure ninjas didn't have much information about Iwagakure, Kyuzagakure ninjas were teammates of Iwagakure after all, and there was a lot of room for them to play. Although it is a bit radical, it is better to let Iwagakure organize most of its forces to attack the more important strongholds. Namikaze Minato continued to express his opinion. He felt that the situation on the Kyuzagakure side could not be concealed for too long. If he wanted to maximize the role of Kyuzagakure, he had to pit Iwagakure hard at once. It's a good idea. If the 2 captains of the blasting team can be left behind, Iwagakure will probably have to consider peace talks with Konoha. Jiraiya touched his chin and thought. He didn't think that Namikaze Minato's plan was so radical. After all, he used to act with Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was really radical. Mu nodded. If there was no problem with Kyuzagakure, Namikaze Minato's plan would be feasible. Because with the current performance of Iwagakure, it was obvious that they wanted to make Konoha suffer a little, and they would definitely not let go of the opportunity. After discussing some details of the plan, Miyu contacted Kyuzagakure village to make arrangements. What a coincidence! Minato said in the morning that he missed your cooking, Miyu, but you came in the afternoon. Jiraiya smiled and said after he was free. Minato Namikaze looked puzzled. Why didn't he remember saying that? Although he did miss her, he usually wouldn't say it out loud. He would miss her in his dreams at night. It's normal to miss her. I've been eating Miyu's cooking every day lately and I'm not tired of it. Obito surprisingly understood Jiraiya's hint and said with a look of aftertaste. Jiraiya really wanted Obito to be the logistics officer. He smiled and passed by when Obito called him Uncle Toad, but Jiraiya was really envious. He could only eat it a few times a year, but Obito ate it every day. To repay your kindness, Mr. Miyu, I will cook for you tonight. Obito volunteered. Jiraiya's face darkened. He was going to deprive him of the chance to eat it a few times a year, right? He thought Obito had no idea of the value of the three ninjas. I heard that you are already a jonin. Let me, the master, check your practice for Minato. Jiraiya smiled kindly. If Obito is beaten to the point where he can't move, then he can't cook. If you perform well, I will allow you to sign a contract with Myaboku Mountain. In order to lure Obito, Jiraiya took out the summoning blood contract of the three holy places as a reward. Tisk, I already have a summoning beast. Obito was not fooled. Although he felt that Jiraiya was not as good as Miyu and the Six-Path Sage, Jiraiya was at least one of the three ninjas, and it was obviously not something he could touch now. The battle pack was beaten violently. Myaboku Mountain is one of the three holy places. It is different from ordinary summoning beasts. If you meet the conditions, you can practice fairy arts in it. Speaking of Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya's expression became a little more serious. Myaboku Mountain can be said to be a turning point in his life. He used to be a member of the last place, and Myaboku Mountain changed his life. When he heard the word fairy arts, Obito showed a moving expression. Although he didn't know what it was, it sounded very powerful with the word fairy. Unless you want to test our entire team, it won't work. Our team is a whole. Obito still refused. It's impossible for him to be beaten alone. At least Kakashi must be with him. Kakashi. How come I suddenly became a melon while eating melon? P.S. I'm not in good condition today, so I'll eat less. Chapter 505 Battle against the Three Ninjas. Then you members of the Minato team will be tested together. Jiraiya thought for a while and said. The whole team is a very subtle description. It can be said that it is an elite team with Miyu as the captain to perform the task of the grass ninja. The others were fine, but Miyu was not easy to deal with. You couldn't use the Sage mode to assess the juniors. In this way, Kakashi and Nohara Rin successfully got the opportunity to fight the legendary three ninjas with Obito's efforts. Maybe I should post this photo on the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha. Kakashi, who was caught in the crossfire with Obito, couldn't help but take out Obito's photo. Obito wanted to be beaten, but he dragged him along. Kakashi couldn't stand it. Kakashi, you are not trustworthy. Looking at the familiar photo, Obito was furious. I treated you to food, how can you not keep your promise? After saying that, Obito reached out to grab the photo. Why am I not trustworthy and not keeping my promise? Didn't I give you the photo that day? Kakashi dodged and said lightly. But isn't the photo still in your hand? Obito said unconvinced. I don't have only one photo. I gave you one and I have one myself. Kakashi said something that made Obito angry and desperate. When Obito thought that Kakashi still had his ugly photo in his hand, his eyes suddenly went dark. It's really the born evil Hitaki brat, so hateful. Obito vomited blood in his heart, and felt that it was better to treat Ryalo than to treat Kakashi. Let me see what good photos are. Jiraiya came over. Seeing Obito's face distorted by the beating, Jiraiya laughed loudly without hesitation. Haha, goggles brat, so lame. Warning! Warning! Obito felt that the temperature of his body was rising, and he could no longer control the desire to turn on the flame-breathing chakra mode. Now he wanted to fight 2 against 1, and beat up Jiraiya and Kakashi, the 2 hateful white-haired guys. Of course, Obito's remaining rationality told him that doing so would only make him get beaten more miserably. If they want revenge, the correct process is to take advantage of Jiraiya's carelessness to make Jiraiya suffer a little when he is testing them, then concentrate on training to become stronger, and then beat Kakashi in the civil war. Be grateful, there are not many people who can enjoy the guidance of the legendary 3 ninjas, the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain. After joking, Jiraiya started to do business. Obito's humiliation was the cause, but Obito and the others were Minato's disciples after all, and Jiraiya didn't mind helping them practice. Kakashi put away the photo and showed a serious look. Except for Miyu, who didn't know where his limit was, Jiraiya could definitely be called the strongest ninja they had ever met. Even the Raikage candidate who had given them great pressure was just a junior in front of Jiraiya, who was famous in the ninja world during the Second Ninja World War. The 3 of them formed a formation, with Obito and Kakashi in front and Nohara Rin slightly behind. At least you are all famous geniuses, don't let me down. Jiraiya smiled with his arms crossed. Although Kakashi and the other 2 are still far from being famous masters like him, they are no longer unknown. Might Guy and others with distinctive fighting styles have already been recognized by a certain degree of recognition. Fire style, great fireball technique. After the battle began, Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and used the first skill, Great Fireball. A large amount of flames gathered together to form a huge fireball that was 5 times larger than Obito, and smashed towards Jiraiya with great momentum. You are still a little naive to play fire style in front of me. Jiraiya also used fire style by forming a seal. Fire style, Flame Bomb. Jiraiya first practiced chakra into oil, and finally spit out the oil while changing the chakra gathered again to the fire attribute chakra property to ignite the oil, and a large area of high-temperature flames was produced. Boom! The 2 fire escapes collided. Instantly, the flames shot up into the sky, and the flames in the fireball expanded under the force of the collision, like a blooming fire lotus, blooming with fiery red light. The temperature around suddenly rose, and the air was filled with a hot breath, as if even the air was burning. This time, Obito's fireball failed rarely. The high-temperature flames of the flame bomb gradually engulfed the fireball and continued to spread towards Obito. Nohara Rin and Kakashi took action. Water escapee Great Waterfall Technique. Nohara Rin made seals with both hands and spit out a huge water ball to extinguish the incoming flames. And Kakashi operated the thunder breathing to the extreme, throwing 2 lightning kunai at Jiraiya at a very fast speed. Jiraiya still had a relaxed smile on his face, dodging Kakashi's attack as if he was strolling in the garden. Obito realized the huge gap between himself and a strong man like Jiraiya, so he no longer hesitated and immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and opened the Sharingan. The flame-breathing chakra mode is a big chakra consumer, plus the consumption of the Sharingan. Even if Obito has much more chakra than ordinary ninjas, he can't last for a few minutes. But the great consumption also brought a huge improvement to Obito. In this state, he not only has a strong observation ability, but also a great improvement in physical strength, and the fire escape ninjutsu is greatly enhanced, which is his biggest trump card in the battle. Summoning Technique. Nohara Rin summoned the slug using the summoning technique. The slug is best at medical treatment, but it is not without combat ability. You have signed a contract with Shikatsu. Looking at the slug that he hadn't seen for a long time, Jiraiya was a little surprised. Jiraiya thought that the now slacking Tsunade would not be interested in teaching disciples, but he didn't expect that Nohara Rin had such a relationship with Tsunade. He found that if he let Obito sign for Myaboku Mountain and Kakashi went to Ryokai Cave to work hard, Kakashi and the others would really become the new three ninjas. Explosive Fist. Nohara Rin wanted to use herself as bait to create opportunities for Obito and Kakashi, and she gathered a lot of chakra in her fist and rushed towards Jiraiya. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the ground where Jiraiya just stood was cracked. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat when he saw this scene. This was not a good thing to inherit. The strange power displayed by Nohara Rin reminded him of some not-so-good memories. That time he was really almost beaten to death. Opportunity. Obito seized the moment when Jiraiya was distracted and burst his chakra and rushed forward. Fire style, Konoha whirlwind. Obito kicked Jiraiya's head with his right foot carrying a deep-colored compressed flame. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya calmly formed seals with his hands to strengthen his long white hair with chakra, and the strengthened long hair combined to grab Obito's body. Just when Jiraiya wanted to throw Obito to the ground, Kakashi attacked again. He activated the transparent world and lightning-breathing chakra modes at the same time, and his physical condition reached its peak. He slashed at Jiraiya at high speed. Although he did not hit Jiraiya, he successfully cut off part of his white hair and saved Obito. Obito, who was rescued, immediately spit out fire style at Jiraiya at a close distance. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he did not need to form seals to release all fire styles. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Obito's choice was still the Great Fireball, because at this moment he was very close to Jiraiya and it was difficult for Jiraiya to dodge. In this way, the disadvantage of the Great Fireball being difficult to hit people no longer existed, and only the advantages of low consumption and great power remained. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya strengthened his hair, changing his moves from attack to defense, and letting his long and hard hair completely wrap around his body. Boom! The flames drowned Jiraiya, and the scattered fire attribute chakra and the explosion smoke made it difficult to see the scene. Nothing will happen. Obito muttered in his heart. Although he thought Jiraiya deserved a beating, Jiraiya was Minato Namikaze's teacher after all, so a light beating would be enough, and it was unnecessary to hurt him. Kakashi concentrated his chakra and waited for the next opportunity. The opponent was the legendary Sunin, and Kakashi was not so arrogant that this little trick could make him fall. It really gave me a good surprise. With Jiraiya's hearty laughter, the smoke dissipated and revealed his figure. Obito's eyes widened. Jiraiya was not injured, but he was covered with some explosion black ash. Jiraiya dusted himself off. Kakashi and the others were more powerful than he had expected. He was ready to be more serious. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya formed a seal and created two shadow clones. One rushed towards Obito, and the other rushed towards Nohara Rin. Fire style, Blazing Charge. Obito fearlessly set his entire body on fire and charged towards Jiraiya's shadow clone. Although the shadow clone was a physical clone, it was extremely fragile. Once it was hit by his flames, it would definitely disappear. Water Wave Hand. The shadow clone Jiraiya stretched out his hand and released a large amount of water to rush towards Obito. Obito's body was hot and brittle. The flames were extinguished instantly, and Obito was soaked. Pfft! The slug condensed a large amount of acid in its mouth and spit it at Jiraiya's shadow clone that attacked Nohara Rin. Jiraiya, who knew the slug very well, had expected the slug's attack. He dodged it and waved his hand to cast a wind blade at Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin used the water array wall to defend, but the water wall was cut off by the wind blade and Nohara Rin was almost injured. Kakashi, who had been dealing with Jiraiya's main body, narrowed his eyes and showed a thoughtful look. The transparent world allowed him to observe the battle between Obito and Nohara Rin while dodging Jiraiya's attack. Kakashi found that Jiraiya was an all-round ninja similar to Miyu, who seemed to have mastered some types of ninjutsu and had no obvious shortcomings. It's just a waste of time to drag it on. We have to let them cooperate with me to attack. Kakashi made a decision in his heart. Both in theory and in practice, they can't defeat Jiraiya now. But as a ninja, even in a simulated battle, Kakashi has to look for the only chance that may lead them to victory. He is the strongest ninja in Minato's team now, and his moves are the strongest and fastest. Lightning Release, Pseudo-Darkness. Kakashi spit out a powerful lightning spear to force Jiraiya back, and winked at Obito and Nohara Rin. As old teammates who have been together for many years, as long as the instructions are not too complicated, they can communicate with a glance. Faced with Kakashi's request, Obito was a little indignant. He pulled Kakashi in just for Kakashi to get beaten, but in the end he had to help Kakashi create attack opportunities. Of course, Obito still acted according to Kakashi's instructions. If he acted according to Kakashi's instructions, and Kakashi failed, he could severely blame Kakashi and let Nohara Rin understand the badness of Kakashi. Obito closed his Sharingan and used all his chakra to activate the flame-breathing chakra mode. His attack became more aggressive, and he continuously released fire style and chakra-free techniques, suppressing Jiraiya's shadow clone with powerful fire power. Nohara Rin also used all means to entangle Jiraiya's shadow clone. Unlike Obito, her mission was really just to stop one shadow clone. After all, it was a bit unrealistic to do more, and we couldn't ask too much of the nurse. Kakashi used lightning chakra to activate his body and slashed at Jiraiya's shadow clone on Obito's side at a high speed, as if he was preparing to join forces with Obito to solve one shadow clone first. Jiraiya's real body followed him slowly. With his experience, he had seen some of it, but after all, he was giving instructions, so Jiraiya had to cooperate. If it was a real battle, the first thing Jiraiya would do would be to use the summoning technique to summon Gamabunta. With Gamabunta's strength, it was more than enough to deal with Kakashi and the others. Fire Style, Entei. At this moment, Obito suddenly jumped up, and he used all the chakra in his body to condense Fire Style. A huge fireball over 10 meters long condensed on his palm. Kakashi's plan was actually very simple. He created the illusion of solving the shadow clone, and then used the characteristics of Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode to create a large-scale fire style to create opportunities for Kakashi. Obito's body looked very small against the huge fire of Entei, and such a huge fireball undoubtedly had an extremely wide attack range. At the moment the fireball was thrown, Jiraiya seemed to feel that his skin was a little dry. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Water Style, Water Prison Technique. Jiraiya's shadow clone used Earth Flow Wall, and the main body created a water shield. Theoretically, the Earth Flow Wall was enough to block the attack, and the function of the water shield was to prevent him from being covered in dust. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the thick and tall earth wall was seriously damaged, but it was not completely destroyed. Flash, Godly Speed. Kakashi, who opened the transparent world, has been paying close attention to the situation. After the most dangerous explosion disappeared, Kakashi immediately gathered all his strength and turned into lightning and rushed out. Although Wuxiang Yudao is stronger, he no longer has enough chakra to release Wuxiang Yudao at this moment. Now Kakashi can only use Wuxiang Yudao when he is in full state. Jiraiya was slightly surprised when he sensed the lightning coming at full speed. He reacted quickly with his experience. Spirit Summoning Technique. The red flesh wall appeared out of thin air and enveloped Jiraiya before the lightning arrived. P.S. I made some outlines today, and my eyes are almost recovered. I will resume 8K updates tomorrow. Chapter 506 Intelligence Jiraiya. Chi. The sharp blade wrapped with yellow electric light pierced into the red flesh wall, but the imagined scene of easily cutting through did not happen. The flesh wall defense in front of him seemed to be better than a copper wall, and there was also a mysterious force that made Kakashi's white fang short blade stuck in it. Kakashi had no way to cut the flesh wall, nor could he pull out the knife. Kakashi did not hesitate and wanted to give up the white fang short blade immediately, but several tentacles suddenly extended from the flesh wall and tied him tightly to the flesh wall, and then the flesh wall in contact with him changed rapidly, bringing him into the flesh wall. Nohara-rin wanted to help Kakashi but was caught by Jiraiya's shadow clone and knocked down. Tisk, no wonder you can get the title of Thunder Fang at this age, your edge is more powerful than White Fang when he was young. Jiraiya took a look at the slightly exposed tip of the lightning knife and praised. It can pierce the intestines of the Rokujuku giant toad. Wall, representing Kakashi's outstanding attacking ability, ordinary defensive ninjutsu is unlikely to be able to block Kakashi's sword. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiraiya to know the title he earned from the battlefield on the East Coast. Haha, don't underestimate my intelligence ability. Jiraiya laughed when he saw this. After all, Kakashi and Obito are disciples of Minato Namikaze, so Jiraiya will pay more attention. I'm still a long way from my father. Kakashi shook his head and said. Although his output ability is very strong now, fighting does not only depend on one ability, and his strong output is at the expense of endurance. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's head with his big hand. Why don't you learn this from Minato Myu? Why are you so humble about your own strength? If Jiraiya had Kakashi's current strength and reputation when he was 11 years old, he would have to use wind escape to create a little wind when walking. Orochimaru would have to take a detour when he saw him, and would kick a dog that dared to bark on the roadside directly. After that, Jiraiya released the summoning technique, and the red flesh wall disappeared rapidly. Although there was no referee, everyone could see that the battle was over. Obito fell down exhausted, Nohara-rin was defeated by Jiraiya's shadow clone, and Kakashi basically lost his ability to fight. Your performance is pretty good for your age, but you, the Goggles Kid, want to sign a contract with Myaboku Mountain, so you should try harder. Jiraiya commented. In fact, the performance of Obito and others exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. The overall combat power of the entire team was enough to complete some important S-level war tasks. Among them, Kakashi performed outstandingly, and both his combat quality and hard power far exceeded ordinary Jonin. If Jiraiya were to give them a score, Jiraiya would give 98 points out of 100. Not giving full marks was because Obito was a jerk. Of course, the reason why Jiraiya did not let Obito sign a contract with Myaboku Mountain was not because Obito was a jerk and provoked him. He was not that stingy. The real reason is that Jiraiya just discovered a problem between Obito and Kakashi in the battle: poor sustained combat capability. The power of Obito's fire escape before and after entering the flame-breathing chakra mode is very different. Jiraiya guessed that he mastered a secret technique that can enhance his own ability, which is a bit similar to the ability of the Sage mode. This secret technique generally requires very strong chakra, such as the Sage mode. Strong chakra is just the threshold to learn the Sage mode. Now Obito has the disadvantage of not being able to fight for a long time due to insufficient chakra, and summoning requires a lot of chakra to summon powerful summoned beasts. So it is meaningless to let Obito sign a contract with Myaboku Mountain now, so Jiraiya will let Obito continue to work hard. Obito only needs to continue to grow and enhance his chakra, then his problems will be solved, and the blood contract of Myaboku Mountain will naturally come in handy. If you don't sign, then don't sign. In the future, Charmander will definitely be stronger than those toads. Obito curled his lips and didn't care about the blood contract of Myaboku Mountain. It was not the summoning beasts of Myaboku Mountain that attracted him, but the Sage mode that Jiraiya mentioned. You are quite arrogant, kid with goggles. Kakashi got the title of Thunder Fang on the battlefield. What title do you have? Jiraiya asked knowingly. Obito had a dark face and didn't say anything. He was also very angry that he didn't have a title. He felt that those Kirigakure had no vision at all and didn't see the huge potential hidden in his body. Why don't I, the legendary Sunin, give you one, Konoha's Void Fire? You fell down after releasing a few fire escapes. You are really a little weak. Jiraiya touched his chin and joked seriously. Obito's face turned red all of a sudden. If he didn't have chakra, he would have to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to give Jiraiya a flame iron mountain lean. White-haired old ghost who was born evil, I will definitely make you look good when I become stronger. The frustrated Obito roared in his heart. However, Jiraiya's words reminded Obito of a good place to get a good title Hanzo. As we all know, the Sunin was the title given to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru after they fought against Hanzo during the Second Ninja World War. And the ninja master who has recently become famous in the ninja world, Hanzo, has a strong momentum. In summary, beating Hanzo is equal to being famous and having a handsome title. If he also fights Hanzo and wins, it means surpassing the Sunin. The Sunin couldn't beat Hanzo back then. Obito couldn't help but start to fantasize. Jiraiya bowed to him, "Fire God Obito, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Please teach me the powerful fire escape to defeat Hanzo." If Jiraiya's attitude is sincere enough, he can teach. "Goggles kid, you are so weak that you can't cook, but since you have such a heart, I'll leave the washing of vegetables to you." Jiraiya patted Obito's shoulder and laughed. Obito had a blank expression on his face. He would definitely only teach Jiraiya the fireball at that time. The final cooking task fell on Miyu, who took the initiative to stand up. No one raised any objection to this. At night, after eating, Obito exercised around the camp. Although it is a good thing to practice hard, there may be major combat missions recently, and it will be very tiring. Kakashi reminded. As an elite team, if Minato's plan succeeds, they will definitely be assigned important combat tasks. This is also the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen letting them come to the battlefield. This is the gap between us. Kakashi, you can only see the mission that may be carried out as the civil war in a few months, and I have been thinking about how to defeat the demigod Hanzo. Obito replied calmly. Kakashi? Jiraiya didn't seem to hit Obito's head. Why is his head like it was caught by the door? Kakashi tried to take out Obito's photo and shook it in front of Obito. Obito could no longer maintain his calm attitude and grabbed the photo with both hands. But Kakashi opened the transparent world in advance, and Obito's movements were all seen by Kakashi. He stepped back sideways and Obito almost fell down in a hurry. It seems to be generally normal. Kakashi felt relieved and put the photo into the ninja bag. Obito. He hates white hair. Time passed day by day, and Konoha's plan was carried out in an orderly manner. While asking the Kyuzagokuer to pay close attention to Iwagakuer, they pretended that the intelligence war failed and the information of a certain important base was leaked. But the development of things really exceeded the expectations of Jiraiya and other high-level ninja forces. Iwagakuer is really not easy to deal with. Namikaze Minato frowned as he looked at the information passed by the Kyuzagokuer in front of him. For some reason, Iwagakuer suddenly discovered the defection of Kyuzagokuer and disappeared after raiding the Kyuzagokuer troops. It's not that there is a problem with your plan, Minato, nor that the Kyuzagokuer is too strong, but that the Kyuzagokuer is not capable enough. Jiraiya put down the information and shook his head. They, Konoha, haven't taken any action yet. This is obviously the Kyuzagokuer side's lameness. Miyu, you said so, right? Miyu nodded. This was indeed not Minato's fault. Miyu read the information carefully again and felt something unusual. This incident gave him an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. In the last battle on the East Coast battlefield, Konoha also lost miserably in terms of intelligence. If it hadn't misjudged Miyu's strength, Kirigakuer could have made Konoha fall. If Iwagakuer hadn't chosen to turn against Kyuzagokuer directly this time, but pretended not to have discovered the false information passed to Konoha to set up an ambush, the Konoha ninja troops in the grass country battlefield would have encountered the same situation as the Konoha ninja troops in the East Coast battlefield. Of course, from Iwagakuer's real choice, Miyu knew that Iwagakuer knew that Miyu had arrived at the battlefield with an elite team, so they didn't want to take risks. If it was Kyumigakuer, Miyu felt that the two armies might have already started fighting. With the intelligence advantage, Kumagakure had no lack of courage to gamble. Since we've been discovered, let the Kusagakure troops fight for us openly and let them do their best to find Iwagakure. Jiraiya thought for a while and said. With the power of the Kusagakure ninja, Jiraiya didn't expect them to have much effect on the front battlefield. He just hoped that the Kusagakure ninja could help Konoha build a larger war intelligence network to assist him in defeating the Iwagakure and get off work early. For Jiraiya, who was used to traveling, staying on the battlefield for a long time was really boring. This is the only way for now. Minato Namikaze couldn't think of a better way. There was no way to use the intelligence gap to trick people, so he could only compete head-on with the various capabilities of the troops as before. Moreover, compared to before, Iwagakure lost the power of the Kusagakure ninja, while Konoha gained all the support of the Kusagakure ninja. With the increase and decrease of one, Konoha can definitely be regarded as a small prophet. Jiraiya reported the intelligence while making new combat arrangements. Now that they have a greater advantage, they naturally have to take the initiative to weaken the power of Iwagakure as much as possible. Jiraiya sent out sensory ninjas to search for Iwagakure, and at the same time sent out elite ninjas to eliminate places with clues about Iwagakure. For a time, the Konoha ninja troops took the absolute initiative in the land of grass. The Konoha ninjas, they were all very excited, as if they had seen another great victory in front of them. But only Jiraiya and his men knew that this was just an illusion. The Iwagakure troops did not lose too much strength, because Iwagakure was trying their best to avoid a head-on collision. After learning the intelligence, the high-ranking officials far away in Konoha quickly held a meeting to discuss countermeasures. The Kirigakure, which launched a massive attack on the Land of Fire, was beaten into silence. The Cloud Village was busy attacking the Sand Village and did not waste too much strength on Konoha. Now Iwagakure is a major ninja village that has the most intense confrontation with Konoha. The high-ranking officials attach great importance to the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Since Iwagakure is afraid of fighting, force them to fight, and let Jiraiya lead the army to attack the border of Iwagakure and point the sword at Iwagakure village. Can Iwagakure not even want the village? Shimura Danzo said first. He thought this was the best plan at the moment, which could force the Iwagakure troops to go to war with Konoha, and at the same time show Konoha's edge. Since the war, Konoha has never taken the initiative to attack a big country, and has always been on the defensive. Shimura Danzo thought this was not good and would affect Konoha's reputation. Dong dong. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look, and subconsciously knocked on the conference table with his right-hand fingers. Although Shimura Danzo's plan was very radical, based on the current ninja power of Konoha in the Land of Grass, it is really possible to break into the Land of Earth. Currently, Konoha has more than 1,800 ninjas in the Land of Grass, including strong men like Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Muyu, as well as some elite ninjas like Abarame Shiki and Maribashi Kasuke. They are the strongest ninja troops Konoha has formed in recent years. Too radical. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shook his head in denial. The Land of Earth has many rocks and mountains, which are easy to defend but difficult to attack. Once the troops enter and their logistical supplies are cut off, they will be trapped. Iwagakure is doomed to eternal damnation, and from what I know about Onoki, Iwagakure is definitely more than just the little power it has shown. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his own opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only a few years younger than Onoki. In his impression, Onoki is definitely a shrewd old man. How could such an old fox easily expose all his strength? How do you know that Onoki is not bluffing without a battle? Shimura Danzo retorted. Shimura Danzo really felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen had changed his mind as he grew older. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen 10 years ago, he would have approved of his plan. They can beat Kirigakure to flee in panic, so why can't they strike hard at Iwagakure? Instead of betting that others are as weak as imagined, it is better to stabilize the situation and strengthen your own strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed with Shimura Danzo's gambler's idea. Kushina has gradually become familiar with the Nine Tails. At most 1 year, Kushina can play the role of Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo was silent for a while. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was indeed very reasonable. If Kushina could go to the battlefield as a Jinchuriki, it would be a big improvement for Konoha. The tailed beast ball of a Jinchuriki is even more terrifying than dozens of Jonin performing Legion ninjutsu together. It is a great killer in large-scale wars. What should we do now? Just keep wasting time with Iwagakure. Shimura Danzo really couldn't think of any words to refute. Maintaining the status quo is the best choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Anyway, Konoha didn't suffer any loss. It not only weakened Iwagakure, but also sucked blood from the Kyuzagakure. In that case, why not end the mission of the Hanyum team and let them return to Konoha? Mizuto Kato-yan said after thinking for a while. The original intention of sending Miyu on the mission was to solve the problem of Kyuzagakure ninja and help the Kyuzagakure ninja force to establish an advantage. Now that the Kyuzagakure ninja problem has been solved and it is difficult for a war to break out on the battlefield of Kyuzagakure ninja force, it would be a waste of combat power for Miyu to continue to stay in the Kyuzagakure ninja force. Miyu can not only undertake various teaching tasks in Konoha, but also complete high-commissioned Gold S-level tasks. If there is an accident, Miyu can also be sent for support. Mizuto Kato-yan's proposal was recognized by all the senior executives. Shimura Danzo needs Miyu to continue to help him train the wood-release ninja, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wants Miyu to plan the third term of the Anbu training. As for Yudatan Koharu, everyone agreed, and she felt there was nothing to refuse. After receiving the order from the senior executives, Miyu said goodbye to Jiraiya and Minato and prepared to lead the team back to Konoha. This result was within his expectations. After all, in a sense, his strategic significance is greater than Jiraiya. Ah, you're going back so soon this time? Obito, who was ready for the battlefield, asked unexpectedly. He thought it would be the same as the East Coast battlefield, defeating Iwagakure before returning to Konoha. Well, it's the arrangement of the top management. Miyu answered concisely. It's good, I haven't seen Charmander for a while, I wonder how Grandma will feed it. Obito scratched his head and found that leaving was a good thing, so that he only had to face a white-haired man who was born evil for the time being. Teacher Miyu, when can I learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Thinking of Kakashi who activated the lightning-breathing chakra mode during this mission, and thinking about himself, Obito couldn't help asking. Compared to the fire attribute of the lower people, time and space are undoubtedly noble existences. There are only 2 ninjas in the whole Konoha who have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, one is Namikaze Minato and the other is Miyu, who have earned the names of Yellow Flash and Liang Miyu respectively, and are the 2 most famous young strong men in Konoha. If you master the Flying Thunder God technique, no matter how strong Kakashi's slash is, it will be meaningless because he can't hit him at all. It depends on your own situation. If you are fast, you should be able to do it in a year. Miyu answered after taking a look at Obito's panel with the appraisal. Name, Uchiha Obito. Chakra, 16,000. Skills, Flame-breathing chakra mode, Fire attribute chakra nature change, Mastery level, 150/15,000, Flame breathing, Mastery level, 250/15,000, Great Fireball technique, Mastery level, 20/15,000. With Obito's current chakra, it is a complete waste of time to spend a lot of time on the Flying Thunder God technique, because he does not have so much chakra to use ninjutsu. If he works hard for a year to reach more than 20,000 chakras, and is more careful in calculation, he can barely integrate Flying Thunder God into Obito's combat habits. Obito understood that he had to practice harder. But in a year, there were 2 civil wars in the middle. Obito scratched his head, hoping to fast forward to the next year immediately. Facing Kakashi's transparent world superimposed on the lightning-breathing chakra mode, Obito felt that he was just like a primitive man when using fire style. Teacher Muyu, do you think it's appropriate for me to start practicing the nature change of lightning attribute chakra now? Shisui asked Muyu. Shisui didn't want to learn the lightning style, he was thinking about learning one more escape technique to enhance his adaptability. My suggestion is to study the armament color secret technique more. Muyu replied. Shisui has a good talent in yin style. In Muyu's Shisui training plan, if Shisui is eager to enhance his combat ability, armament color will be a good choice. Although it looks ordinary and not as gorgeous as the lightning style, as long as the armament color is strong enough, it is possible to block both the golden skyline and the lightning style. In addition, whether it is practicing whether you have any problems or have problems in life, you can feel free to come to me, don't feel burdened. Muyu touched Shishui's head and said. The rewards for teaching disciples are too random. If you want to obtain skills that match your disciples, life tasks are the best choice. Because Shishui's life task progress lags behind other disciples, Muyu does not have the kind of powerful skills that are very suitable for Shishui. Shishui nodded and thanked him. Even though Muyu has done so many things for him, Shishui can still feel Muyu's concern for him from every detail. We must change the future. Shisui thought silently in his heart. He has said this sentence in his heart thousands of times, but Shisui doesn't think it's too much, because this is related to the safety of people that he cares about most. Shisui noticed that the future has actually changed. According to Kakashi and others, Yamato, who traveled from Lulin, did not know Muyu, and even mistook her for Minato Namikaze. But now Yamato has become Muyu's disciple. If this is a normal historical development, then Yamato would definitely not know Muyu, that is to say, history is changing, and everything in the new future is unknown. And what he has to do is to survive in this new future with Muyu and other disciples. After leaving the ninja army camp, Muyu took the team to the Kusagakure village, asked Uzumaki Karin to join the team, and took her to Konoha together. Since Uzumaki Karin had never practiced ninja, Muyu went back a little slower than when she came. For Obito, there are also benefits to being slow, as he can discover more scenery and take photos. What he regrets most is that Nohara Rin always calls Kakashi to join her, instead of the two of them enjoying their own world. This is Konoha. Looking up at the tall wooden gate of Konoha, and then looking at the expressions on the faces of the people coming and going, Uzumaki Karin found it hard to imagine that Konoha was in the middle of a war. In Uzumaki Karin's somewhat vague childhood memories, after the Whirlpool country was involved in the war, the atmosphere of the entire country became heavy, and even the most naughty children in the past became honest under the influence of such an atmosphere. Yes, this is Konoha, the strongest and safest village. Obito said proudly. Of course, it's not the limit of Konoha now. With me, Konoha will definitely become more prosperous. Kakashi was speechless. If Obito really became the Hokage, he would only think that Konoha would be finished. And us. Gangzisha and Kamatsuki Izumo, who were standing guard, couldn't help but shout with excitement after hearing what Obito said. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Obito realized that there were two familiar juniors at the door. Teacher Muyu, Shisui, Senior Obito, long time no see. Gangzisha greeted them. Muyu nodded in response. He had seen Gangzisha, Kamatsuki Izumo and Hungda squatting behind them with her head in her arms early in the morning, but Muyu was thinking about the reason why they were guarding the door. The gate of Konoha is not guarded by anyone who wants to. The gatekeeping task is a task above D level. According to Konoha's regulations, the three of them should not be qualified to guard the gate for the time being. Shisui and Obito also responded. You just came back from the task, what a coincidence. Obito sighed as he looked at the forehead protectors on the two men's heads. The first-year juniors he had taught all graduated and became ninjas. Kamizuki Izumo looked embarrassed. We are on a mission. Obito was puzzled. Gang Zisha and Kamzuki Izumo tacitly dispersed to both sides, revealing Hongdu, who was crouching with her head in her arms and silently praying that she couldn't see me. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Hongdu coughed twice and stood up, with a disguised expression on her face that even a 3-year-old child could see through. Hey, what a coincidence, Mu teacher, you guys just came back from the mission. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hongdu made a move to leave. Gang Zisha and Kamzuki Izumo stretched out their ruthless iron hands to grab him back. If it weren't for you, Hongdu, who was unreasonable and wanted to do a higher level mission and was disliked by the 3rd generation, how could we be sent to guard the gate? Gang Zisha directly made Hongdu's crime public. Hongdu could beat some Chunin teachers, so she naturally couldn't stand those D-level tasks that were just odd jobs. It happened that when Hongdu was making trouble at the commission office, Sarutobi Hiruzen passed by and directly assigned them a commission task of up to B level, guarding the gate of Konoha. This bored them to death. They could only stand in front of the door and couldn't move, and had to endure the gazes of passers-by. What? It must be that your previous poor performance was remembered by the Sandaime-sama, and this is a punishment for you. In order to save her image in Muyu's heart, Hongdu tried to explain. She really felt that she was dragged down by Gang Zisha and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen inspected several times, but Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo were both courting death. Once, he even used that confusing enemy technique to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no bad performance. It must be your unreasonable trouble. Kamizuki Izumo didn't think there was anything wrong with their performance. Obito couldn't hold it back any longer. What a funny group, why did he feel that the team of these 3 juniors was so funny? Based on my experience, this should be considered a good thing. Kakashi said. He graduated early and was not familiar with Gang Zisha and the others, but since they were Muyu's students, he didn't mind helping to solve the problem. Confused. For a newly graduated genin like you, guarding the gate of Konoha is already a high-level task. Your grades in the ninja school should not be bad, right? Kakashi asked. Of course, I got first place in theory. Kamitsuki Izumo answered first. That time, he and Shisui both got full marks, but being tied for first place is also considered first place. I got first place in practical combat. Hongdu shouted with her chest raised, but after seeing Shisui, she lowered her head a little and added. First place in the 3 semesters of the 3rd year. Gang Zisha scratched his hair, I often enter the top 2. Maybe the Sandaime wants to train you. There are few such opportunities when you just graduate. Kakashi analyzed. He had a certain amount of comfort in his words, but he was not talking nonsense. It was really impossible for ordinary graduated genin to guard the gate. Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Zisha looked happy. Even the legendary super genius Hitaki Kakashi of the ninja school said so it would definitely not be wrong. Izumo, what do you think the next step will be? Being a gatekeeper is a training, and after the training, you will be reused, and you should be the Hokage's guard. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he felt that these 2 people didn't need his comfort, they were so optimistic that he didn't know what to say. When I become the Hokage, I will choose you as the Shadow Guard. Obito said proudly. Brother Obito, is it true? Gang Zisha immediately respected Obito as his elder brother with shining eyes. If Obito said that Kaoyi could become a Shadow Guard, Gang Zisha would explode Kaoyi. In his opinion, a genius like Obito could really become Hokage. How could I be false? Don't I know your abilities? You are more than enough to be the Shadow Guard. Obito patted his chest and said. Even if Obito didn't believe in their abilities, he believed in Muyu's abilities. They were excellent students in Muyu's class. Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo were very excited, saying that they had recognized Obito as their elder brother from now on. Kakashi looked at Red Bean with pity. With these 2 teammates, it was almost like having 2 Obitos as teammates. Brother Obito, I'll be the head of the Dango department. Red Bean also joined the group of people who recognized each other as big brothers. What is the Dango department? Obito thought about it and really had never heard of this department in Konoha. Everyone has to buy a dango for the head every day. Red Bean answered immediately. Kakashi. He should pity the leader teacher. There are 3 Obitos. Red Bean's outrageous words made Uzumaki Karen smile, and she had more expectations for the next life in Konoha. She felt that a ninja village with such cute ninjas should not be too bad. After entering Konoha, Miyu disbanded the team. Miyu's disciples went to the South Forest together tacitly. Kakashi needed to get more familiar with the Wuxiang sword, and at the same time strengthen his body and try to solve the chakra shortcoming. If possible, he still didn't want to fall to the ground after swinging a sword. Obito was also very motivated. Seeing Kakashi break through made him feel uncomfortable. He had to become stronger himself to feel comfortable. Strength is a necessity for Shisui who wants to change the future. He plans to practice according to Miyu's plan and spend most of his energy on the armament haki. The companions are full of fighting spirit, and Nohara-rin is also eager to become stronger and help them more. After leaving, Miyu took Uzumaki Karen to handle the necessary procedures for living in Konoha. Now Miyu has a little power in Konoha, so it went very smoothly and quickly. Due to Uzumaki Karen's identity as a survivor of the whirlpool, Miyu also helped Uzumaki Karen apply for subsidies, free housing, and living subsidies. The house is in the main city of Konoha, and the living subsidy is 80,000 taels a month, which is enough for Uzumaki Karen to live a normal life in Konoha. Miyu's operation shocked Uzumaki Karen. She had been thinking about whether to sleep on a park bench or under a bridge all the way, but Miyu quickly solved all the living problems. After finishing her chores, Miyu took Uzumaki Karen to meet Kushina Uzumaki, whom she was very curious about along the way. P.S. Thank you for your concern. If I have physical problems, I will definitely not force myself to write. After all, writing a book is a long-term battle. If my physical condition allows, Zaiju will write as much as possible. Chapter 507 Fugaku running for the 4th generation? It is not easy to meet Kushina. In the past, Miyu basically asked the Anbu to bring a message to arrange a time when they delivered meals at mealtime. But now that Miyu has a more special identity in the Anbu, the process can be simpler and no fixed time is required to make an appointment. When they arrived near the agreed place, Miyu saw Kushina standing under a big tree. It seemed that in order to compete with Miyu, except for the first time they met, Miyu arrived earlier, and later Kushina basically arrived earlier. Although she didn't know what Kushina looked like, when Uzumaki Karen saw that bright red, she had a feeling that the person was the Kushina Uzumaki mentioned by Miyu. Kushina, good afternoon. Miyu walked up and smiled and greeted Kushina. Kushina wanted to respond, but her attention was attracted by Uzumaki Karen next to Miyu. Kushina touched her chin, looked at Uzumaki Karen carefully, and had some guesses in her mind. Miyu brought someone to see her, so there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the person has a close relationship with Miyu, and the second is that he has a relationship with her. Uzumaki Karen looked at Kushina silently. Even before they started communicating, she could clearly feel the difference between Kushina and her personality. After looking at Uzumaki Karen, Kushina looked at Miyu again. Uzumaki Karen, the survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Miyu, it turns out that you really like red hair, I thought. The 2 spoke at the same time. Miyu introduced Uzumaki Karen, and Kushina said out her inner guess. Thought what? Miyu looked at Kushina with a puzzled look. When he first met Namikaze Minato and Kushina, he had praised Kushina's hair in order to improve his favor. Now Kushina obviously misunderstood his relationship with Uzumaki Karen. Ahaha, nothing. Kushina, who guessed wrong, laughed and got away with it. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Then Kushina introduced herself with a serious face and looked at Uzumaki Karen. Since the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Uzumaki Karin was the only two Uzumaki clan members she had contacted. The other was Mito Uzumaki, who was in Konoha with Kushina, but Mito Uzumaki had passed away. Kushina was very happy to see another Uzumaki clan member, and one of the same age. "Hello Kushina, I'm Karin Uzumaki." Although Miyu helped introduce her, Karin Uzumaki still introduced herself formally. Kushina was a little excited to see her fellow clan members after a long time. Since they were both members of the Uzumaki clan, the two discussed their childhood memories of the Uzumaki clan. After talking, they found out that their homes in the Uzumaki country were only a few streets away. If it weren't for Kushina being sent to Konoha and the Uzumaki country being destroyed, they might have become classmates in the school of the Uzumaki country, and then go to school and go home together. Both sides were a little silent when they talked about this. Even the lively Kushina would have a hard time feeling good when she recalled the destruction of her family and country. Because her parents, relatives, neighbors, and playmates all died in the War of Annihilation, how could she be happy? "Although I understand your excitement of meeting your people, don't ignore me completely." Seeing this, Miyu shifted the topic to him. "Hehe, I was just excited." Kushina scratched her head and explained. Then Kushina thought of something and asked curiously, "By the way, how did you meet?" "Miyu, didn't you go on a mission?" Kushina could tell whether Miyu was in Konoha by looking at the food. Miyu would basically help her make a portion when she was in Konoha. If she didn't eat it one day, it was probably because she had a mission out of the village. "I was on a mission in the land of grass and happened to meet him." Miyu answered simply. "That's it." Kushina widened her eyes. This was too simple. How could she say it as if she had gone out for a meal? "Actually, I was in danger in Kusagakura village, and Lord Miyu rescued me. Then, seeing that I was having a hard time, he brought me back to Konoha." Uzumaki Karin added. She was very grateful to Miyu. Miyu had helped her a lot both in Kusagakura village and Konoha. In Uzumaki Karin's heart, Miyu was definitely the best person in the world. "That's right." Kushina nodded. Although what Uzumaki Karin said was simple, it was enough for people to imagine a perfect hero saving a beauty. Because of the Uzumaki physique, she was kidnapped, and then Miyu rushed out to rescue Uzumaki Karin. No. The more Kushina thought about it, the more she felt a strong sense of deja vu. Wasn't this her experience with Minato Namikaze? She didn't have a good relationship with Minato Namikaze at the beginning, because Kushina thought Minato Namikaze was stupid and weird, and wanted to compete with her for the position of Hokage. There was a time when Kushina was kidnapped by Kumagakure, and then Minato Namikaze rescued her. After they met the real Minato Namikaze, their relationship began to change. Is the world a huge Minato and me? When she connected Miyu's appearance with Hwaling's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina felt that she was in a different world. Kushina looked at the two of them carefully again and found that it was not the case, because Miyu and Uzumaki Hwaling did not even look like friends. "Let's communicate first and see what kind of personality Hwaling has." Kushina made a decision in her heart. Miyu has never had a girlfriend. If she didn't have a suitable friend, Kushina would have wanted to introduce one to Miyu a long time ago. If Uzumaki Hwaling had a good personality, Kushina thought she could try to match the two. It was almost time for dinner when Obito finished his training and left the South Forest with Shisui and returned home. "I'm back." Before he even reached the door, Obito couldn't wait to shout. "Oh, it's Obito." Hearing the familiar voice of her grandson, the grandmother smiled kindly and walked slowly to the door. "Grandma, how are you doing recently?" After entering the house, Obito accompanied his grandmother back to the living room and asked with concern. "I'm not old and confused yet. Your mission this time is not long, what changes can there be?" Grandma smiled and reassured Obito. The time on the East Coast battlefield was when Obito was away for a long time. She remembered that he seemed to have come back once in more than half a year, and most of the time he was not in Konoha. Obito smiled and scratched his head. As long as Grandma could stay healthy, he didn't care if he was criticized. "Grandma, where is Charmander? Did it go out to play?" Obito thought of the summoned beast he raised at home. He had high expectations for Charmander and hoped that Charmander would be stronger than Jiraiya's toad in the future. "Isn't Charmander right there?" Grandma pointed to the sofa. Obito looked in the direction his grandmother pointed and saw it from behind the sofa. A tail burning with flames. "Charmander, why are you sleeping at this time? Get up!" Obito shouted. It's understandable to take a nap at noon, but it's dinner time and he's still sleeping. Obito has reason to suspect that Charmander has been lazy during his absence. Hearing Obito's voice, Charmander swayed his body and walked towards Obito. He had eaten a lot recently and was sleepy. "Is this Charmander?" Obito looked at Charmander's round belly and showed a doubtful expression. He remembered that he was Charmander before he left. How come he became a fat dragon in just one mission? "Ah!" Charmander made a dissatisfied cry. "Why are you insulting dragons? If it's not Charmander, then who is?" Obito's mouth twitched, and he grabbed Charmander's fate by the back of its neck and lifted it up to look at him. "Charmander, did you not exercise at all when I was away? How come you've gained so much weight all of a sudden?" Obito couldn't help asking. Charmander shook his head. He would be a little lazy when it rained, but he was not completely without exercise. The reason why he became like this was because the food was too good with his grandmother. Obito couldn't tell whether Charmander was telling the truth. He thought for a while and said, "Forget about the previous things. You have to increase your training volume to lose weight." Charmander was not powerful enough, and his belly would be even less intimidating. "Charmander." Charmander shook his head dissatisfiedly. He felt that it was fine now and there was no need to lose weight. "You mean increasing a little is not enough, and you need to increase the training volume?" Obito speculated. Charmander. If it wasn't that he couldn't spit fire at Obito, he really wanted to bite Obito, bullying him for not being able to speak human language, right? "What do you think of this training plan?" Obito made a training schedule for Charmander based on Muyu's previous training plan. Charmander turned his head away and said nothing. He would not give Obito another chance to frame him before seeing the translator. On the other side, Charmander's beloved Zoro was enjoying the dinner prepared by Shisui. Because Zoro was the most intelligent among all the ninja beasts, and because of Zoro's unique illusion, Shisui did not foster Zoro to anyone, but prepared a lot of food and money for Zoro to solve on his own. If you are too lazy to move at home, you can eat the secret dog food made by Inyazuka at home. If you want to eat a hot bite, you can transform into a human to buy it. How does it feel to live alone? Shisui asked, taking off his apron. It was a bit fresh at first, but I missed Shisui a little later. Zoro thought for a while and raised his head and said. For Zoro, it still prefers the atmosphere of the South Forest. Although training is a bit hard, it will be very interesting to chat and play during breaks. Without the entertainment of deceiving Obito, its life is much more boring. When you are stronger, I will take you with me when I perform missions in the future. Shisui touched the fiery red hair on Zoro's head and comforted him. Because the ninja beasts were born not long ago and were weak, the disciples did not bring their ninja beasts with them, even Kakashi, who was the first to hatch. After all, they were carrying out the highest level war mission, and there was a high probability of encountering powerful enemies in such missions. After dinner, Shisui took Zoroya for a walk in the Uchiha clan land for half an hour. After sending Zoroya home, Shisui went to attend the Uchiha clan meeting alone. Today happened to be the day of the Uchiha regular clan meeting. Because Obito did not like clan meetings, and Shisui's previous actions helped him establish a certain degree of prestige in the Uchiha clan, Shisui did not call Obito. Shisui, I haven't seen you for a while. Are you on a mission again? Shisui met Uchiha Inahiro when he was about to reach Nanga Shrine. Shisui nodded. Recently, I encountered some doubts in fire escape. Shisui, are you free later? Uchiha Inahiro asked. Although Shisui is much younger than him, Uchiha Inahiro is a pure Uchiha who respects strength. He doesn't think it's bad to ask Shisui questions, because Shisui is a strong man who can kill him in a second in a battle. Let's talk after the clan meeting is over. Shisui agreed. In addition to his own personality factors, Shisui has another consideration. He thinks he has to cultivate some like-minded companions in the Uchiha clan to change the Uchiha clan together. Uchiha Inahiro is a relatively outstanding one among the younger generation of Uchiha clans. He is quite prestigious among the young Uchiha clans and is a good choice. However, the core point of Shisui's choice of Uchiha Inahiro is that Uchiha Inahiro is neither a dove nor a hawk at present, but just an Uchiha with a strong sense of family honor. Uchiha Inahiro agreed with the proposal of the Hawk Elder simply because he thought it would be beneficial to improve the strength of Uchiha. Later, Shisui made clear the pros and cons and decisively supported Shisui. Then I'll trouble you, Shisui. Uchiha Inahiro smiled. Then Shisui walked into the Nanga Shrine with Uchiha Inauri at the back, followed by Uchiha Inauri. As soon as Shisui walked into the Nanga Shrine, many Uchiha greeted him. For the Uchiha, defeating the family elders was far more direct than rumors on the battlefield, so after the competition, Shisui's reputation in the Uchiha community rose to a new level. Shisui responded one by one, this is what Muyu taught him. In order to win the favor of more clan members, Shisui specially asked Fugaku for the list of all Uchiha ninjas, and memorized the names and appearances of all Uchiha ninjas to ensure that there would be no omissions. Uchiha Shengqing noticed this scene and looked at Shisui with a little sidelong glance, and he valued Shisui even more in his heart. A powerful genius is not scary, and he can only become a thug without brains in the end, but a genius who is strong and knows how to win people's hearts should not be underestimated. As expected of the descendant of Senior Jing, is it possible for him to complete the unfinished business of Senior Jing? Uchiha Shengqing shook his head after thinking. He felt it was unrealistic, even if Shisui was better than Uchiha Jing at the beginning. Uchiha Shengqing believed that if Konoha had not experienced a major reshuffle, Uchiha would not even become a Hokage, let alone a high-level Konoha. When the meeting started, Uchiha Shengqing stopped thinking about other things and spoke after a moment of thinking. If we want to restore the glory of Uchiha, we must gain greater voice in Konoha. The most important thing is to let Konoha have an Uchiha Hokage. Uchiha was a ninja clan of the same level as Senju during the Warring States period. Now Senju has had 2 Hokages, but we Uchiha don't even have 1 Hokage. I think this shouldn't be right. No matter how difficult it is to go from having to having nothing, we Uchiha must try our best to fight for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Shengqing's words instantly heated up the atmosphere of Nanga Shrine. The Uchiha ninjas were infected by Uchiha Shengqing's words and thought that if Senju could do it, they, Uchiha, must also be able to do it. Shisui had to admit that Uchiha Shengqing was really good at provoking emotions. After a few words, Uchiha Inauri beside him became excited. Shisui did not object this time, because there was nothing wrong with Uchiha Shengqing's words. Even Shisui believed that the Uchiha clan should have a Hokage. If there is an Uchiha Hokage, it will be much easier to solve the Uchiha problem. Then how to compete for the position of Hokage? An Uchiha asked. Everyone knows that it is easier to do things if there is a clan member who is Hokage, but how to become a Hokage is a very difficult thing. Now the 3 ninjas are in full swing in Konoha, and no ninja in their Uchiha clan can compete with them. If you want to become a Hokage, the most important thing is your contribution and strength to Konoha. I think the chief of the Fugaku clan is capable of competing for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Shengqing put Uchiha Fugaku on the list. Uchiha Shengqing just shouted slogans every day to improve the family's reputation. He had no plan to make Uchiha Fugaku the Hokage. Anyway, it would not be him who would be embarrassed if he failed, but Uchiha Fugaku who was competing for the Hokage. Uchiha Shengqing was waiting for Fugaku to fail and then he would stand up to arouse the emotions of the Uchiha and increase the power of the Hawks. Uchiha Shengqing already had a rough idea in mind, saying that Uchiha Fugaku's failure in the election was definitely not a problem of ability, but that Sarutobi Hiruzen and other senior officials were prejudiced against Uchiha. Patriarch Fugaku is indeed the most powerful ninja among our Uchiha, and he should be the most promising. An Uchiha responded. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. He didn't expect Uchiha Shengqing to suddenly play such a trick. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the expectant Uchiha clan members and his expression became a little hesitant. Didn't he know his own strength? Without opening the Manjiki Sharingan, he might not be a match for Shisui and Obito in a few years, so how could he compete with the three ninjas on the same stage? But as the head of the Uchiha clan, directly admitting that he was not qualified to compete for the position of Hokage would have hit the confidence of the clan members. Fugaku didn't know what to do for a while. The third Hokage is strong and healthy, and the election of the next Hokage is still a long way off. Why don't Elder Shengqing tell us how we Uchiha should assist Fugaku to become Hokage so that we can prepare first? Shisui came to the rescue. Shisui had fought with Uchiha Fugaku once. Uchiha Fugaku was not weak, but he was not at the level of the three ninjas. Shisui felt that Uchiha Fugaku might not be able to beat Might Guy in the 8 gates of the 6 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode. Because Fugaku's Sharingan illusion had no effect on Might Guy. Uchiha Shengqing didn't think that Uchiha Fugaku could become Hokage, and of course he didn't think too deeply about it. He just talked about what Uchiha Kagami did at the time. After the meeting, Shisui instructed Uchiha Inairi as agreed, and then went to Muyu's house to tell Muyu what happened at the clan meeting. If you can make the Uchiha clan become Hokage or a high-level official, it will naturally be of great benefit to your plan, but it is not realistic in a short time. Muyu shook her head and said. Unless the 4th generation of Uchiha is in power under Minato Namikaze, Uchiha will encounter enormous resistance. But this is actually an opportunity. You can use the excuse that Uchiha's monopoly of power will cause other families to be wary and affect the election of Hokage to persuade Uchiha's top leaders to reform the police department. In Muyu's imagination, if the police department problem is completely solved, Shisui's life mission may have to move forward by about 40%. Uchiha will become what it is now, and the police department is one of the major cores. Senju Tobirama really understands Uchiha. Who would have thought that this big cake that seems to be divided for Uchiha is actually poisoned? Shisui showed a thoughtful look. He deduced it with the idea given by Muyu and found that it was much better than his original plan. The best point of Muyu's idea is to use benefits to attract Uchiha to give up the poisonous police department. Using the reason that the police department is harmful to Uchiha to persuade Uchiha to give up the police department will be regarded as a psychopath, but if it is for the position of Hokage to sacrifice some of the interests of the police department, the perception is completely different. It's great to have a teacher like you. Shisui sighed sincerely. Every time he felt that he learned a lot and understood a lot from Muyu, but every time he could learn more from Muyu. Rain Country, Shinobi Clan Base. The intensive training for the transfer to the eastern part of Rain Country has entered the final stage. Muyu's shadow clone once again issued tasks to let the Shinobi Clan ninjas publicize the big lecture. In order to successfully impact the higher-level lecture rewards, Muyu pulled the public opinion to the fullest and strived to do the best. Rain Village is the place where Muyu focuses on publicity. From the leader of Rain Ninja Hanzo to the Rain Ninja Genin, everyone knows that Muyu will give unlimited lectures for a week in the near future. Not only Rain ninjas who cooperate with Shinobi Clan, but also wandering ninjas or ninjas from other countries can come to listen to the lectures without any threshold. I kind of want to go to the lecture of that ninja master. I heard that he is very good at teaching people. I want to go but I don't want to go. Although they are partners, Hanzo probably doesn't like them very much. If they go, they might be punished. This is too entangled. If it doesn't work, just use the transformation technique to disguise. Good idea, disguise yourself and go there on the first day to see what's going on. If it's not as good as the legend says, or if it doesn't teach anything useful, come back. Hanzo, who was patrolling in the rain village, sighed slightly when he heard the words of the patrolling rain ninjas. What kind of image is he in the eyes of others now? A leader who was frustrated by the A with diuresis? He was worried about being punished just for attending the class. What made Hanzo's heart uneasy was that he really had a subtle similar thought in his mind. When he thought of his subordinates' desire to get the, Hanzo felt very awkward in his heart. They were his subordinates. But Hanzo could understand them a little with rational thinking. Before he became famous, he was famous for his teaching ability. If he was not really capable, how could so many ninjas be willing to follow him? How about I go over and take a look? Hanzo had an idea in his heart. After thinking carefully, he found that he didn't seem to understand the enemy he regarded as a great enemy. He only had a vague feeling about what the purpose of the enemy was, why the enemy founded the ninja sect, and who the enemy was. They actually communicated only 3 times. Once, Hanzo took the initiative to summon him to the rain village to remind him after hearing the sound of the enemy. The second time was before the battle in the canyon, and the third time was for peace talks. He had a lot of information about the enemy, including the information of the rain ninja and the information given by Shimura Danzo. Hanzo felt that he might really have to go there once to see what the purpose of the lecture was, and to see what the so-called ninja master was like when he was giving the lecture. On this day, Hanzo sent his Anbu to investigate the attitude of all the ninjas in Rain Village towards the lecture. He was surprised to find that 2/5 of the ninjas were quite interested in attending the lecture. And the remaining ninjas did not think that the lecture was boring, but that this kind of open class was too boring, so they were not interested. This was something Hanzo did not expect. Their Rain Village was previously opposed to the ninja clan, but nearly half of the ninjas wanted to attend the lecture. This made Hanzo, who was a little hesitant, make up his mind to disguise himself as a wandering ninja on the first day of the unlimited lecture to attend the lecture of the ninja to see what was going on. Muyu's publicity work was very effective. Not only in the Rain Ninja Village, but also in the countries surrounding the Rain Country, this important news spread rapidly. Lectures without any restrictions. Huang Tu, who received the information in the Hidden Rock Village, was very tempted. He admired the doctor very much and was very curious about the ability of the doctor. With his strength, he naturally didn't need to ask anything. At his level, he could only rely on his own efforts to move up. Huang Tu, who was moved, finally went to the Tsuchikage's office and consulted Onoki. During the war, you went to other countries just to listen to classes with a group of wandering ninjas and ninjas from small countries. Onoki was speechless. The essence of Onoki's speechlessness was not that Huang Tu went out for something, but that Huang Tu's reason was too straightforward, until it was a bit stupid. If it were to scout the situation in the Rain Country, wouldn't it sound more serious? If there was one more rising star ninja force to win over, Onoki could even approve a sum of money for him. Sorry to bother you then. Huang Tu thought it was not possible and was ready to give up. Onoki pondered for a moment and said, you can go to the Rain Country, and you can also go to class, but you have to do a mission by the way. Now that the arrangement of the Grass Country has failed, we have to speed up the arrangement of the Rain Country and let the Rain Country consume Konoha's power. Although he was too straightforward, he was his son after all, and Onoki would not be unable to meet this small request. With the situation on the battlefield in the Grass Country, there would not be much difference between one more Huang Tu or one less Huang Tu. Huang Tu smiled honestly and nodded in answer should. Because it was a mission, in addition to Huang Tu himself, he also brought 3 Iwagakuer Jonin and 5 Iwagakuer Chunins. The Wind Country is also one of the big countries bordering the Rain Country, and a lot of information about Ninja Master's lectures has flowed into the country. I heard that this Ninja Master is unparalleled in fire escape, and can use fire escape to suppress Hanzo's water escape in rainy days. Yeking showed an interested expression. She is an expert in burning escape, but also proficient in fire escape. Due to the high efficiency of burning escape in killing, Yeking basically does not use fire escape. However, this legendary ninja master was able to defeat the opponent against the attributes when the opponent was a demigod in Hanzo, which was a bit contrary to common sense. Yeking looked at her schedule and found that she happened to have nothing important to do during the days when Mu Yu was giving lectures. After thinking for a long time, Yeking decided to go to the rain country to join in the fun. But she is a hero of sand country after all. If Mu Yu did not bring out the content that she was interested in on the first day, then Yeking would leave quickly. As time went by, even Mu Yu, who was far away in Konoha, heard the news that Ninja Master Kajayakari was giving unlimited lectures in Konoha. Ninja Master? Only Teacher Mu Yu is low-key, otherwise this title must belong to Teacher Mu Yu. Obito said bluntly that he was not as good as Mu Yu. Obito could ignore other titles, but he felt that the title of Ninja Master was a very suitable title for Mu Yu. As for that Kajayakari, he was just a title thief. The class taught by Mu Yu was the strongest class in the history of the ninja school, and he also taught several famous geniuses. What teaching results did that ninja master have? Don't underestimate Kajayakari. Although he should not be as good as Teacher Mu Yu, he should also be a very capable ninja, otherwise it would be impossible to have so many followers in a short time. Kakashi told Obito not to underestimate the world. In Kakashi's mind, Kajayakari was a person who should not be provoked if possible. Yamato scratched his head. He didn't know who the ninja master was, nor who Hanzo was. He couldn't understand what they were talking about. His special experience made him a newbie who knew nothing about the affairs of the ninja world. Obito could satisfy his addiction to being a top student on him. Shisui didn't care about the topic of Obito and the others. He usually thought about the affairs of the Uchiha clan during his break. Mr. Mu Yu, do you want to go over and participate? I think you can show your teaching ability on the spot and let them know what a real ninja master is. Obito hoped that Mu Yu could regain his title. Mu Yu smiled and shook his head. It was a bit idle to destroy his own place. There are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Don't think that I am incomparable. Mu Yu reminded. Although it is a good thing for disciples to trust him, over-reliance will cause some problems. Mu Yu Immortal is omnipotent and incomparable. Obito muttered. Even Mu Yu Immortal himself could never shake his faith. Root. Unlimited lectures? He is definitely a threat. After seeing the intelligence from the root, Danzo Shimura immediately felt that this person would become a big problem in the future. At first, it was through his lectures that some ninjas gathered together, and eventually became the ninja clan. Now that such a high-profile lecture activity has been launched, Danzo Shimura immediately felt that he wanted to strengthen the ninja clan. Rain Ninja Village borders the Land of Fire. Danzo Shimura does not allow a small country bordering the Land of Fire to become too strong, which is not in the interests of Konoha. Danzo Shimura immediately mobilized the root team to go to the Land of Rain to strengthen the root power of the Land of Rain. He felt that the ninja clan was going to do something big in the Land of Rain, which might be his chance to obtain the ninja clan inheritance and the Samsara Eye. P.S. Fugaku has a Mangeki Sharingan, which is an original plot of the animation. But even in the original animation, the Mangeki Sharingan is awakened only after his good friend dies on the battlefield. Now Fugaku has not participated in the Third World War, so it is not a Mangeki Sharingan yet. Chapter 508 Rewards for Advanced Courses. Rain Country. The news of unlimited lectures spread, and the area near the ninja clan base became lively. Some ninjas who were far away had already settled down nearby, waiting for the legendary ninja master to officially start the class. Since Mu started the lecture at 9 in the morning, the time was early, and even the ninjas from the rain country who were not far away chose to stay here one night in advance. The thoughts of others are unknown for the time being. The owner of the inn vendor next to the ninja clan base is extremely grateful to Mu, and he wishes that Mu could hold more such activities. As the leader, Hanzo naturally couldn't rush to the ninja clan base to attend the class early in the morning, so he also came here in advance. Hanzo, disguised as a wandering ninja, observed the crowds of people coming and going nearby. Ninjas from Uegakuer, ninjas from Sand Village, and even Konoha have come. Looking at the mixed crowd, Hanzo had already anticipated the chaos that would follow. There were opponents fighting in those ninja villages. It was normal for enemies to fight. If you want to fight, please leave the town on your own. Fighting in the town will be considered as provoking trouble, and you will need to compensate for all damaged items. A patrolling ninja from the shinobi sect shouted. Mu also considered that too many ninjas might affect the chaos. His attitude was that fighting was okay, but don't interfere with ordinary people, don't interfere with his classes. I've prepared a lot. Hanzo retracted his gaze and returned to the inn, but was attracted by a shout. That seems to be the Sand Village hero Yekang. Hanzo looked around calmly and saw Yekang without any disguise at the corner of the street. This look is definitely right, it's the Sand Village hero with Scorch release. A ninja of her level would actually come to listen to the lecture of the ninja master. The wandering ninjas were extremely surprised. Yekang's level was already very strong in their eyes, and he was an untouchable big shot. Hanzo was disdainful in his heart. Yekang was nothing. Even the demigod Hanzo came here out of curiosity. Hanzo estimated that if he didn't disguise himself, the headlines of the ninja world tomorrow would be him and the ninja master. However, the content would probably not be very friendly to him. After all, as a ninja master, he came to listen to the lecture, which was obviously proof that he was defeated. Yekang noticed the gazes and subtle discussions of the people around her, but she didn't care. Most of the people here were just ants that could be crushed to death at any time for her. Huangtu, why is he in the rain country again? Hanzo found Huangtu, who was also not disguised. The wandering ninjas around gasped when they found Huangtu. Huangtu's reputation was no less than Yekang's, and because of his identity as the son of Tsuchikage, his reputation was even greater. Iwa Fist Huangtu is here too. Will there be other big shots here who are just disguised or not showing up? Someone speculated boldly. Hanzo returned to the hotel silently. It's so lively. It's worthy of being the kamikaze ninja. There are so many ninjas who respond to the call. If they can all join the ninja sect, the strength of the ninja sect will at least increase several times. Yahiko, who was standing on a high place and patrolling, sighed. Working with Mu, Yahiko found that he had too many shortcomings. It was too difficult for the original Akatsuki organization to grow to the level of the ninja sect. Well, this should be impossible. Even wandering ninjas will not join a certain organization so easily. Nagato thought for a while and replied. And there are many ninjas in the ninja village, whether from the perspective of personal interests or... Haha, of course I know, it's just a joke. Yahiko interrupted and put his hand on Nagato's neck and laughed. He is not so naive, and it is not so powerful to strengthen the ninja clan. But Nagato, you have really changed a lot, and you feel more and more powerful. Yahiko praised. The previous Nagato was very dull, and he had to take the initiative to find topics before Nagato could give a little response. And now Nagato can not only talk, but also talk clearly. Everyone is, after all, there is a doctor. Bakpan replied to the distance. It may not be enough to say that Mu changed the rain country now, but Mu did change them and made them all better. Yes, it's great that everyone is moving in a good direction together. Yahiko opened his arms and stretched his body and smiled. If we talk about who in the ninja clan recognizes Mu the most, Yahiko must be one of them even if he is not the absolute number one. In order to avoid problems in the ninja clan, he even disbanded the Akatsuki organization that carried his growth and dreams. The next day, in the open space of the ninja clan base, the long-awaited ninja master class is about to begin. There is no gorgeously decorated venue, no tables and chairs, and even Miyu, the lecturer, only has a slightly higher platform so that others can see him. Even though the conditions are simple, most ninjas have no complaints. It is reasonable for the famous ninja master, Kazuo Akari, to stand together. This is Kazuo Akari who defeated the demigod Hanzo. He looks so young, and looks at most 30 years old. Yes, such a young strong man actually didn't show any news before defeating Hanzo. He is really hidden. Some ninjas are discussing Muyu's achievements. I don't know what he will talk about, especially basic ninjutsu. Degree superscript 2 fire escape is restrained by water escape. Normally, he should be the best at fire escape, so he will do this, so maybe he will talk about fire escape. Some people are also curious about the content of the next lecture. Han Zhang heard the discussion of others, and he looked straight at the podium expressionlessly. Muyu stood on the podium and opened his white eyes to take a simple look below. Including the ninjas of the ninja clan, there are probably more than 1,000. Among them, the ninjas of the surrounding small ninja villages and the idle ninjas from various places are the main ones, and there are fewer ninjas from large ninja villages. This number is within Muyu's expectations. After all, it is the Third Ninja World War, and there are not many ninjas with free time, and I don't think they will have time. If it is a peaceful period, the number of people will be more. Since there are many people, Muyu did not use the appraisal to look at them one by one, but looked at the panels of those ninjas with stronger chakras. Name, Huang Tu. Chakra, 68,000. Skills, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, 4,000/15,000, Earth Escapee Fist Rock, Mastery Level, Earth Escapee Mountain Earth Technique, Mastery Level. After confirming that there was no problem, Muyu began to teach. Hello everyone, I will teach you from now on. Please try to keep quiet. Muyu said in a loud voice, and at the same time released his own momentum to a certain extent. As a world where individual power exists, the strong will be respected. In order to prevent unnecessary troubles, Muyu does not mind letting some people know the amount of gold of Ninja Master before the lecture. The powerful chakra swept the entire in the open space, some of the closer Chunins turned pale and were shocked. What a strong aura! Yekeng was secretly shocked. As Muyu explained the truth with a pleasant face, the whole place became quiet, no one chatted anymore, and everyone looked at Muyu. The course will last for 7 days in total, and the main content includes chakra nature changes and form changes, ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc. Muyu explained simply. In order to hit the S-level advanced course reward, Muyu spent a lot of effort in preparing for the class, because in addition to the number of students, the quality of the course will also affect the final score. The audience came from different ninja villages from all over the world. In order to take care of everyone, Muyu must talk about content that is useful to most people. Such a wide range of content, is this really okay? Huang Tu was a little surprised. He thought Muyu would teach his best fire escape, but now it sounds like Muyu is ready to talk about everything. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the nature change of chakra. Muyu began to give a formal lecture. Many ninjas below nodded. Except for the rare case of Might Guy, most ninjas would focus on the change of nature as the focus of their training. The stronger the change of nature, the stronger the ninjutsu. After all, physical ninjas are a minority. Earth can control the earth and change the hardness of all things. Muyu made a seal to create an earth pillar around him. Wind can make your chakra thin and sharp like a blade, which can cut objects. Muyu put his hand on the earth pillar, and the wind blade surged out of his palm, instantly cutting the pillar into large stones. Lightning has a strong penetrating ability and is also suitable for diffusion. A piece of lightning smashed the stone into a pile of small stones. The characteristics of fire are temperature and burning. The dazzling high-temperature flames gushed out from Mu Yu's hands, adding more charred black to the gravel. Water chakra is easy to deform and suitable for various forms. After entering the water attribute chakra nature change, Mu Yu waved his hand to create a stream of water that he could knead. Under Mu Yu's control, the water stream turned into a soft whip and a sharp sword. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu completed the demonstration of 5 chakra nature changes and explained their characteristics. It's amazing. Although you didn't say much, every sentence is the essence. A ninja below sighed in his heart. He practiced the wind attribute chakra nature change. He felt that no matter how much the teacher said before, it was actually thin and sharp in essence, and went deeper in this direction. Is that all? Ye King felt a little bored. Although Mu Yu's explanation was good, for a ninja like her, these were basic knowledge. We all know that there is a restraint relationship between the properties of chakra. Using the restraint relationship well can gain an advantage in battle. This is the important reason why we need to continue to study the changes in chakra properties. As long as your level of property change is high enough, the restraint relationship is not absolute, and fire escape can also suppress water escape. The ninjas nodded, and the ninja master was very angry because he used fire escape to defeat Hanzo in the battle with Hanzo, proving his super high level of fire escape. Hanzo had a stern face. Although Mu Yu did not say his name, he felt that he was named. As Mu Yu gradually went deeper, Hanzo became more serious. He wanted to know how he lost that day. He had the advantage of rainy days, but he still lost to Mu Yu, who was good at fire escape. Halfway through, Mu Yu felt that it was difficult to understand just by talking, so he asked the crowd to step back a little, entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, compressed the chakra and bounced a spark towards the ground. I will randomly select a ninja to try to put it out with water. Mu Yu's eyes swept across the crowd. Hanzo frowned and lowered his head slightly to reduce his presence, while the ninjas around him were eager to try. This was a chance to meet the ninja master. Please ask the friend with the mask to come up and try. Mu Yu pointed at Hanzo and said. Hanzo. He seriously suspected that Mu Yu had recognized him, otherwise why did so many ninjas pick him? You are so lucky, you got it with a 1 in 1,000 chance. The surrounding ninjas said to Hanzo with envy. Hanzo was speechless, he just felt that his luck was ruined. Hanzo walked towards Mu Yu expressionlessly, he thought it might be a coincidence, he had a strong ability to disguise, and he had not communicated with Mu Yu, so he should not be recognized. Now that so many people are paying attention, it would be a bit abnormal for him to refuse, and Mu Yu might discover his true identity. In order not to be on the headlines of the ninja world tomorrow, Hanzo did not want to be exposed. What's your name? Mu Yu asked Hanzo with a smile. Hattori. Hanzo answered casually. If you have mastered water escape, you can try to put out the fire with water escape. If you don't have water escape, we have a water pipe for you to use. Mu Yu introduced the rules of interaction. Hanzo nodded and looked at the high-temperature flame. This flame was very unusual. When Hanzo came over, he could clearly feel that the temperature here was higher. Water escape, water wave. After thinking, Hanzo used a basic water escape to spit at the flame. Although he wanted to use water escape to put out the fire, it was very likely that he would. Hiss! The water that attacked the flame was evaporated at a high speed, while the intensity of Mu Yu's compressed flame did not decrease at all. Please use a stronger water escape. Mu Yu gave a new instruction. Hanzo used a little more strength, pretending to be struggling, and sprayed a thick stream of water towards the flame, but the result remained unchanged. Who else wants to try next? Mu Yu temporarily let Hanzo go and asked the crowd. Me. Choose me, I'm good at water escape. The ninjas all volunteered to try to extinguish Muyu's fire escape. Muyu used the appraisal technique to select a few ninjas with decent proficiency to let them try. The result was without exception, the water escape was dried up, while Muyu's flame was still burning. The ninjas who were listening to the class were all surprised, thinking that Muyu's fire escape was already inhumanly strong. It is indeed the case. The perfect fire chakra changes, coupled with the enhancement of the flame-breathing chakra mode, and Muyu also used compression techniques. Although this flame is not as good as the immortal Amaterasu, it is not something that ordinary water escape ninjas can deal with. Interesting. Yekeng showed an interested expression. This pure fire escape actually looks stronger than her burning escape. Muyu cancelled the ninjutsu, walked back to the podium, and started the lecture again, explaining the key points of the fire and water chakra changes in a simple and easy to understand way. Is the chakra escape also very strong? Hanzo had a terrifying guess after listening to the class. He listened to Muyu's explanation of water escape, and he actually had a lot of insights. It seemed that he did not do well in some aspects. It may also be that he has a solid foundation or rich theoretical knowledge. Hanzo guessed in his heart. Unknowingly, the time soon reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When Muyu said it was time for a half-time break, many ninjas realized that 4 hours had passed. Even the ninjas who were not practicing the nature change of water and fire chakra were fascinated by the lecture. On the one hand, Muyu explained well, and on the other hand, Muyu would extend the content and occasionally bring up other nature change contents. I really came to the right place. I didn't expect that this person would have such a deep understanding of the chakra. Yu Shinobi sighed. Although he was unable to fully understand some of the more advanced contents due to his limited level, he consolidated the foundation and clarified the future path at the same time, and the gains far exceeded his expectations. Yet, I don't know how things turned out like this. It feels like a chakra is too empty. Facing these former enemies and a large number of ninjas who have nothing to do with the ninja sect, Muyu can take such an attitude to teach seriously. He doesn't believe that Muyu will be what Hanzo advertised. SHH, don't talk nonsense. Rain Ninja quickly covered his friend's mouth and looked around, worried that there were Rain Ninja Anbu also at the scene. He was relieved to find that there was only the wandering ninja who had just interacted with the ninja master nearby. Just study hard in class, don't think about it. Although he also thinks Muyu is good, they are Rain Ninjas after all. It's okay to discuss a few words in private. If someone hears them in public, they may be labeled as spies. With such results in one class, the title of Ninja Master is indeed correct. Hanzo thought as he looked at the Rain Ninjas. Because he once wanted to eliminate the ninja sect, Hanzo carried out a series of negative propaganda against Muyu and the ninja sect in the Rain Ninja village. Now it seems to be useless, and it may even backfire on his reputation. After an hour's break, the class continued, and no ninja left. In the afternoon, Muyu chose the chakra nature changes of lightning and earth. There were too few wind attribute ninjas, so Muyu planned to teach them together with the yin and yang chakra nature changes the next morning. With the end of the afternoon class, lines of black words flashed across Muyu's panel. Complete an advanced class and start settlement. Evaluation, S. Get rewards, chakra nature change perception, fire attribute chakra nature change plus 10, water attribute chakra nature change plus 122, earth attribute chakra nature change plus 96, lightning attribute. Complete advanced class teaching for the first time and get skills, solve puzzles. With Muyu's full preparation, the impact was finally successful. The rewards of the S-level advanced class look similar to those of the intermediate class, but the understanding is replaced by perception, and the improvement of skills related to various nature changes is greater. Muyu can feel that its role is not as simple as more panel proficiency, but it is difficult to study it in detail when it is obtained for the first time. Muyu set his sights on the newly acquired skills. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another chapter later. The time is uncertain. You can read it tomorrow. I am stuck today, and I write slowly. I have to persevere for a while. I have been recommended recently, so I feel that I have to update more. Chapter 509 The Power of the Dancing Fire Dragon. Solving doubts. You are good at solving doubts for students, and your thinking will be more agile when thinking about students' doubts. Mu Yu showed a thoughtful look. The system's explanation was too concise. What is considered a student recognized by the solution? Have you listened to his lectures? Or do you have to admit from the bottom of your heart that you are Mu Yu's student? Or does Mu Yu have to admit in his heart that the other party is a student? Being good at solving doubts for students means that solving doubts has an effect similar to that of a professor, but it will only take effect when students have doubts. The second half is easy to understand, which is to speed up thinking about problems, but it is limited to students' doubts. Mu Yu felt the skill of Deshuju is a bit like teaching and enlightenment stitched together. The first half is limited to teaching, and the second half is limited to enlightenment. Mu Yu thought carefully and felt that these three skills are strong in their own ways, and it is not easy to compare. Tomorrow morning's course is still about chakra property changes, and we will talk about wind attribute, yang attribute, and yin attribute respectively. Mu Yu collected his thoughts and made a preview of the next day's teaching. The achievement reward has been brushed out, but the S-level settlement reward of the advanced course is very good. Mu Yu will try his best to teach these 7 days of courses. He is proficient in even yin and yang attributes. How did he practice? Hearing that Mu Yu was going to explain 3 more chakra property changes, Hanzo was very confused. If Mu Yu was the same age as him, it would be fine. The key is that Mu Yu doesn't look old. How can she have so much time to practice so many abilities? Han Zhang was originally ready to leave, because once his identity was exposed, it would be very embarrassing. But Hanzo really wanted to listen to Mu Yu's explanation of the yin and yang chakra properties, so he planned to stay for another day. It would be nice if it was a ninja from the village of Iwagakur. Huang Tu looked regretful. After listening to Mu Yu's class, Huang Tu thought that Mu Yu alone could be compared to a ninja unit of 1,500 people. Mu Yu's strength is equal to 500 ninjas, and Mu Yu's teaching ability is equal to 1,000 ninjas. It's a pity that there is no if. Now the ninja clan in the Rain country is similar to the Rain ninja village. Mu Yu is equivalent to another Hanzo. They can't invite Hanzo to join Iwagakur, and Hanzo can't agree to them. If I entrust Iwagakur to help, will he agree? Huang Tu thought of a good way. Although Mu Yu can't join Iwagakur, Iwagakur can ask Mu Yu to help by entrusting tasks. Huang Tu kept this idea in mind and reported it to Onoki when he was about to report the task. Iwagakur has a plan to use the ninja clan to wear down Konoha's power, which involves Iwagakur's ninja war plan, and Huang Tu can't decide for himself. Can you use fire style to fight me? Ye King walked up to Mu Yu and asked. Since he had only learned it for 1 day, and Ye King himself was a well-known figure in the ninja world, Ye King only called Mu Yu senior instead of teacher. I have mastered the bloodline limit called Scorch style, which can release very high temperature flames. I want to see the fire style that defeated the demigod. With the idea that he was already here, Ye King wanted to see Mu Yu's fire style in battle. Ye King's words made the scattered crowd stop and look at Mu Yu. Han Zhang's face darkened. If he didn't mention it, he would die? How could he beat others? Okay. Mu Yu thought about it and agreed. For the ninja clan that wanted to make a big splash in the Rain country, it was a good thing for the leader to have more achievements and a better reputation. And with his current strength, beating Ye King was a piece of cake. The ninjas all showed excitement, seeing with their own eyes the ninja master, and the ninja master. After all, the strong men of this level are the most secretive when doing tasks, and they can't be seen at all. If they are seen during the war, they are doomed, and they may become enemies. The ninjas retreated to the battlefield that was large enough for the two to perform, and watched the two from a distance. I don't know how long this sand village hero can last. It shouldn't be less than 3 minutes. After all, he is a famous strong man in the sand village. No one thought that Yekeng could beat Mu Yu, and everyone was discussing when Yekeng would lose. Even other sand villages were not optimistic about their own strong men. After all, Yekeng's reputation was outside, and even the demigod was defeated by his reverse attribute. Go ahead. Mu Yu said. Yekeng nodded without being polite, and directly condensed the chakra of his whole body to use the blood limit with all his strength. Scorch release, oversteaming. 7 dark fireballs as big as heads quickly formed around Yekeng, and then under Yekeng's control, they smashed towards Mu Yu at a high speed. Mu Yu concentrated her breathing and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode in seconds to enhance her fire escape ability. Fire release, fire dragon dance. A huge amount of chakra gathered at Mu Yu's throat, and then all transformed into powerful fire attribute chakra under the amplification of the flame-breathing chakra mode. Mu Yu made a tiger seal, and then spit out a large piece of terrifying flames with extremely high temperature. Mu Yu in the flame-breathing chakra mode usually does not need to make seals, but Mu Yu is used to pretending to make seals after transforming into a vest. The fierce flames were constantly spit out by Mu Yu. Due to the fierceness of the fire and the extremely high temperature, the surrounding temperature soared rapidly, and the onlookers soon became sweaty. That's the technique. Hanzo stared at Mu Yu. At that time, Mu Yu used this ninjutsu to defeat him cleanly. Hanzo still can't forget the scene of that day. Because it was a rainy day, the sky was gloomy, and the fire escape released by Mu Yu brought a lot of light and heat, which was very dazzling. As the strongest water escape ninja in the current ninja world, he thought that he would not lose with the attribute advantage and weather advantage, and then his water escape was swallowed by Mu Yu's fire dragon dance. You are overestimating yourself. You want to challenge the fire dragon dance with this level. Kakuzu looked disdainful. When he fought with Mu Yu once killed 4 of his lives in 1 second with a fire dragon dance. I got to know Mu Yu better later. Kakuzu realized that Mu Yu had held back at that time. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's lack of killing intent, all 5 of his lives would have been lost. Is this a truly powerful person? The ninjas watching were sweating profusely. The pressure on Yekeng to face the dancing fire dragon head-on was imaginable. In every sense, it was full. The overwhelming flames rushed towards Yekeng. Yekeng controlled the burning escape flames to resist, but the gap was too big, and the burning escape flames soon dissipated in the sea of fire. Mu Yu's perfect fire attribute chakra plus the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, this level of attack was too much for Yekeng. The sea of fire split into 6 huge fire dragons that blocked all of Yekeng's escape directions. At this moment, Yekeng seemed to have seen his end of turning into ashes. But just when the fire dragon rushed in front of Yekeng, Mu Yu cancelled the ninjutsu, and the flames all over the sky dissipated. Instant kill, without a doubt, instant kill. Except for Hanzo, Kakuzu, and Huangtu who had seen the might of Mu Yu's fire dragon, the rest of the ninjas were all surprised. Although everyone knew about the ninja master, but hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes was different. If it was such a fire escape, it would be reasonable to defeat the demigod Hanzo who was best at water escape. Some ninjas seemed to see the figures of Mu Yu and Hanzo fighting fiercely in that terrifying fire escape. Yes, in terms of fire escape attainments, no one will be stronger than Hanzo. The surrounding ninjas agreed. It was outrageous to hear that Mu Yu defeated Hanzo with fire escape, but at the scene, it would be unreasonable if this fire escape could be easily extinguished by water escape like ordinary fire escape. Thank you for holding back, Hanzo. Yekeng thanked Mu Yu after he recovered. Because it was her initiative to ask for the battle, it didn't matter if Mu Yu hurt her, after all, it was her initiative to ask for it. No need to do that. Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. After returning to the shinobi base, Mu Yu tried to test the effect of the new skill of solving doubts. Mu Yu's method was very simple, that is, just write some large number multiplication and division calculations and give them to Nagato, and then let Nagato ask him if he didn't understand, and Mu Yu would do the questions and explain. Mu Yu then did a question that he had never given to Nagato, and compared his feelings, and naturally he could know whether Nagato was a student identified by the solution. The final test result was that the solution was triggered, and Mu Yu could clearly feel that he was much faster when doing the questions given to Nagato. In this case, does it mean that all disciples can be included in the scope of students of the solution? Mu Yu guessed in his heart. This possibility is very high, because the system obviously favors disciples, and it is impossible that the teaching skills rewarded cannot be used by disciples. However, since Obito and the others are in Konoha, Mu Yu can't test it for the time being. Next, Mu Yu began to test non-disciples. He first found Zionin and Yahiko, and the result was successful. They were also students recognized by Jahuo. Mu Yu also found several members of the ninja clan who had joined not long ago, but Jahuo failed to trigger. It seems that at least you have to study with me for a period of time before Jahuo can judge you as a student. Mu Yu finally came to the conclusion. Jahuo's judgment is relatively loose, and Mu Yu instantly thought of many ways to develop Jahuo. For example, if he judges Tsunade, who is helping him, as a student, then the speed of his development of Yang Seal will be accelerated. For example, the various breathing methods he wants to develop, if he assigns tasks to the disciples to think about during the lecture, then they can also become doubts, accelerating Mu Yu's research on breathing methods. However, as Mu Yu continued to test, he found a problem. If the doubts of the previous disciple were not resolved, the blessing of the next doubt would become smaller, and the effect would be almost zero after 5. Fortunately, there are conditions for triggering the puzzle-solving skill. Students must communicate with Mu Yu. Only when students have puzzles and Mu Yu has ideas to solve puzzles can it be truly triggered. Otherwise, students can trigger puzzles by just saying a few words, which makes this skill useless. In addition, there are also skills to solve puzzles. For example, if a student asks how to become the strongest in the ninja world, Mu Yu only needs to make a training plan for him to successfully solve the puzzle, instead of requiring the student to really become the strongest. Chapter 510 Pokemon Evolution. Rain Country. Near the ninja clan base. Today is the second day of unlimited lectures. None of the ninjas who listened to the first day's course chose to leave, and all chose to stay and continue the class. Whether it was the lowest level wandering ninja or the famous strong man in the ninja world like Huang Tu Yekang, they all made the same choice. Nothing else, the second day's course was too tempting, with content about the changes in the nature of yin and yang chakras. The changes in the chakra properties of yin and yang are different from the changes in the properties of the 5 elements. The yin and yang properties are more special. Most of the secret techniques in the ninja world are related to the yin or yang properties, which is enough to prove its specialness. Mu Yu's yin and yang chakra property changes are not very proficient compared to other chakra property changes. The yang property is just over 4,000 proficiency at the mastery level, and the yin is less than the yang, only more than 3,000 proficiency. But this is compared with himself. In fact, for the ninjas identified by Mu Yu, his yin and yang chakra property changes have surpassed most of the ninjas in the ninja world. Even the Ino Shikacho who specializes in the family secrets is not more proficient in yin and yang chakra property changes than him. With his level, and the blessing of the professor, there are no yin dun yang dun masters on the scene, which is enough to complete the course that satisfies everyone. Yesterday we said that the wind attribute can make our chakra like a blade. Sharp, then the direction of improving the wind attribute is actually very simple: keep making your chakra thinner, the thin blade will be sharper, because the power is concentrated at one point, it can cause stronger pressure on the object being cut. Although he knew that everyone was looking forward to the yin-yang chakra attribute, Mu Yu still talked about the wind attribute first as planned. After all, although there are few wind-style ninjas, they are still people. Mu demonstrated while talking. He first shredded paper, then shredded wood, and then shredded stones. In the end, Mu used the wind attribute chakra to cut a solid iron block. It seemed that there was no object that could not be cut in front of Mu's powerful wind escape. Compared with the change of yin-yang attribute chakra properties, Mu's wind attribute chakra property change proficiency is high, almost 9,000 proficiency levels. The few wind-style ninjas below listened to Mu's explanation attentively. Wind-style ninjas are rare, and powerful wind-style ninjas are even rarer. It is not easy to have the opportunity to hear the explanation of a powerful ninja like Mu. Even the ninjas in the Sand Village, which have the most wind-style ninjas, are the same. A Sand Village genin wanted to ask the Jonin teacher about Mu's wind attribute level, but found that his teacher shut up after taking notes and took out a small notebook. About an hour later, Mu finished explaining the changes in the nature of wind-style chakras and began to explain the changes in the nature of yin and yang chakras that all ninjas were looking forward to. Creating form from nothingness is yin, and giving life to form is yang. Mu said the essence of yin and yang attributes. Therefore, most of the secret arts related to the spirit are yin-style chakras, and the secret arts related to the body are yang-style chakras. Mu's 2 sentences let all ninjas know the essence and manifestation of yin dun and yang dun. Of course, this alone cannot reach the quality of S-level courses. Then Mu explained various yin dun secret techniques based on his own understanding, such as controlling shadows, creating illusions, or connecting the mind. The A-level evaluation reward for the intermediate course is various secret techniques. Mu also practiced some at that time and has some understanding of this aspect. He is really proficient in the 7 chakra attributes. Does he have any ninjutsu to keep his youthful face? Hanzo's heart was shocked. Mu's detailed explanation clearly showed that she really had a lot of knowledge, and she might have mastered a lot of yin-tun and yang-tun ninjutsu secrets, which made Hanzo suspicious of Mu. He thought that Mu might have some special secrets to maintain her appearance, and she didn't look as young as she did, and her actual age might be about the same as him. Even the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was extremely famous and known as the professor of ninjutsu, was not so exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only proficient in the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already a rare ninjutsu genius in the ninja world. Even if Mu could surpass him, it shouldn't be too outrageous. Even Hanzo was so surprised, not to mention other ninjas. They wrote to their friends during the lunch break to let them come to the get out of class if they had nothing to do. If they missed it, there might not be a next time. After the afternoon class, the rewards were settled again. Complete an advanced class. Evaluation, S. Awards, Chakra Nature Change Perception, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 60, Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 55, Wind Attribute. As the information appeared, Mu had a variety of chakra nature change perceptions in his mind. In addition to single nature changes, there were also new perceptions of fusion chakra nature changes such as wood release and ice release. Mu looked at the proficiency of all his chakra nature changes. Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level, 621/80,000, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 10600/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 8,960, Lightning Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 7,000, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 6,400, Yang Attribute. The proficiency increases very slowly after the perfect level. Even though Mu has obtained the perfect level Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change for quite some time, the proficiency is still not very impressive. Mu seriously doubts that the 6-path sage can only be the change of the nature of the perfect level chakra, not above the perfect level. It is so difficult for him to upgrade the system. The difficulty of upgrading is too outrageous. Moreover, Yu can feel that the nature of the perfect level fire attribute chakra changes very strongly. If the other attributes reach the perfect level, it is likely that he can directly rub the seeking jade with his hands. The seeking jade is already a product of the 6th path level. It is difficult for Yu to imagine what it looks like above the perfect level. You know, even in the 4th Ninja World War of the Gods, the seeking jade is a powerful means. Tomorrow's whole day of classes are all ninjutsu, not ninjutsu of a certain attribute. I will analyze the essence of ninjutsu and explain it. Yu made a preview of the next class. Hanzo, who was preparing to return to the Rain Village, hesitated. This sounded no worse than the yin and yang nature, and it might even be better for improving strength. Listen to it for another day tomorrow. I will return to the village the day after tomorrow. Anyway, there is nothing to deal with. Hanzo thought to himself. The ninjas who were listening to the lecture chose to stay, and because of the spread of Yu's lecture, other ninjas who were not interested also rushed to the Rain Country, making the area around the ninja clan base even more lively. The ninja should charge them tuition. Ninjas are very rich. If they charge 1,000 taels a day, they can easily make 1 million taels a day. Kakuzu said with regret. For normal ninjas, 1,000 taels is not money at all. It may be spent on replenishing ninja tools. That is to say, Kakuzu does not have Yu's teaching ability. If it were Kakuzu, he would definitely charge at least 10,000 per person, and easily earn tens of millions of taels a day, which is faster than what he earns as a bounty hunter. Then we will provide food and accommodation, and the price can be raised. This is all money. Kakuzu seemed to see countless cute banknotes burning into nothingness in front of him. Yu smiled lightly and said nothing. Although ninjas have money, once there is a threshold, a group of people will be stopped. For Yu who wants to hit the lecture reward, the threshold is undoubtedly an obstacle. Minister Kakuzu, although we didn't make money, we have earned a lot of reputation from the Mu sect. The Sand Village hero Yekeng respects us very much. I have also seen some Sand Village senior ninjas taking notes seriously in the class. These are the hidden wealth of our ninja sect. When we arrive in the east, our ninja sect will have less trouble. Nagato said seriously. He believed that Yu's actions must have their significance. After careful consideration, he found that Yu was actually playing a big game. I understand the truth, but do you know that the ninja clan is going to run out of money? Kakuzu sighed. Although the current status of the ninja clan is equivalent to another Rain ninja village, the daimyo is not stupid and it is impossible for him to pay double the money, so the ninja clan only has an official status and does not have financial support from the daimyo of the Rain country. The ninja clan was not rich to begin with, and in the past 2 months, it has been conducting full-time special training for all its members, which has directly exhausted the already limited funds. Kakuzu even paid a little out of his own pocket. Nagato was confused. He had never managed money and rarely considered this aspect. However, Nagato still knew that this was a very serious problem, because Nagato had a period of wandering, and that wandering life made Nagato realize the importance of money. Although I can still hold on for a while with my savings, I have to have various expenses in the East. As a ninja organization with the goal of world peace, this state is very unhealthy. Kakuzu said bluntly. He doesn't mind spending money, but from the perspective of the development of the ninja clan, this is prone to problems. Hiss, it's so hard to make money. Yahiko wanted to ask the ninja clan ninja to commission tasks, but then he immediately rejected his idea. Although doing tasks is the mainstream way for ninjas in the current ninja world to make money, the ninja clan has to do things when they go to the east, and at most they can only let some ninjas do commissioned tasks. As a new force, it is also difficult for them to accept high-quality tasks with high commissions. Yahiko was also a leader of a ninja organization, and he knew how difficult it was to commission tasks. For example, his Akatsuki organization only made a little money to maintain the daily operations of the organization. If it weren't for the members who were all doing it for love, it would be difficult to continue. As for money, I can subsidize some of it personally. Mu Yu thought about it and replied. He did a lot of high-level tasks in Konoha, and he didn't spend much money on weekdays, so he had some savings. Then I have an idea that can make money and is conducive to the development of the rain country. Kakuzu showed an interested expression. Although Mu Yu has always been pragmatic and not boastful, this time is different from the past. Mu Yu can't make more money than him. I will use my ninjutsu as a reward to hold a young ninja competition. The top 3 will have ninjutsu as a reward, and the first prize will be Fire Dragon Dance. Then I will collect entry fees and ticket fees, and then collect rental fees from merchants. Do you think it can make money? Mu Yu looked at him and asked. Kakuzu followed Mu Yu's thoughts and found that it can really make money, and it can even show the overall strength of the ninja sect to a certain extent to attract high-quality commissions. And because it is a young ninja competition, the first prize will never be taken away, because they have Nagato, and Kakuzu doesn't believe that other ninja villages have stronger young ninjas than Nagato. You didn't think about it a long time ago? Kakuzu couldn't help asking. The more he thought about it, the more he found that Mu Yu's actions were actually connected. First, he gave unlimited lectures to expand his reputation and prestige, and then greater reputation would make the competitions held by Mu Yu more attractive. Mu Yu smiled but said nothing. He had memories of another world. Although most of them were useless memories, there were some that could be learned from. That is, the communication technology in the current ninja world is not yet developed, otherwise Mu Yu could still sell a wave of TV broadcasting rights. At that time, seats can also be charged different fees according to their quality. Those daimyo and nobles like to sit in the first row close to the seats, so they are sold at a higher price. Kakuzu has already begun to think about how to make more money. He didn't need to think about it to know that this competition would definitely cause a huge wave in the ninja world, and there would be countless participants. After all, thousands of ninjas saw Mu Yu perform the Fire Dragon Dance to kill Yekeng in seconds yesterday. Kakuzu put himself in his shoes. If he was not a member of the ninja clan, but a bounty hunter, he would have to come to participate in the competition disguised as a teenager. Even if he couldn't learn this extremely powerful fire escape, he could sell it for a high price. Even though Charmander was quite satisfied with his body, Obito still took Charmander to exercise and reduce his belly. And Obito found a perfect exercise method. That is, he hypnotized Charmander with Sharingan. When Charmander was about to complete a day's training, Obito would use his 3 Magatama Sharingan to hypnotize Charmander, making it feel that it still had 1/3 of its training to do. In this way, Charmander felt that it was still the same as the original training volume, but actually exercise more, win-win. Of course, no matter how you think, the body is still tired. Charmander once felt that his body was getting weaker and he was tired every day. Charmander, Charmander. Charmander frowned and told the translator about his suffering. I don't know if it's fat or eating too much, it's so tired. You must be tired after practicing for so long now, maybe you'll get used to it. Zoroya comforted. Charmander. Charmander looked at Zoroya in confusion, his training time was the same as before. How could it not change? I feel like you're on par with Ryalu. Zoroya complained. You should rest more. You're so diligent, Shisui might think I'm lazy. Zoroya hopes that Charmander can return to his previous state. Charmander stared at Zoroya with wide eyes, and a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. This is not right. Charmander took Zoroya to confront Obito and asked what was going on. Zoroya, you are wrong, right? It has always been this amount of training. Obito wanted to put the blame on Zoro. Really? Then I'll ask Main Rock. Zoro was going to find Rock Dog, who was at odds with Obito, to testify. Obito's forehead was sweating. If the matter got out of hand, he didn't know how Nohara-rin would view it. Although he was doing it for Charmander's good, hypnosis and training were a bit inhumane. Obito just wanted to help Charmander lose weight and then resume normal training. Well, in order to help you lose weight, I actually hypnotized you with the Sharingan. Your recent training volume is 1/3 more than usual. Obito, who wanted to make a small matter, told his method of committing the crime, hoping that Charmander could understand his painstaking efforts. Zorua looked at Obito in surprise and then in awe. Compared with Obito, his pranks were a bit unpresentable. Charmander's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Obito in disbelief. There were such evil people in the world. A burst of anger rushed straight to Charmander's head, and the unwillingness and anger stimulated the power of its body. Ah! Charmander roared, and a white light even brighter than when it was hatched burst out from its body. This sudden burst of fierce and dazzling white light attracted the attention of all the disciples in the southern forest, and they all looked towards Obito. Aren't all the ninja beast eggs hatched? Why is there still white light? Kakashi was a little confused. Although a new disciple was added, he didn't remember Miyu giving Yamato a ninja beast egg, and Yamato had never taken it out. Obito, what happened? Nohara-rin walked to Obito and asked curiously. Ahaha! Obito laughed awkwardly and his mind turned rapidly to think about countermeasures. Obito was also confused now. It couldn't be that Charmander was too angry and turned into an egg again in anger. What is that? Yamato scratched his head and couldn't understand the current situation. He came too late and had never seen the scene of Pokemon eggs hatching. Before Obito could think of a good reason, all the disciples in the South Forest came to Obito and stared at the white light. P.S. There will be another chapter later, the time is not fixed. I have been confused recently. When I think about the extra and subsequent plots, I have a lot of ideas, but the plot and necessary transitions during this period are very stuck. Chapter 511 Obito's Hell. The white light gradually dissipated, and Obito saw the little Charmander who had changed a lot. The skin of Charmander was different from the orange color of the little Charmander period. It was more fiery red. At the same time, the short limbs before also grew bigger and stronger. The palms grew sharp claws, and the mouth became pointed, like a bird's beak. However, what surprised Obito the most was that the top of the Charmander's head grew a horn-like protrusion, which he thought was very handsome. Is this a little Charmander? Nohara-rin was a little uncertain. She saw a little Charmander in the morning. Even if it grew fast, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. The little Charmander was only about 0.6 meters before, and the current Charmander Nohara-rin estimated that it was more than 1 meter. Kakashi couldn't quite understand what was going on. It was obviously Obito's Charmander, but the white light flashed as if it had grown secretly for 2 years. Kakashi looked at Miyu with a curious eye. This was the ninja egg Miyu gave them. Miyu would probably know the reason. This is evolution. Miyu explained. Some creatures change their appearance after growing to a certain extent. Caterpillars can pupate and then transform into butterflies. Your ninja beasts have similar abilities. After evolution, ninja beasts will become more powerful, and their appearance will also change more or less. Kakashi could understand, but not completely. He knew that insects pupate and become butterflies, but why would a creature like Charmander have something similar to a caterpillar? That means Charmander is stronger. Obito extracted key information and his expression became excited. Although he didn't know what happened, he felt that his Charmander suddenly had the results of 2 years of hard work. Well, you can say that. Miyu nodded. Not to mention that he has mastered more skills and has become stronger. Just in terms of chakra, Charmeleon's chakra surged the moment it evolved. What will Xiaomei look like when she evolves? Nohara-rin asked curiously. She applied the transformation from Charmander to Charmeleon to Uzumaki, and found that it didn't seem to work very well. The change will be huge, no less than an insect turning from a cocoon into a butterfly. Muyu didn't tell him all the information. He thought it would be best for Nohara Lin to train Uzumaki in its current state. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Nohara Lin's eyes sparkled and she showed smile. This smile that seemed to be glowing attracted Obito deeply, and he patted his chest and said, Xiaolin, let's work together, Xiaomei will definitely evolve soon. Charmander was hatched with Xiaomei. If Charmander has evolved, Xiaomei should be soon. Kakashi shook his head. He thought that the difficulty of evolving different ninja beasts should be different. He was the first to hatch. According to Obito, his rock dog should evolve first. Fire! Charmeleon bent his arms and felt his sudden increase in strength. Then it set its sights on Obito. The Uchiha brat, who was born evil, dared to bully it like this. It couldn't stand it. Charmeleon, Charmeleon. Charmeleon suppressed his inner irritability and told the translator next to him his request. Everyone, disperse quickly. Charmeleon is going to seek revenge on Obito. Zoroya jumped on Shisui's shoulder and shouted. Kakashi immediately dodged and left. He felt that something was wrong with Obito from the beginning. Yamato saw Kakashi leave and followed him. Shisui silently took Zoroark aside to observe the situation. Nohara Rin saw that everyone had dispersed, so she followed him to the side. Before Obito could react to what was going on, he and Charmeleon were the only ones left on the open space. Charmeleon. Charmeleon opened his mouth and spit out wisps of flames to count Obito's crimes. It's okay to often distort my thoughts, but you also use illusions to deceive me. Obito, you are extremely evil. 3 months in the east and 3 months in the west, don't bully the weak. Bang! Shisui held Zoroark in his arms and hit Zoroark on the head with a knife, saying speechlessly, have you read ninja novels recently? Don't talk nonsense to Charmander. Don't bully the weak, it's not Charmander's tone at first glance. Hehe, it's mainly because the atmosphere is right. Zoroark rubbed his head against Shisui and laughed. I was indeed wrong to use illusions. Obito admitted that he was a little bit inhuman in training. But I did that for your own good. After all, you still feel the same amount of training time, but you actually get better training. Obito really thought hard for a long time before he came up with this hypnosis training method. Ah! Charmeleon made a dissatisfied cry. Obito's hypnosis couldn't eliminate its physical fatigue. There's no point in talking more. Feel my flames. Zoroya continued to translate. Are you sure you want to challenge me? I won't show mercy in a fight. Obito didn't think that a few-month-old ninja beast could cause him any trouble. Charmeleon nodded. It felt uncomfortable if it didn't beat Obito up. Maybe Obito's starting point was good, but Charmeleon hoped that Obito wouldn't start. Although he's not very smart, that guy is really good at fighting. Zoroya looked at Charmeleon and reminded him, as if asking if he could win. Buzz! Charmeleon's nostrils blew white smoke and responded with a confident expression. The little Charmander who was bullied and powerless to resist has died, and the next one to appear is the powerful Charmeleon. Since you are young, you should make the first move. Obito was ready to let Charmeleon make a move. Charmeleon was not polite and immediately activated the chakra in his body to launch a skill. Smoke screen. Charmeleon sprayed a large amount of grey mist from its mouth to cover Obito, and then burst out with all its strength to rush towards Obito. Obito didn't expect Charmeleon to have such a trick, and he was a little caught off guard. In the grey mist, Obito had no vision of Charmeleon at all. He didn't take it seriously and didn't prepare for defense, so he was kicked by Charmeleon accidentally. Charmeleon. Charmeleon showed a proud smile. It was just Obito, no problem at all, and victory was in sight. However, Obito silently opened his Sharingan and concentrated his breathing into the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito's 3 Magadama Sharingan broke through the thick smoke and saw Charmeleon's figure. When Charmeleon swung its claws at Obito, Obito grabbed Charmeleon's arm, then turned his back to Charmeleon and swung the arm he grabbed. Bang! Charmeleon was thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw. Charmeleon widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Obito could see it in the thick smoke. Charmeleon immediately opened his mouth and spit out flames at Obito. Obito was in the flame-breathing chakra mode at this moment. He could change the nature of the fire ninjutsu instantly without hand seals, and he also opened his mouth and spit out flames. The two flames collided with each other, and Obito's flame, which looked obviously thicker, overwhelmed Charmeleon. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the wind and waves caused by the explosion dispersed the smoke, revealing Obito standing and Charmeleon falling. Charmeleon! Charmeleon showed an unwilling expression. It didn't expect that the evil Obito had such a strong strength. Even if it evolved into Charmeleon, it would not be a match. Obito closed his Sharingan and exited the breath of flame chakra mode, laughing. Although he was knocked down by Charmeleon due to carelessness, no one should have seen it because of the black smoke. If no one saw it, it was the same as if it didn't happen. So Obito was still very happy. Not only did he not lose face, but his ninja beast became stronger. Obito's smile was seen by the fallen Charmeleon, so he was very happy. The humiliation in the heart was even stronger. Charmeleon questioned himself in his heart, is it going to stop here? What about the pride of Charmeleon? I must not fall down like this. The flame on Charmeleon's tail became more and more vigorous, and it felt that its strength had become stronger. Charmeleon burst out all its strength and suddenly jumped up to give Obito a fierce dragon collision, without any skills at all, relying on passion and brute force. Bang! Unexpectedly, Charmeleon stood up again and became stronger. Obito was knocked back 3 meters and fell to the ground. Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face. Is there anything more embarrassing than this, being beaten by a few-month-old ninja beast? Shisui turned around silently and pretended not to see it. Nohara-rin opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Maybe what Obito needs now is silence. Entei. After Obito quickly stood up, he silently re-entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, raised his hands and activated all the chakra, and a huge fireball over 10 meters appeared in Obito's hands. Obito stared at Charmeleon. He didn't dare to look anywhere else, for fear of seeing the mockery on Kakashi's face and the disappointment on Nohara-rin's face. The South Forest at this moment was like hell to Obito. If he had a choice, he really wanted to blow up the entire South Forest with a fire escape. Charmeleon. Looking at the huge fireball that was larger than a 3-story building, Charmeleon was dumbfounded. This was not right. At this time, Charmeleon looked at Obito again and suddenly felt that Obito was quite pleasing to the eye, and could understand Obito's good intentions. Obito took 2 steps towards Charmeleon with Entei. Charmeleon swallowed his saliva and wiped the hot sweat from his forehead. One man and one dragon looked at each other, and finally Obito cancelled Entei. Charmeleon took the initiative to help Obito pat off the dust on his body, looking like a harmonious good partner. In the future, I will definitely think more about your ideas and not misunderstand your meaning. Obito said with an apologetic look. When you need hypnosis next time, add less training, and then slowly increase it after you get used to it. Obito thought to himself that this time was indeed a profound lesson for him. Charmer. Charmeleon nodded with a touched look on his face. Wait until you evolve and become stronger before fighting. Charmeleon decided to be patient for a while before making a decision. Although I don't know what happened specifically, the result is very good. Nohara-rin smiled gently with her hands folded. Just now, she didn't say anything to stop him because she thought Obito would be measured. Obito really didn't disappoint her and didn't act too impulsively. Kakashi touched Rock Dog's head without commenting. He didn't know whether it was because Charm Leon had been with Obito for a long time or because he was born with this character. He inexplicably saw a shadow of Obito in Charm Leon. What will you look like when you evolve? Kakashi looked at Rock Dog, who was wagging his tail happily at him, and showed a thoughtful look. Kakashi didn't care much about the change in appearance after evolution. He was quite satisfied with Rock Dog now. What Kakashi cared about was the change in strength after evolution. Before its evolution, Charmander was at the bottom of the list because it was hatched late, but after evolving into Charm Leon, its strength increased instantly, and its abilities in all aspects skyrocketed, with its physical skills and ninjutsu becoming significantly stronger. Although Charm Leon would be beaten as long as Obito was serious, it could be considered an elite among the Jonin when Obito was at full strength. It was beyond Kakashi's expectation that Charm Leon, a ninja beast of a few months old, could achieve this. IWA. When IWA heard that Kakashi was curious about its evolutionary form, it immediately ran to practice and strive to evolve as soon as possible. Don't force yourself, just follow the normal steps. Kakashi reminded. Both his life and Iwa's life are just beginning, and Kakashi is not in a hurry. After Kakashi said this, IWA became more excited. Compared with Obito, IWA felt that it was great that Kakashi was his contractor. Shisui, don't use illusions to increase my training, or I'll be angry. Zoroark reminded. It doesn't want to be as confused and exhausted as Charm Leon. Bang! Shisui put his index and middle fingers together and tapped Zoroark's head gently. You should not use illusions to cause trouble to others. Obito's operation is too good, Shisui will not learn it. If he really needs to practice more, Shisui will at most explain the pros and cons to Zoroark clearly. Hee. Zoroark smiled and tried to get away with it. Nohara-rin walked to the pool to visit the clown. In fact, Nohara-rin had the idea of keeping the clown in the river, where there is more space and other aquatic creatures. However, Nohara-rin was worried that the clown would swim to other places because it didn't remember the way and be caught and eaten by people, so it was better to keep it in the pool for safety. Xiaomei, Charmander evolved today. I heard from Teacher Muihu that you can also evolve, and the change is huge, just like a worm turning into a butterfly. Xiaomei, will you grow wings like a butterfly after you evolve? Nohara-rin and the Uchiuyu in the water told what happened in the South Forest today. Uchiuyu stared at Nohara-rin blankly, and the dull eyes made it impossible to see what he was thinking. Xiaomei, you probably haven't seen caterpillars and butterflies, I'll draw them for you when I get home. Nohara-rin thought that Uchiuyu might not have seen many creatures on the shore because he was in the water every day, and added. When they were almost done resting, Nohara-rin gently stroked Uchiuyu's head, I'm going to practice. Kakashi and the others are so strong and they are still working hard. I can't give up. At least I have to protect myself in the battle's ability, so as not to cause trouble to them. Looking at Nohara-rin's departing back, the JoJo fish swam rapidly in the small pond. As a JoJo fish, this is the only way it can exercise, that is, to move more and exercise its body. Now it can't help Nohara-rin no matter what it does, and it can only make a little splash with all its strength. Only by evolving can it become Nohara-rin's helper and protect her. Chapter 512 Ninja Master. Rain Country. The third day of unlimited lectures. Due to the fermentation of the previous 2 days, more ninjas came to Rain Country to see if the ability of Ninja Master was as powerful as the legend, so the number of attendees increased further. Of course, the arrival of more people also increased the difficulty of managing the ninja sect. After all, there are only more than 100 ninjas in the ninja sect now, and it is still very challenging to manage thousands of ninjas. However, the ninjas who have listened to the 2-day class are worried that they will not be able to continue to listen to the class if they offend the ninja sect, so they are all very honest, so there is no chaos, and basically it is stopped as soon as it happens. Ninjutsu is a combination of chakra nature changes, chakra form changes, and chakra control. Yu concluded. Whether it is fire escape, water escape, or yin escape ninjutsu or yang escape ninjutsu, it is essentially the same. Euro. This is also why different people use the same ninjutsu so differently. Some people need to complete the hand seals when using ninjutsu, some can simplify the hand seals, and some people only need to make one hand seal or even no hand seals when using ninjutsu. Because they have different abilities to change their nature, their ability to control chakra, their understanding of ninjutsu itself, and so on. Yu's words made many people think. Most ninjas don't have such cognition. Because there are 3 types of situations in which ninjas initially come into contact with ninjutsu, the first is the ninja school, the second is the training system of the ninja clan, and the third is the teaching of the elders of the ninja family. For these 3 categories, no matter which one, the educator is at most an ordinary jonin, and in most cases it is a chunin. What is the level of a chunin? A chunin who learns the nature change of fire attribute chakra can do a great fireball and a fairy fire, which is quite excellent. What kind of general insights can he have? It's a pity that he didn't come the other day. The ninja who came to the rain country to attend classes on the 3rd day looked regretful. Just by Yu's first sentence, he knew he had come to the right place. Of course, this doesn't mean that we can develop ninjutsu by random combinations. Yu continued. Different chakra nature changes have different characteristics, such as the high temperature burning of fire, the cutting of wind, and the volatility of water. In terms of chakra nature changes, we can develop according to the characteristics of different chakra nature changes. For example, the nature of water attribute chakra changes, we can make it sharper and increase its penetration by changing the chakra form, or turn it into water mist to block the line of sight. Yu's experience in various ninjutsu is really rich. Although he has only practiced ninjutsu for more than 10 years, it is exaggerated if the practice memory instilled by the system is taken into account. Every time he obtains a new mastery level ninjutsu, Yu has a feeling that he has practiced that ninjutsu for several years or even more than 10 years. Although it is just an illusion, in fact, only 1 second has passed in reality, but the practice experience in Yu's mind is real. So no matter what ninjutsu, Yu can talk about it, and the content is solid and Yu summarizes new insights. This is a real ninjutsu professor. Hanzo sighed in his heart. At this time, he no longer minded his defeat to the ninja. Only half of the day's class was completed, and Hanzo could feel the ninja's palm-shaped chakra through the corner of the mountain. When a ninja is proficient in the 7 types of chakra nature changes and has a deep study of all ninjutsu, it is almost impossible for him to be restrained in battle, and he can always use the ability to restrain the opponent. Once Hanzo thought that the ninja was too powerful, so he used the restrained fire attribute ninjutsu to fight him. Now, it seems that the ninja thought that the fire attribute chakra was enough to defeat him, and there was no need to use other abilities. Hanzo showed a lonely look. It was very uncomfortable for him to understand this. He valued Kaitsu so much and regarded him as a great enemy. After being defeated, he struggled with himself countless times in his heart, but he found that Kaitsu didn't take him seriously at all and didn't fight with all his strength. Hanzo suppressed the extra emotions in his heart and continued to listen to the class. Things can be thought about later, but if he was distracted in class, Kaitsu asked him to repeat it. When the class was over, Hanzo prepared to return to the rain village. He had been away from the rain village for 3 days. It was time to go back. Tomorrow morning's class is still ninjutsu, but the content will be more about chakra control, and the afternoon is physical skills. Yu gave a preview as usual. Hanzo fell into thinking, and he said that he felt something was missing. It turned out that he hadn't finished yet. Since you have stayed for 3 days, stay for another half a day. Hanzo planned to leave tomorrow afternoon, at least to finish listening to the content of the ninjutsu part. It's like a novel with 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower, but you just missed the lower part. Even if there is no big loss, you will feel uncomfortable. The next afternoon, Hanzo was curious about the level of Miu Yu's physical skills, and planned to listen for a few minutes before leaving. As a result, he was shocked when he heard it. When he came to his senses, the afternoon class was over. Hanzo, you are the leader of the Rain Village, how can you be so good at it because of Miu Yu? You have forgotten the great wish of the rise of the Rain country, Bue. You have abandoned the affairs of the village. Have you forgotten the great wish of the rise of the Rain country? Hanzo reminded himself in his heart and made up his mind to leave immediately after listening to the class for a whole morning tomorrow. On the 5th day, I listened to the class for a whole day. On the 6th day, I listened to the class for a whole day. More and more people came and I didn't get a seat in the front. On the morning of the 7th day, Hanzo stood in front of the mirror in the hotel room and looked at himself in disbelief. He had not returned to the Rain Village once in 7 days. And it was not to carry out any important mission, but just to listen to the class. Now that things have come to this, let's listen to the class first. After finishing breakfast, Hanzo used the instant body technique to rush to the lecture area. The quality of each of Miu Yu's classes in the past 6 days has been extremely high. The condensed key points of Miu Yu's lectures have been recorded and spread, resulting in more and more ninjas coming here to catch the first position. They must go early to grab a good position in the front. Han Zhang's strength allows him to squeeze out a good position even if he goes late, but he doesn't want to expose his identity, so he also goes early to wait for the class to start. On this day, Miu Yu also stood on the podium of the lecture area much earlier, but Miu Yu did not start the lecture in advance. Although starting early takes care of those who come early, it will make those who like to come on time miss some of the content. Superscript 2I Excuse me, will there be such a lecture opportunity in the future? A ninja saw that Miu Yu had not spoken, so he plucked up the courage to ask. Yes, but the time has not been determined yet. Miu Yu thought for a while and replied. The evaluation rewards for advanced courses are very good. If conditions permit, Miu Yu will choose to do more. The current situation is that even if there are enough people, it is difficult for Miu Yu to do it for 3 months like the intermediate course. First of all, there is a limit on the content of the class. It must be very outstanding content, and the students must gain something in the class to get an S-level evaluation. If you teach advanced skills such as breathing methods and armed color secrets, the evaluation will definitely be able to easily pass the S-level, but those skills obviously cannot be taught randomly like this. The content of the lecture is actually very limited. Miu Yu's choice is to summarize his knowledge and then talk about it in a macro sense. The unlimited lecture can achieve this result because Miu Yu has been preparing for the class early, not just a sudden decision. The bag was on. Many ninjas were delighted when they heard Miu Yu's answer, whether they were wandering ninjas or ninjas from the ninja village. After all, no matter what their identities were, the guidance of a ninja of Miu Yu's level was rare. Of course, except for the ninjas of the ninja sect. In the current ninja sect, the possibility of getting Miu Yu's guidance is very high, but it may not be the main body. There should be more ninjas who want to join the ninja sect. If this goes on, the Rain country will soon be able to restore stability. Yahiko felt that he was one step closer to his dream. Since joining the ninja sect, he has been on the road to progress. Although he will encounter setbacks, it does not affect his pace of progress. It's great that the country of Japan established the ninja sect. Yahiko sighed, he knew very well who brought all this. Well. Nagato nodded in agreement and looked at Miu Yu. As the only person who knew Miu Yu's true identity, Nagato knew better how great Miu Yu was. Miu Yu was not even from the land of rain. He was from the land of fire and a ninja from Konoha, but he came to the land of rain to hide his identity and work hard again for peace. As a top powerhouse, and a top powerhouse from one of the 5 major ninja villages, Miu Yu could have lived a more relaxed and happy life. Miu Yu noticed Nagato's gaze and smiled back. When the time reached 9 o'clock, Miu Yu started the class on time. Although it was the last day, Yu did not hold any special ceremony and taught as usual. The ninjas who attended the class quickly immersed themselves in Yu's class and forgot about the last lesson. At the end of the class, someone smiled and agreed with his friends to get up early tomorrow to grab a good seat. All courses have ended. I hope everyone can gain something. €1. It was not until Yu smiled and announced the successful completion of the unlimited lecture that the ninjas remembered that it was the 7th day of the promotion period, which was also the last day. €1. I only listened for 2 days. €1. A ninja who came late was extremely regretful. €1. I don't know when the next lecture will be, and what exciting content will be there then. I am really looking forward to it. Some ninjas are also looking forward to Yu's future courses. A large number of ninjas bowed to Yu with a serious face and thanked him solemnly. Thank you for your teaching. Although Yu only taught them for 7 days, some of them even less than 7 days, they all felt that they were students of the ninja master. Because Yu's course really made them feel the value of the title of ninja master. Before attending the class, many people thought that the content of this unlimited lecture would be very ordinary. One secret technique is enough to make a ninja clan. Could there be a force that selflessly spreads advanced ninja knowledge unconditionally and without restrictions? But the facts proved that they underestimated the ninja master. Although Yu did not teach any specific ninjutsu or secret technique, the content he taught made many people feel that these contents were better than the so-called powerful ninjutsu and secret techniques. Not only did the ninjas feel that they were students of the ninja master, they were also proud of it. Among them, there are even some from the Rain Ninja Village. Ninja Hanzo used to choose to let his young opponent live because of his excellence. Such a demeanor made many ninjas respect and admire Hanzo. Compared with Hanzo, the behavior of the ninja master has undoubtedly reached a higher level. How can people not respect him? The ninjas influenced each other, and more ninjas bowed to Yu. Even Yekeng and Huang Tu bowed slightly to show respect. Hanzo looked at Yu, bowed slightly with a complicated expression, but did not make any sound. Yu's class made him gain something, and Hanzo had to admit it, but if Hanzo was asked to call him teacher, he couldn't do it. I remember you called Hattori, right? I have interacted with you before, why don't you say anything? The Rain Ninja next to him saw that Hanzo not only bowed slightly, but also didn't call him teacher, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hanzo. He really wanted to know what expression this Rain Ninja would show if he removed his disguise. However, Hanzo was not interested in competing with his subordinates, and it was not worth exposing him. The ninja clan will establish a formal headquarters in the eastern part of the Rain country recently. A youth ninja martial arts competition will be held at that time. Ninjas aged 18 and under can sign up to participate. The top ninjas can get rewards. The first prize is the Fire Dragon Dance. Other subsequent rewards will be announced together when the competition is about to begin. Yu announced. The ninjas below looked at each other in disbelief. Thousands of people here have seen Yu perform the Fire Dragon Dance and know how powerful this fire escape ninjutsu is. Defeat Hanzo's fire escape ninjutsu and you'll be the first. The Rain Ninja took a breath. Damn it, I'm just 19 years old this year. A ninja was surprised to find that he had exceeded the age of participating in the competition, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. The Fire Dragon Dance is a reward for the first place. I must report to my father. Huang Tu was also secretly surprised. He had witnessed Yu using Fire Dragon Dance to beat Hanzo, but he didn't expect that Yu would be so easy to give out such a powerful ninjutsu. Let's promote it when we return to the village. Although there are not many ninjas practicing fire style in the village, it's a good thing to be able to get it. Yekeng thought. If it weren't for his age, Yekeng would have wanted to do it himself. Hanzo's face darkened in surprise. He had a hunch that he was a ninja and the spread of the youth martial arts tournament to the entire ninja world. Hanzo really regretted it now. He didn't get anything by going against the ninja clan. He just made the Rain Village weaker and his reputation worse. Perhaps in a dozen years, he will no longer be famous in the ninja world as a demigod, but as a ninja. A ninja is really good at making money. This time he can make a lot of money. Kakuzu observed the expressions of the ninjas present and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Now these ninjas are not so simple as to be deducted from their gold coins. It seems that they want to beg the ninja clan to deduct their gold coins to make money from them. At this moment, the ninjas are stacks of moving banknotes in Kakuzu's eyes, which makes Kakuzu's slightly fierce eyes subconsciously soften a little. After the advertisement, the 7-day unlimited lecture was completely over. The ninjas who came to listen to the lecture dispersed, and the ninja clan ninjas also began to pack up and head to the eastern part of the Rain country. Miyu knew that it was difficult to deduct the daimyo's gold coins. On the one hand, the Rain country was not very rich, and on the other hand, the daimyo had to deduct gold coins for the Rain village. So Miyu made another request, which was to grant him a piece of land for the ninja clan to station. The nature of the land was similar to that of the ninja village, and everything in the local area was under the responsibility of the ninja clan. The daimyo of the Rain country directly waved his hand and approved 350 square kilometers of land for the ninja clan. It looks good, but it is not big, just a little bigger than the Death Forest in Konoha. The most fatal thing is that most of it is wasteland, and the only 2 or 3 villages are the kind that are too poor to pay taxes. Although there are many shortcomings, in Miyu's opinion, they are not unsolvable problems. If there are a lot of wastelands, then build them. Ninja infrastructure capabilities are not weak. If there is no money, then use the reputation of the vest to find ways to develop the economy. If there is a lack of population, it happens to be a ninja war. As long as you show your strength, someone will take the initiative to move to the resident of the ninja sect. Accepting refugees is also a way. Before moving to the east, the ninja sect ninjas had already built some simple habitable houses in the resident in advance. After arriving at the resident, the ninja sect ninjas began to conceive the name of the resident. This time it is a formal settlement, different from the previous temporary base. How about calling it Ninja Village? Yahiko thought that it could be called Ninja Village directly like those ninja villages. It doesn't feel very good. Zionin said honestly. She felt that Ninja Village sounded weird, and Xiao Ninja Village was more fluent than Ninja Village. Haha, it seems so. Yahiko repeated it several times in his mind and found that it was indeed not very nice. How about Peace City? Nagato thought for a while and said. Whether it was the former Akatsuki organization or the current ninja clan, their goal is peace, and with the ninja clan landing in the eastern part of the Rain country, it is bound to reorganize the eastern part and then radiate the entire Rain country. So Nagato thought it was a good name to use, peace, which embodied the dreams of all the ninjas in their ninja clan. Very good. Yahiko instantly understood Nagato's idea and praised. Why not call it Ninja Master City, so that everyone knows it is a place that attracts more ninjas who come here for its reputation, and it will be easier to make money. Many ninjas expressed their opinions. Some people think that their ninja clan is a ray of glory in the troubled times, and they can be called the Glorious City, while others like Kakuzu's simple and rough Ninja Master City. Miyu used the old method to vote for this. Since the ninja clan ninjas wanted Miyu to choose one, Miyu chose the Six Path City and joined the naming vote. The final voting result was that the Six Path City won with a large advantage. The votes for Nagato's Peace City and Kakuzu's Ninja Master City were almost the same, and basically no one voted for other names. After determining the name, the ninja clan ninjas began to build it enthusiastically, and the influence of Miyu's unlimited lectures was also spreading rapidly. The various condensed golden sentences that Miyu said in his lectures, the fire dragon dance that killed Yekeng in seconds, and the deeds of thousands of ninjas bowing and calling him a master, all spread in the ninja world. A large number of ninjas proved the value of the title of Ninja Master. Maybe he wanted to praise him, or maybe he was really a fan to the extreme. Some people even said that the six-path sage of Jianyi was the second six-path sage. Iwagakure. Tsuchikage Building, Tsuchikage Office. After listening to Huangtu's report, Onoki showed a surprised expression. Then I can't believe that even you have learned something from this. Onoki felt that at Huangtu's level, there was basically no way to teach him, and he could only rely on himself. He tried hard on Huangtu, but Huangtu just couldn't learn the blood elimination and light and heavy rock techniques. These abilities cannot be learned by hard work. It's not an exaggeration. On the last day of the course, all the ninjas praised Jianyi from the bottom of their hearts. He just has such a strong teaching ability. Huangtu said seriously. I think we can try to entrust him to help the village train ninjas. With his teaching ability, I think we can look forward to the final results. Onoki fell into deep thought. The ninja village is essentially a military organization. It is a bit abstract for a military organization to outsource the training of its members. Being subverted will cause very serious consequences. Let's try to contact them first and see what the ninja sect is willing to do. After thinking about the pros and cons in detail, Onoki felt that he could try it. First of all, according to the existing intelligence, the ninja sect is mostly composed of idealists. As the leader of the ninja is like this, so they are unlikely to help other ninja villages to subvert their Iwagakure ninjas. Then Onoki is not going to send the outstanding ninjas in the village at the beginning. He will first send the ninjas with the will of stone to test. The main reason is that Huangtu said Mu Yu was too powerful. Onoki felt that if it really worked, it would be worth it even if it was a little troublesome. After Huangtu left, Onoki began to check the information of the Iwagakure ninjas, looking for strong young men under the age of 18. Although there are few people practicing fire release in Iwagakure village, it is a profit if powerful ninjutsu is not allowed to other opponents. Iwagakure cannot help but fight for the youth martial arts tournament. One of Iwagakure Euro's current battle opponents, Konoha, has many ninjas who play with fire. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is even a master of playing with fire. Onoki does not want Konoha to get fire dragon dance. Sand Village. The Wind Shadow Building, the Wind Shadow Office. Euro Yekang, if you have time to embarrass yourself, can you go to the battlefield to find the enemy team? You have embarrassed the face of Sand Village, Euro Luoshe rebuked unceremoniously. He originally had a competitive relationship with Yekang, and Yekang was not very convinced after Luoshe became the Wind Shadow, so the relationship between the two was very ordinary, and Luoshe hated Yekang very much. With such an attack opportunity, Luoshe would certainly not let it go, and directly scolded Yekang who came to report intelligence. Euro is a hero of Sand Village, you were killed instantly by a ninja from a small country. How do you let the other four major ninja villages look at our Sand Village? Euro Luoshe said relentlessly. Why not? Isn't it natural that I lose to him? Yekang retorted. If they really fight, Yekang will definitely not be killed instantly, but she said that she wants to experience Mu Yu's fire escape, so of course she has to fight hard. If you have the ability, challenge me. If you can win, come back and ask me to die, I will immediately kill myself with a kunao. Yekang said that if you can do it, go ahead. She doesn't believe Luoshe can beat Mu Yu. As the Kazekage, I am busy with all kinds of things every day, but I don't have as much free time as you. Luoshe said sarcastically. He is not stupid, and he really challenges me. Even the old seniors in the ninja world like the half-god Hanzo fell to me, so he must not be much better in the past. He was just looking for a reason to scold Yekang, but he would not really look down on the famous ninja in the ninja world just because of his identity as a ninja from a small country. Yekang clenched his fists and wished he could punch Luoshe's hideous face. The remaining rationality made Yekang loosen his fists and turn to walk towards the door. I don't care what you say, but the ninja competition is very good. Remember to select the best ninjas in the village to participate, otherwise you will regret it. Ye King stopped at the door and reminded. Although he was unhappy with Luo Sha was now the Kazekage, and Ye King had no right to summon the geniuses in the village to participate. Don't worry about these, I am the Kazekage. Luo Sha said lightly. Bang! The door of the Kazekage's office was heavily closed. Seeing Ye King leave, Luo Sha began to seriously study the ninja sect and the Jieluna Chu song. He found that the ninja sect was actually a big threat, because the Jieluna Chu song was special. In addition to his own strong strength, he also had extraordinary teaching ability and personal charm. Only in just 7 days, thousands of ninjas volunteered to be students. If this happens a few more times, it will be great. He is really the master of the ninja world. If the ninja can't retreat, the key is that the ninja clan is developing rapidly. Now the ninja feels like a super version of Hanzo and the Rain Village. If the ninja has the same ambition as Hanzo, then the Wind Country bordering the Rain Country is likely to become the target of the ninja clan's attack. Konoha. Due to the Samsara Eye and the inheritance of the ninja clan, Shimura Danzo is very concerned about the information of the Rain Country. Every day he has to check the information sent back by the root members. This ability to master 7 types of chakra nature changes and ninjutsu must be related to the inheritance of the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo didn't think that Shimura was just a genius. No matter how talented you are, you still need time to practice. Shimura Danzo's old classmate Sarutobi Hiruzen is Konoha's super ninjutsu genius. Even the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama is ashamed of his talent in ninjutsu. But even Sarutobi Hiruzen is much worse than Shimura today at the same age. Shimura Danzo doesn't believe that there are people in the ninja world who are so talented. If they are so powerful, Shimura would have been unknown and famous until now. We can't let this ninja be a threat again. Shimura immediately ordered the root ninja of the Rain Country to take action and contact Hanzo again to discuss the matter of getting rid of the ninja clan. Although Hanzo has signed a peace treaty with the ninja clan, but Shimura Danzo thinks Hanzo should cooperate, because the threat of the ninja clan to the Rain Village is visible to the naked eye. If he were Hanzo, he would have already started planning how to murder ninja. Shimura Danzo thinks this is not enough, and goes to Sarutobi Hiruzen again to explain the threat posed by ninja. P.S. This chapter is 7K, a little less than the usual 2-in-1, a little bit unbearable. Chapter 513 Danzo, you are a little gloomy. Konoha. Hokage Building. High-level meeting room. With the current trend of the development of the shinobi sect, they will be a stronger Rain Village than the last Ninja World War. Together with the existing Rain Village, the Rain Country will truly develop a terrorist force that can threaten the 5 major ninja villages. Shimura Danzo emphasized the danger of the Rain Country with a serious face. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha and Rain Village had a war. Konoha's ninja troops defeated the Rain Village's ninja troops with great momentum, but under the leadership of Hanzo, Rain Village still caused Konoha a lot of trouble, and a large number of Konoha ninjas fell to Hanzo. If the opponent is replaced by a fully developed shinobi sect, plus the Rain Village led by Hanzo, Shimura Danzo can't estimate how much power he will use to win steadily. But the shinobi sect and Rain Village are mortal enemies, how can they unite? Midaman Yan raised his glasses and said. Apart from the famous Kaikiroku, the shinobi clan was just a ninja organization of 100 people in the eyes of other ninjas. Therefore, except for Shimura Danzo who has been paying attention to the situation in the Rain Country, no one knew that the shinobi clan had signed a peace treaty with the Rain Country. After all, as the top leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, and still in the midst of a war, they would definitely pay more attention to the latest information of the other 5 major ninja villages than a ninja organization of an unrelated small country. According to the latest information from the root, the shinobi clan and the Rain Country have reconciled, and the 2 sides have signed a friendly peace treaty for mutual cooperation. Shimura Danzo immediately took out the information from the root. Kaikiroko looked at the ninja holding the forward protector of the Rain Country. If the 2 sides had not reconciled, such a thing would not have happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoughtful after reading the information. Utane Kohara frowned and said, "Is this series of events a play between the ninja clan and the Rain Village?" The life and death feud was so easily reconciled. Utane Kohara felt that he might have been playing a double act with Hanzo since the death of the ninja clan. It has only been a short time since Hanzo ambushed and killed the ninja clan. This level of hatred may take more than 10 years to eliminate. It's not impossible. This ninja clan is too abrupt. Maybe the ninja clan came from the Rain Village. Everything is for the purpose of strengthening the strength of the Rain country. Midaman Yan said after thinking. He sorted out all the deeds of Yuzuka and came to a surprising conclusion that the ninja clan and the Rain Village were originally one. First, Hanzo and Yuzuka were in a fight, and then Yuzuka took the opportunity to package himself and the ninja clan to attract ninjas from all over the world to develop the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo, who had watched the scene strongly, couldn't hold it anymore, and Yuzuka was very angry. "Don't be so rude. You can kill dozens of Rain Village elites with a single fire escape. Is that how you act?" The conspiracy theories of Midamonen and Udaten Koharu made Shimura Danzo feel that these two were pretending to be high-ranking officials of Konoha. But it was hard for Shimura Danzo to say, because he couldn't say what he knew. He had violated the rules of Konoha that time in Rain Village. It shouldn't be like this. How could Hanzo sacrifice his reputation to help others like him? "I respect you so much." In the past, when ninjas talked about Hanzo, they thought of him as a demigod, a top-level warrior with a broad mind. Now, when people talk about Hanzo, they usually think of Kagami Riki, the man who defeated Hanzo with the reverse attribute of fire style. And as the information about the battle leaked out, everyone knew that the ninjutsu that defeated Hanzo was a super high-level fire style called Fire Dragon Dance, and Hanzo even became a background board for ninjutsu. Why not? Maybe Kagami Riki, the former leader of Rain Village, will merge the two forces once the ninja clan becomes stronger. Koharu Udaten felt that his thoughts had touched the truth of the matter. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. At that time, Hanzo wished that he could kill Kagami Riki with a knife and return him to his successor. According to the intelligence personnel of the Root organization, Kagami Riki has stopped many Rain ninjas. Shimura Danzo continued. In order to prevent exposure, Shimura Danzo deliberately made his words vague. It should be that Hanzo and the Rain ninja are dissidents. Those Rain ninjas who were killed are all people who oppose Hanzo. The more Koharu Udaten spoke, the more he felt that this idea could perfectly explain everything that happened in the Rain country. Shimura Danzo. At this time, he really wanted to tell Koharu Udaten that your thoughts are a bit dark. Why do you exclude dissidents? It is rare for a small ninja village like Rain Ninja Village to produce a strong man like Hanzo. How can anyone resist Hanzo? You can't underestimate Hanzo because of this. Even if he has cooperation with Hanzo, it is a fact that he killed Yekeng in seconds. Yekeng has no reason to act with them to damage his reputation. Mito Kato-en expressed his opinion. Although he thinks Koharu Udaten's idea is good, he thinks that Koharu Udaten's words underestimate Yekeng too much. As a hero of Sand Village, there is no reason for Yekeng to deliberately be killed by the Rain Ninja Village. This is too embarrassing and also a loss of face for the Ninja Village. In short, the Jiraiya team is a threat, and we must find a way to deal with it. Shimura Danzo followed the conspiracy theory of the two. Shimura Danzo's essential purpose is to mobilize Konoha's power to target the ninja clan. Since it is unclear, Shimura Danzo might as well join directly. Anyway, the result he wants is just the decline of the ninja clan, and the Samsara Eye and the ninja clan's inheritance will be returned to the root. It just so happens that Iwagakure is avoiding the battle, so let Jiraiya lead a part of the troops into the Rain country to nip the danger in the bud. Shimura Danzo has already thought of the script. With the Jiraiya team, plus Kakuzu and Nagato, the ninja clan will not be easily defeated as long as Jiraiya does not take all the ninja troops there. At this time, his root took advantage of the chaos to snatch the Samsara Eye and the ninja clan's inheritance, and the crisis of the ninja clan was perfectly resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and exhaled white mist, showing a helpless expression. The ninja clan did not provoke Konoha. What reason does Konoha have to attack the ninja clan? Konoha finally took a breath in the war, and Shimura Danzo wanted to find a new opponent for Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. The ninja clan has inhumane and powerful killing ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo answered immediately. If you really think the ninja clan is a threat, let your root organization keep a close eye on the ninja clan. Konoha cannot make enemies for no reason now. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with Shimura Danzo's reason. He could not really send troops to the ninja clan just because Shimura Danzo thought the ninja clan was a threat. Moreover, attacking the ninja clan would not benefit Konoha, and would only make his reputation worse. We can't let the ninja clan continue to develop like this. With the ability of the ninja clan will not only have high-level combat power in the future, but also the middle and low levels will not be too bad. Shimura Danzo reiterated the threat theory of the ninja clan. I think Yu is better at teaching people than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Although Yu was very good, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that Yu was better after reading the intelligence, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt that Yu's teaching ability was better than Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen Yu's teaching miracles many times, including the classes led by Yu, the holiday training of Anbu organized by Yu, and Asuma after being taught by Yu. There are too many events that can prove Yu's teaching ability, from special training of hundreds of people to teaching disciples. Yu has shown extraordinary teaching ability. These happened in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so of course he would think that Yu is the teacher with the strongest teaching ability. It's not a question of who has better teaching ability. We can have Yu and make the Rain Country without Yamato. It's about starting from other angles. Because Shimura Danzo also thinks that Yu's teaching ability is unparalleled in the world, otherwise he would not have handed Yamato over to Yu. Compared to your overly radical idea, I think it's better to discuss the youth martial arts tournament held by Yamato. Recently, this matter has caused quite a stir in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained a negative attitude. It's really unwise to provoke a top strongman for no reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen is interested in Yamato and the rewards of the competition. Konoha is not short of powerful ninjutsu, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at fire escape. He is very curious about what kind of ninjutsu the rumored magical fire dragon dance is. Everything now is based on speculation. Konoha has many enemies at present, and it is indeed not advisable to make too many enemies. Mitamon chose to stand on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Udaten Koharu did not choose to support Shimura Danzo, who refuted her, and also began to speak for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo felt very aggrieved. He devoted himself to Konoha, but he had to be hindered by two ninjas pretending to be Konoha's high-ranking officials. However, the angry Shimura Danzo did not lose his temper. Even if he did not get support, he still had to use his own strength to complete it. As long as he cooperated with Hanzo, he still had a chance to crush the ninja sect. Shimura Danzo's subordinates went to the Rain Village to find Hanzo as ordered. Hearing that Shimura Danzo's people were visiting, Hanzo's face immediately darkened. He had fallen to this point, and Shimura Danzo had to take the blame. If Shimura Danzo had not found him with the body of Iwagakure that day, he would not have confronted the ninja sect, and would not have lost to Kajii Iroha. However, Hanzo did not drive away the root ninjas. After all, the root stood behind Konoha. But Hanzo did not go to see the root ninjas in person. This time, Shimura Danzo did not come in person. Hanzo asked his men to communicate with the root ninjas and ask about their purpose. When Hanzo learned that Shimura Danzo was going to continue cooperating with him to deal with the shinobi clan, he immediately went up. Originally, Hanzo was not sure whether it was Iwagakure who cheated him more or Shimura Danzo, but now he can be sure that Shimura Danzo definitely has no good intentions. With the current strength of the shinobi clan, even if the Rain Village cooperates with Shimura Danzo to successfully eliminate the shinobi clan, the Rain Village will be seriously injured. Hanzo can even be sure that he will never be able to defeat the shinobi clan again. As long as he goes to the battlefield with the Rain Ninja, he will definitely be defeated by the Rain Ninja. But if he does not go to the battlefield with the Rain Ninja, then the Rain Ninja who has lost him will not be able to defeat the shinobi clan. Reject him. Don't bother Konoha to worry about the internal affairs of our Rain country. Hanzo decisively refused. Although Konoha is a big ninja village, if Shimura Danzo wants to use this to force the Rain Ninja village, there is more than one big ninja village in Konoha in the ninja world. After Hanzo's reply was transmitted back to Konoha, Shimura Danzo slammed his head on the table in confusion. He didn't understand why Hanzo rejected his proposal. With the threat of the ninja clan being so great, didn't Hanzo worry that the Rain Village would be replaced by the ninja clan? Are the ninja clan and the Rain Village really one? Shimura Danzo couldn't help but think of Yuta and Koharu's conspiracy theory. It's true. According to the current performance, this conspiracy theory really makes sense. Of course, Shimura Danzo knew that this was just an appearance. The ninja clan and the Rain Village could not be one. The plan to besiege the ninja clan was formulated by him. Could it be that he, Shimura Danzo, was also a ninja from the Rain Village? He's really fallen. He turned against the ninja clan after being defeated once. Shimura Danzo was disdainful in his heart. Discarding other possibilities, there was only one reason for Hanzo's refusal, that is, Hanzo had been captured by the ninja clan. Even if the Rain Village was destroyed by the ninja clan in the future, he would not dare to make the last wave. Shimura Danzo looked down on Hanzo. If it were him, even if he was doomed to die, he would not fear death for the continuation of the village. Since there is no way to destroy the ninja sect for the time being, let's investigate the ninja sect inheritance first. Shimura Danzo decided to change his strategy temporarily. Although Shimura Danzo has always wanted to obtain the Kanjimi weapon, no one in the ninja world knows what the Kanjimi weapon is. Is it the ninja tool of the Six Paths Sage, the secret technique left by the ninja sect, or some other item? It's a pity that Jia still needs a lot of time to grow, otherwise, a mere ninja sect would not need a ninja army. Shimura Danzo thought of the wood-release ninja that he had high hopes for. Unlike the things that he didn't get, such as the Samsara Eye and the ninja sect inheritance, the wood-release ninja was his subordinate who was trained by him personally. With enough time, he could become a trump card that crushed everything. At the same time, Shimura Danzo's future trump card was looking at his disciples discussing the training of ninja beasts with envy. I think we need to let them fight more. If they only practice but don't fight, there may be problems in the real battle. Obito enthusiastically proposed his own training plan. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This is indeed correct. Compatibility has a great impact on overall strength. We are much stronger than them. If we don't control them well, they will be easily hurt. It is better to let them fight each other. Maybe they will increase their desire to practice because of the desire to win. Obito revealed his purpose. Although he can't beat Kakashi now, if his summoned beast wins Kakashi's summoned beast, Obito thinks he has won Kakashi. Now his Charm Leon is the only evolved ninja beast, and it is the strongest period, just like Might Guy just opened the rock-breathing chakra mode. If he doesn't take advantage of this period, he may not have a chance in the future. P.S. This chapter is 4K, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 514 Pokemon First Battle. Kakashi made a thinking expression. How could he not know Obito's little trick? He just wanted to take advantage of Charmeleon's evolutionary advantage to win more times. I think it's okay. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Although Obito's purpose was not pure, it did have many benefits for the cultivation of ninja beasts, so Kakashi thought it was okay. Xiaomei will not participate. No, Harolin helped the clown to give up. The clown is really unable to fight now. If it is in the water, it can still use its body to hit it. On the shore, it can't fight. There is really no fighting power at all. No Harolin can't force Uchiha to fight a meaningless battle for the sake of face. The other disciples nodded. There was really nothing they could do. Youth means fighting more. Might Guy believes that fighting can also be a part of training. There is no problem with Zoroark. Shisui also nodded. That means there are exactly 4 of us. We can directly use the rules we usually practice fighting. Obito said excitedly. He was already a little impatient. The other disciples had no objections. The result of the draw came out soon. Charmeleon was number 1, Zoroark number 2, Rock Dog number 3, and Ryalu number 4. Obito felt a little regretful. He thought that Charmeleon would beat Rock Dog in the first round. Don't lose to Ryalu. Obito secretly cheered for Rock Dog in his heart. If he lost in the first round, Charmeleon would not be able to meet Rock Dog in the second round. If Obito fails to defeat Rock Dog, even if Charmeleon becomes the strongest ninja beast among his disciples, he will still feel regretful, because then Kakashi will have an excuse. Ryalu looked at Obito speechlessly. This is our bond. Might Guy laughed at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled helplessly. There are only 4 ninja beasts in total. Isn't it normal to meet each other? First game, Charmeleon vs Zoroark. Kakashi played the role of a battle referee. Charmeleon and Zoroark walked towards the battlefield immediately after hearing the sound. Charmeleon. Charmeleon sighed slightly. Charmeleon and Zoroark have a good relationship. Not only will Zoroark help it translate words to Obito, but the 2 beasts also chat frequently. Now Charmeleon is a little reluctant to fight with the translator with whom he has the best relationship. Go all out. If you give in, even if you win, it will be meaningless and it will be difficult to gain anything. Zoroark is very open-minded. Although Charmeleon has evolved once, Zoroark is not weak to Charmeleon. Because in Zoroya's eyes, Charmeleon and Obito are both quite stupid, and it's not certain who will win or lose in a fight. Charmeleon. Charmeleon nodded. Begin. Kakashi shouted when he saw that both beasts were ready. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zoroya immediately condensed his chakra and used illusion, and his image instantly changed in the eyes of others. Obito looked at himself who appeared on the battlefield and couldn't help but raise a question mark in his heart. What the hell is this? Why did he become him? Zoroya's figure disappeared, and only Obito and Charmeleon were on the scene. Shisui shook his head and thought that there was something wrong with Zoroya's tactics. If it was put on other combinations, such tactics would be fine, whether it was Kakashi and Rock Dog or Might Guy and Ryalu. But Obito and Charmeleon really couldn't do it, because not only could this not distract Charmeleon, it might even make Charmeleon more excited. Charmeleon. Charmeleon rushed out immediately. Originally, it wanted to hold back, but when Zoroya turned into Obito, it was not polite. The pitch-black smoke was spit out by Charmeleon, covering its body and that of Zoroya. Obito, why are you so weak? Charmeleon is not afraid of you at all. Zoroya's exasperated voice rang in everyone's mind. Obito. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should laugh or worry. Zoroya, who disrespected him, was beaten up by Charmeleon, but it seemed that Charmeleon really wanted to beat him up. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing Zoroya with a bruised face. Damn Charmeleon, I'm going to be serious now. Zoroya launched the illusion again, turned back to his original appearance, and then opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of flames towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon retreated immediately when he saw the fierce fire, and then the sea of fire split into several flames to surround it. Charmeleon was unable to dodge for a while and immediately spit out flames to resist as much as possible. But something Charmeleon didn't expect happened. The flames rushing towards it seemed to be on a different layer from it. Theoretically, they should have collided, but in fact, Charmeleon's flames went through. Zorua smiled cunningly, raised his claws from the side and slapped Charmeleon's body, knocking Charmeleon back 3 steps. Charmeleon, can you do it? You won't lose to Zoro who hasn't evolved yet, will you? Seeing Charmeleon being repelled by Zoro, Obito couldn't help but encourage him. The flames on Charmeleon's tail instantly became more vigorous. It didn't dare to think about how bad Obito's words would be if it really lost. Zoro used the same trick again, spitting out fireballs at Charmeleon just like Shisui performed the Phoenix Fire technique. In Charmeleon's eyes, those fireballs were burning very vigorously. It could even see the air distorted by the heat. These fireballs couldn't be more real. Ouch! Charmeleon suppressed the desire to dodge, opened its mouth and gathered most of its chakra in its throat, then converted it into fire attribute chakra and spit it out in one breath. A pillar of fire about as thick as an adult's thigh spewed out of Charmeleon's mouth and headed straight for Zoroark. Even though the fireball Zoroark was about to hit Charmeleon, Charmeleon didn't move a step. Ah, it's so hot, Shisui, save me. Zoroark, who was burned by the flames, asked Shisui for help. Just now, it was betting that Charmeleon would dodge, so it kept using chakra to maintain the illusion and didn't use chakra to protect its body. Xylan, please help me for a moment. Shisui said to Nohara Rin. When Shisui spoke, Nohara Rin was already making seals. She put out the remaining fire on Zoroark, and then used the Palm Fairy technique to help Zoroark. Sub-treatment. It's a pity that Zoroark has just mastered the change of fire attribute chakra nature. It would be better to mix true and false. Shisui shook his head. Zoraya's offensive means are seriously insufficient now. Shisui is teaching Zoroark the fire escape technique, but Zoroark has not yet mastered the fire escape ninjutsu, and has only learned the initial change of fire attribute chakra nature. Charmer wins. Kakashi announced the end of the battle. Obito straightened his chest and walked to Charmer, patted Charmer on the shoulder and said, "Very good, you did a good job, you are worthy of being trained by me." Ah! Charmer couldn't help but spit flames at Obito. How familiar was Obito with Charmer? He dodged the flames with a tilt of his head, and then looked at Charmer with a kind face. Charmer pointed at Zoroark and raised his hands to salute in France. It felt that it could explain that the reason why it spit fire at Obito was because Zoroya transformed into Obito in the battle just now, and it had not recovered from the battle, so it had a misunderstanding, and it was definitely not holding a grudge against Obito. "Keep talking, I'm listening." Obito entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and condensed flames on his hands. "Obito, don't occupy the venue, there is still a battle in the first round." Kakashi interrupted Obito and reminded him. Obito dispersed the flames and exited the flame-breathing chakra mode, and walked out of the venue with Charmeleon. He was just playing with Charmeleon, how could he really fight Charmeleon? If he wanted to fight, he had to use the name of combat training. Charmeleon looked at Kakashi gratefully. At this moment, Kakashi was the best referee in its heart. Shisui took the healed Zoroya to the side and told him about his mistakes in the battle just now. "Shisui, why didn't you say anything just now, otherwise I might have won." Zoroya couldn't help but bumped Shisui with his head slightly. "After all, it's a fight between you two, so it's not good for a spectator to talk nonsense." Shisui replied. "But we will fight together in the future." "Shisui, won't you remind me when we fight in the future?" Zoroya asked Shisui with wide eyes. "Of course not." Shisui shook his head. Shisui thought carefully and it was true. The battle between summoned beasts could not be completely applied to the way of their internal war. As contractors, they should be able to give commands and prompts. However, the battle had already ended, so Shisui did not say this idea, and was ready to discuss it with Kakashi and others after it was over. Grand Dog and Rylul walked into the battlefield together, looking at each other with fighting spirit. They both wanted to win and didn't want to disappoint their contractors. "Start!" Kakashi shouted. Shadow clone. Grand Dog used the chakra in his body to split into 5 phantom clones, each of which was exactly the same as the original body. The 6 rock dogs ran together, and Ryulu couldn't find the real rock dog with his naked eyes for a while. Ryulu took a deep breath and concentrated his mind to use the power of waveguide to perceive. This is the waveguide power it was born with. It can feel the emotions of others and can also sense the strength of the other party to a certain extent. Under the power of waveguide, Ryulu ignored the phantoms, locked the real rock dog, concentrated the chakra on the body and rushed out at high speed. Lightning flash. The figure of Ryulu charging at high speed violently knocked down the running rock dog, causing it to fall and roll backwards for several rounds. Does it have the ability to perceive? Kakashi thought in his heart as he watched Ryulu hit the rock dog's body. Although the rock dog's clone is not a physical clone like the shadow clone, its appearance is very restored and it is generally difficult to recognize. Rock dog quickly climbed up. The previous attack did not cause it too much damage. After the clone tactic failed, rock dog quickly changed its strategy. While running to avoid the attacking Ryulu, it concentrated chakra to change the nature of earth attribute chakra. Just when Ryulu rushed up again, rock dog threw sand in a rotating circle. Ryulu's eyes instantly entered a lot of sand and dust. He closed his eyes uncomfortably and then opened them again. His vision was a little blurry. Rock dog condensed chakra unceremoniously and knocked Ryulu down. Then he condensed a large amount of chakra above Ryulu to create a 1-meter high stone and smashed it towards Ryulu. Feeling the rapidly falling stone, Ryulu ignored his uncomfortable eyes and condensed chakra to wave his palm upwards. Ryulu, who was only 0.7 meters tall, looked a little weak under the 1-meter high stone. Under Noharalin's somewhat worried eyes, Ryulu's blue little claws collided with the boulder. Bang! With a loud bang, the 1-meter high boulder had several thick cracks and broke directly. Akai's ninja beast is so strong. Obito took a breath of cold air. Such a big stone, let Obito hit it. Obito couldn't break it so cleanly with one punch. How can a mere rock compare to our bodies that we have trained day and night? Might Guy laughed and gave Ryulu a thumbs up. Ryulu's powerful strength did not scare Rock Dog, because it knew that Ryulu's eyes must be hurting and he couldn't see clearly. So Rock Dog used Lightning Flash to quickly get behind Ryulu and hit his back. With his eyes hurting and the lime mist that shattered the rocks, Ryulu took the hit and fell forward. Sizzle! Rock Dog seized this opportunity to open his mouth wide, and the chakra in his mouth rapidly changed its nature. It transformed into lightning chakra and attached lightning to its sharp teeth, biting Ryulu's leg fiercely. Although Ryulu mobilized chakra defense at the last moment, he was inevitably injured. Fortunately, Rock Dog's lightning escape did not paralyze Ryulu, but the leg that was bitten was very numb. As expected of Kakashi's summoned beast, it is as cunning as him. Obito couldn't help muttering when he saw it. In a real battle, if the leg is injured and can't move, it is basically useless. Rock Dog can actually use other nature-changing ninjutsu. Shisui was a little surprised, thinking that it was worthy of being the earliest hatched ninjutsu, and it really has something. Metal claws. Ryulu gritted his teeth and quickly raised his claws with a metallic glow and slapped Rock Dog. Rock Dog didn't expect that Ryulu, bitten by the lightning teeth, could still condense chakra to counterattack. He was caught off guard and was directly knocked out and hit the ground fiercely. The damage that Ryulu's attack caused to Rock Dog was greater than it had imagined, and it almost made it faint. Rock Dog gathered all its strength and barely stumbled up. Kakashi noticed this scene and frowned slightly. The power of Ryulu's physical skills was somewhat beyond his imagination. Rock Dog's physique was already quite good, but it was only hit by Ryulu's claws and almost fell to the ground. Miyu, who was watching the game, showed a thoughtful expression. Pokemon can use chakra, which must be localized by the system. But Pokemon not only has attribute restraint, but also has many attributes, far more than the chakra attributes in the Naruto world. Muyu's previous guess was that water, fire, earth, and thunder were retained similar to Naruto, and the ones that Naruto did not have, such as Steel Dragon, disappeared. But as it stands now, the attribute restraint is actually retained in an extremely special way. Every ninja has chakra, but in fact, everyone's chakra is a little different. Ninjas with strong enough perception can recognize people through chakra. Ninjas like Kaguya can even judge their previous lives through chakra. In addition, some people's chakra has some special functions. For example, Kushina's chakra can suppress the tailed beasts, so she was chosen as the Jinchuriki. After the system is localized, the attributes of all Pakman belong to a unique chakra. This unique chakra inherits the restraint relationship in the Pakman world, so Ryulu's fighting chakra punch shattered the rock of Rock Dog, and it can also almost send Rock Dog away with a metal claw. Because both fighting and steel restrain rocks. Only the battle between Pakman and Pakman will have the restraint relationship of the original world. Fighting with the native ninja beast ninja of Naruto will only have the restraint relationship of Naruto's native chakra. Muyu concluded. Muyu thinks this has no effect. The restraint relationship is generally important in the game. In reality, it is about training and the development of abilities. Rock Dog slowly walked towards Ryulu. It had a limited range for using falling rocks, so it had to get closer. Ryulu supported himself with both hands on the ground and forced himself to stand up, looking at the approaching Rock Dog with a vigilant face. Everyone stared at the two beasts. There was no doubt that the battle had entered the final stage. Rock Dog used chakra without hesitation to transform the mud into sand and then threw it at Ryulu, who was unable to move. Compared to falling rocks that consumed more chakra, throwing sand was definitely more cost-effective, and it would interfere with the state first. Ryulu didn't expect Rock Dog to use this trick again, and was caught off guard and his eyes were injured again. A flash of lightning. Bang! Rock Dog used up his last strength to charge towards Ryulu and knocked him to the ground. Just when Obito and Shisui thought the battle was over, Ryulu, who was in a very bad state, did not completely lose his ability to fight. He suddenly swung his claws with a metallic luster at Rock Dog. But the claw could only stay 3 centimeters away from Rock Dog, and then fell in front of Rock Dog. The Rock Dog reacted and quickly made a small stone to hit Ryulu's head, making it completely incapable of fighting. Shisui shook his head with a look of pity. If Ryulu's arms were longer, he could turn defeat into victory. Losing the ability to move was too fatal. Noharolin and Muyu treated a Pakman respectively, and Kakashi and Might Guy quickly stepped forward to check the status of the Pakman. What a youthful and passionate battle! Might Guy shed tears of emotion for Ryulu. He didn't mind Ryulu losing the battle. Ryulu almost turned the tables twice, and never gave up in desperate situations. In Might Guy's opinion, such a Ryulu would win back sooner or later, just like he defeated Kakashi after hard work. Feeling Might Guy's sincere feelings, Ryulu smiled after receiving treatment. That's why he tried so hard to defeat Rock Dog. As Might Guy's contractor, he is no worse than any Pakman. It performed perfectly. Even I didn't expect it. Kakashi touched Rock Dog's head and said with a smile. Because Rock Dog showed great wisdom, Kakashi not only taught Rock Dog training, but also taught Rock Dog tactics. Rock Dog's spinning sand throwing is Kakashi's thoughts. IWA made a happy cry. At the moment when Kakashi praised him, Iwa felt that the hardship of the battle just now was nothing. Seeing that Kakashi and Might Guy were in harmony with their own Pakman, Obito looked at Charmeleon and fell into deep thought. Why does it feel that his style is different? Whose problem is it? Anyway, Charmeleon should still have an advantage. Obito recalled the result of his test of Charmeleon's strength and felt that Charmeleon could win. P.S. I wanted to finish it in one go, but it was too late. Chapter 515 Amazing Reward. After Iwa recovers completely, the final battle will begin. Although you have the advantage of evolution, Iwa is very cunning. You must be careful in the battle. Obito reminded Charmeleon. It is true that Charmeleon evolved, but Charmeleon was born much later than Iwa. Iwa has practiced for a longer time. Not only does he have a good grasp of his own abilities, but he also learned the nature change of Kakashi's lightning attribute chakra. Charmer. Charmeleon crossed his arms and exhaled a hot breath from his nostrils, showing the demeanor of a general. We will win. Zoroark translated. Obito was confused. Why did he have an inexplicable sense of déjà vu? It seemed that he saw someone. Could it be Might Guy? Charmer vs. Rock. The referee Kakashi began to read out the names of the players. Charmer and Rock Dog walked to the battlefield together. When the two beasts looked at each other, they could see the desire for victory in each other's eyes. If I lose to Rock Dog, which has not evolved, Obito, who is born evil, will definitely laugh at me. Charmeleon thought subconsciously and his claws hardened. Kakashi has put so much effort into my training, and I am the first one born. I must not lose. Rock Dog's eyes were firm. The battle begins. As Kakashi's voice fell, Charmer and Rock Dog immediately moved. Shadow Clone. While running, Rock Dog used chakra to create 5 phantom clones that were exactly like him. They ran together at high speed and switched positions, making it difficult for people to find the real body. Charmer wanted to use smoke screen to confuse Rock Dog's sight, but Rock Dog's clone made Charmer hesitate. It couldn't tell which one was the real Rock Dog, so would using smoke screen be useful? Lightning Flash. Whoosh. Just when Charmer was thinking about which one was Rock Dog's real body, Rock Dog burst out chakra and rushed towards Charmer at high speed. Bang! Charmer, who couldn't react, was knocked to the ground. Falling rock. And Rock Dog was very impolite to condense chakra to condense a 1-meter-high rock above Charmer. Charmer felt the crisis and rolled quickly to barely avoid the falling stone, but then came the fine sand in the face. Charmer instantly understood Ryolo's feelings in the last battle. After entering a large amount of sand, Charmeleon felt uncomfortable instantly, blinking uncontrollably, and the liquid secreted by the tear glands made his eyes blurry. Obito stared at this scene in amazement. He never expected that Charmeleon, who had evolved once, would be powerless in the initial battle. Born evil white-haired puppy, you are really heartless. Obito wanted to ban Rock Dog's sand throwing. This ninjutsu is really disgusting. Isn't it equivalent to suddenly throwing a handful of lime at the enemy's eyes in the battle? Kakashi's face was normal. In a battle, winning is the most important thing. This tactic was taught to Rock Dog. Hoo. Charmeleon was worried that Rock Dog would take the opportunity to attack, so he opened his mouth and spit out a lot of flames in front. But Rock Dog had been on guard against Charmeleon's flames, and flashed out of Charmeleon's attack range in a flash of lightning. Awoo! Rock Dog didn't rush to attack again. It first howled loudly to concentrate its chakra to enhance its own chakra strength. Then he used his shadow clone to rush towards Charmeleon, preparing to repeat the same trick to take Charmeleon away. Charmeleon did not hesitate this time. If he could not find the main body, he would just attack randomly. Charmeleon gathered a lot of chakra in his mouth and blew out powerful breaths. The 2 Rock Dogs running in the front instantly dissipated under the breath. Rock Dog immediately condensed chakra to change its nature and pulled up a small earth wall from the ground to block in front of him. It was not convenient for it to form seals on all fours now. It could not use the thick and tall earth flow wall like Kakashi. It could only rely on its own talent to create a small earth wall, but it was barely enough now. The earth wall blocked Charmeleon's dragon breath, but many earth blocks fell off. Charmeleon endured the discomfort in his eyes and rushed forward, gathering all his strength on his right claw and slashing at the earth wall. Bang! Boom! Charmeleon's powerful force caused the already damaged earth wall to collapse instantly. Whoosh! Then Charmeleon spit out flames without hesitation. It felt that rock dogs would never have thought that it could have such power. The rock dogs behind the wall were just like Charmeleon. They never thought that it would move so fast and so sharp. None of them could escape the range of its flames. Charmeleon smiled, as if he had seen the scene of his victory. However, Obito couldn't help but cover his face. The enemy who could burrow into the ground disappeared from his sight. Then you have to think about whether the opponent will burrow into the ground and go around. Bang bang! Then something that Charmeleon didn't expect happened. All the rock dogs burned by Charmeleon turned into smoke and dissipated, leaving no one. Charmeleon was dumbfounded. What happened? Did it kill Rock Dog? It just wanted to win the battle. Then Charmeleon noticed something. A black shadow appeared a little ahead of it. Charmeleon subconsciously looked up and saw that a stone had formed in the sky. Suddenly, a strong sense of pushing back came over Charmeleon, and Charmeleon fell forward, and the stone happened to fall and hit Charmeleon, knocking Charmeleon to the ground. Rock! Rock Dog raised his head and looked in the direction of Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly in response. Rock Dog used the tactics he taught very well. Charmeleon was almost trapped in Rock Dog's attack rhythm throughout the whole process, and his strength could not be displayed. Then Rock Dog looked at Charmeleon, who was pressed by the stone. Kakashi had emphasized to it many times that it should not celebrate victory in the middle of the battle, and it must persist until it really wins. At this time, Charmeleon's expression was distorted, as if it had endured great pain and was no longer able to fight. Charmeleon has evolved once, why is its body so much worse than Ryulu's? Obito was puzzled. Ryulu broke Rock Dog's stone with a punch when he was disturbed, and Charmeleon seemed to be dying after being hit. Let's buy some delicious food to comfort it later. Obito thought to himself. It is really uncomfortable to lead by one evolution and still lose the battle. Obito knows this feeling very well. Because he had led by hard power many times, but was defeated by other disciples because of carelessness. The moment he was defeated, he doubted his life. Don't fall down, don't let Obito underestimate you. Charmeleon roared in his heart. Hey! The flame on Charmeleon's tail suddenly burned violently, and the fire doubled. At this time, Charmeleon felt full of strength. Grand Dog saw that something was wrong and wanted to finish him off, but he was a step too slow. Boom! The exploding Charmeleon pushed away the big rock and stood up quickly, spewing a lot of orange-red flames at Rock Dog. Obito looked at this scene with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect Charmeleon to explode after being hit hard like Kakashi. Did he really win? Obito was very surprised. He had already thought about what to buy to comfort Charmeleon. Grand Dog's physique, which almost fell to the ground after being hit by Ryulu, should not be able to withstand Charmeleon's extraordinary flames. Bang! Grand Dog, whose body was slightly charred, suddenly rushed out of the flames and knocked down the fire-breathing Charmeleon. Obito? Did Rock Dog hide his strength in the last game? Why did he look like a weak little puppy when fighting Ryulu, but he was a fierce Rock Dog when fighting Charmeleon? Not only Obito, but even Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rock Dog would knock Charmeleon down despite Charmeleon's flames. After knocking Charmeleon down, Rock Dog condensed his chakra and bit Charmeleon without hesitation, making Charmeleon completely unable to resist. Charmeleon has lost its ability to fight, and Rock Mane wins. Kakashi observed Charmeleon's condition for a while and announced the final winner. Nohara-rin treated Rock Dog, who was less injured, while Muyu treated Charmeleon. It's amazing. I feel that Kakashi, you are very good at training summoned beasts. Nohara-rin praised Kakashi while treating Rock Dog. Compared to Charmeleon, Rock Dog's fighting style is undoubtedly more ninja-like. Not only does it use every ability well, but it also has several tactics. It's okay. It's also hard work. Kakashi said as Rock Dog combed his hair. Kakashi thought it was unreasonable to attribute all the credit to him. If he changed another ninja beast, Kakashi was not sure that he could train it as well as Rock Dog. Rock. Rock Dog happily stretched out his tongue and licked Kakashi's palm. The defeated Charmeleon closed his eyes tightly, as if he had fainted. In fact, Charmeleon was still awake, but he thought it would be better if he fell down. Even the evil Obito would not scold a fainted person. Teacher Muyu. Obito walked to Muyu, who was treating Charmeleon, and looked at Charmeleon. Hearing this familiar voice, Charmeleon remained calm on the surface, but his heart skipped a beat. Is Charmeleon okay? It seems a little weak, unlike Ryalu and the others. Obito asked with concern. Charmeleon. For a moment, it didn't know whether Obito was mocking or caring about it. In fact, it's not that Charmeleon's body is weak, but its chakra is restrained, and it is difficult for it to resist the attack of main rock. Muyu explained. When Charmeleon hit Rock Dog, it was indeed suppressed, because Charmeleon now only has two means of attack, one is fire, and the other is a general type of move. In the game, these two attributes only have half the damage when hitting the rock attribute. Although there is no fixed value in reality like in the game, it is quite obvious when the difference in hard power is not big. Ah! Obito was confused. He knew that the nature of chakra changes. There is a restraint relationship. How can chakra still be restrained? Everyone's chakra has a slight difference, and some special chakras will have unique effects. Your ninja beasts all have special types of chakra. Muyu explained. Charmeleon can't deal with earth escape. Obito thought about it and asked the question he was most concerned about. Muyu shook his head. What really hurt Charmeleon was the special chakra of Rock Dog after localization, not the change in the nature of earth chakra. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not restrained by all earth escape ninjas, it would be fine. No, why is my Charmeleon restrained? Obito thought of a very serious question. If Charmeleon was restrained by Rock Dog, wouldn't Charmeleon be suppressed by Rock Dog for the rest of his life? Is the chakra of main rock restrained by Ryalu? Kakashi thought of the scene of Rock Dog fighting with Ryalu and asked Muyu. Compared to the battle with Charmeleon, the battle between Rock Dog and Ryalu was really thrilling. Muyu nodded in affirmation. Ryalu's fighting moves and steel-type moves can restrain the rock attribute of Rock Dog. Where did the summoned beasts of main rock come from? Kakashi was very curious about this. Since special chakra has special effects, and their ninja beasts are all special chakra, can it still be called special? Teacher Muyu, who does Charmeleon restrain? Obito couldn't help asking. Since the Rock Dog that restrains Charmeleon is restrained by Ryalu, then his Charmeleon must have a restraint object. Not now. Muyu shook his head and replied. If Charmeleon evolves into Charizard and Ryalu evolves into Lucario, then Charmeleon can restrain Lucario with fire. Now Charmeleon really has no one who can restrain it. Obito. How come everyone can restrain it, but you are the one who can only be restrained? Obito was relieved when he thought that Charmeleon was born with the ability of fire attribute. After all, it is the fire attribute of the subordinate. If it is fire attribute, it is normal. Charmeleon also felt cold. What happened to this world? Why is it so unfriendly to dragons? It is also quite miserable. Buy more food for it recently. Eat more to grow up. Obito sighed. At this time, he inexplicably empathized with Charmeleon. Charmeleon was restrained but had no restraint object, and he had no skills like Golden Skyline Muxiang Udeo to learn. Charmeleon opened his eyes and looked at Obito in disbelief. The naturally evil Obito could actually say such human words. Is this real? Could it be that it has really been knocked unconscious and is now dreaming? Charmeleon felt a little guilty for a while. Maybe it should restrain its temper and get along with Obito harmoniously. Translator, I'm sorry. I won't attend the meeting to tease Obito tonight. Charm Leon looked at Zoroark apologetically. Although Zoroark is a good friend, Obito is a contractor. I read a book specifically. Only by eating more and practicing more can you be strong and muscular. It's not good to practice without eating. Obito continued. Charizard was numb, so it asked Obito how he could be so good all of a sudden. He was waiting for him here, right? After eating, he secretly hypnotized him with the Sharingan to practice more. My eyes just cramped. I will attend the meeting as usual today. Charizard communicated with Zoroark with his eyes again, and then quickly closed his eyes. Contractor? The contractor is a hammer. To deal with an evil Uchiha kid like Obito, you have to hit hard. Rain Country. The Six Paths Castle under construction. Yellow Earth came to test the ideas of the ninja clan according to Onoki's order. Since Yellow Earth is the middleman of the cooperation between the ninja clan and the Rain Ninja, and because unlimited lectures also came to support the event, the ninja clan ninjas had a good impression of Yellow Earth and other Iwagakuer, and Yellow Earth soon successfully met the top leaders of the ninja clan. Should the ninja clan accept the commission now? Yellow Earth asked. That depends on the task and the specific commission amount. Kakuzu answered. The ninja clan will soon hold a competition to make a lot of money. The ninja clan must now focus on building the Six Paths City and pacifying the eastern part. Other ninja clan ninjas may have a good impression of Huangtu who promotes peace in the Rain Country, but Kakuzu knows that Iwagakuer definitely has some plans, so he will not give Huangtu any convenience, and everything will be handled in a fair and impartial manner. Iwagakuer wants to entrust the ninja clan, or to be more precise, to entrust the ninja clan leader to train some ninjas for us. Huangtu said his intention. Kakuzu was slightly stunned, thinking that the big fat sheep had come to the door. In order to understand the situation of the medical staff, he named his task. How could he come to issue the task without giving him millions or tens of millions? Although he already regarded Huangtu as mobile money in his heart, Kakuzu's face remained unchanged. What do you mean by Iwagakuer? Our leader is a well-known top warrior in the ninja world. He can even defeat the demigod Hanzo easily. You actually want our powerful and busy leader to help you train ninjas? Kakuzu said seriously. If you are an expert, you can see that although Kakuzu's words are harsh, if you look closely, you can see that the words are full of money. But Huangtu is a very straightforward person. Seeing Kakuzu's words, Huangtu apologized and said, "Sorry, I'm bothering you." Kakuzu looked at Huangtu with a puzzled look. What's going on? Why don't you play by the rules? Fortunately, Onoki had foreseen this situation in advance. The Iwagakuer ninja behind Huangtu quickly said. Lord Huangtu means that I will talk to you next. Communication. Kakuzu looked at Huangtu, who nodded. Onoki had mentioned this before they set off. Iwagakuer is here with great sincerity to cooperate with the ninja clan this time. Considering the difficulties of the ninja clan, if the ninja clan is willing to cooperate, Iwagakuer will help the ninja clan establish a base. The Iwagakuer Jonin said. Kakuzu showed a thoughtful expression. The subtext of the Iwagakuer Jonin was obviously that they were not short of money. As long as the ninja clan was willing to cooperate, they could talk. Of course, Kakuzu would not believe in things that he had not yet obtained, and he could go back on his word no matter how good it was. I need to ask the leader. Kakuzu did not explore the price bottom line of Iwagakuer, but was ready to discuss with Miyu and ask Miyu's ideas. It was impossible for him to take over the commission on behalf of Miyu. That would be a bit against the will of heaven. Miyu was the leader of the ninja clan. You can help with the training, but all expenses must be borne by Iwagakuer. You can decide the specific training costs yourself. Miyu thought for a while and replied. The ninja clan is short of manpower. It would be great if there were help from Iwagakuer. The ninjas who come for training can also help with construction. The infrastructure capabilities of Earth-style ninjas should be even better. Anyway, Muyu may not teach Uegakure any special abilities. At most, he will help them lay a solid foundation like a large class. It is difficult to improve in a short time. After answering Kakuzu's question, Muyu continued to think about the plan for the youth martial arts tournament. The first prize is already attractive enough. Ninja Master Kazuo is good at the ninjutsu fire dragon dance. But the rewards for the second to fourth places must also be considered. It's attractive enough. After all, it's impossible for everyone to aim for the first place. The super explosive water rush wave that Muyu once developed is an S-level super water escape technique. However, since Muyu himself has used it, in order not to expose his vest identity, the super explosive water rush wave cannot be used as a reward. If the super explosive water rush wave is to be used as a reward, Muyu will even have to develop it again, because this ninjutsu is tailor-made for the water-breathing chakra mode. Without the water-breathing chakra mode, perhaps only a water escape ninja like Tobirama Senju can learn it. Muyu thought about it and wrote the words customized ninjutsu development on the reward for the second place. If someone becomes the second place, then they can get the ninjutsu customized by the ninja master, which can be said to be the most popular gimmick. For Muyu, who has a deep knowledge of ninjutsu, it is not difficult to develop ninjutsu, but it is difficult to develop very powerful ninjutsu. For ninjutsu like Rei's Nan, the most important thing is not the ninjutsu foundation, but a sudden flash of inspiration. Then Muyu wrote Ninja Master's personal training notes on the third place, and chakra knife worth 10 million taels on the fourth place. The ore that Muyu obtained in the Snow Country has not been used yet. He plans to use those ores to make a knife as a reward. After determining the rewards for the top 4, Muyu released the news. This time, Muyu did not even promote it specifically, but because of the unlimited lectures and the fact that the rewards were indeed eye-catching, newspapers from all over the world rushed to report it, and the term Youth Martial Arts Tournament became popular in the ninja world in an instant. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire knew the news. He curiously asked what was special about the rewards for the top 4 guard ninjas, and the daimyo felt that they were all very ordinary. The Fire Dragon Dance is now vaguely known as the strongest fire escape ninjutsu in the ninja world. All ninjas who practice fire escape want to see it. Ninja Master Jia is proficient in 7 kinds of chakra nature changes and has a deep foundation in ninjutsu. If he comes to develop a ninjutsu specifically for people, it must be good. Ninja Master Jia Zunqi is one of the top ninjas in the current ninja world. His practice insights are naturally precious. 10 million taels is nothing to you, the daimyo, but it is actually enough to issue 10 S-level missions in Konoha village. The ninja guards explained to the daimyo one by one. The strongest fire escape sounds very powerful. There should be many ninjas participating in the competition. The daimyo showed an interested look. Although the daimyo did not practice ninjutsu, he could also know the power of the fire dragon dance by hearing the adjective the best. The ninja guards nodded. It was hard not to be tempted by such an exaggerated reward. Contact the Hokage of Konoha. The daimyo wanted to know if Konoha would have any ninjas participating in the competition. He wanted to go and watch the competition. One of the few hobbies of the Fire Country daimyo was watching ninja fights. He thought the more powerful the ninjas were, the more interesting they were. Although the movements of the ninjas could not be seen, the ninjutsu confrontation was very shocking. After receiving the daimyo's message, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly looked through the information of Konoha's ninjas under the age of 18 in his mind. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that Muyu's disciples were the strongest. Although Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy were only 11 years old, and even Shisui was only 9 years old, they were already the strongest group under the age of 18 in Konoha. Ninja. If time goes back 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen can already open champagne, because 3 years ago, Namikaze Minato and Muyu both met the requirements for participating in the competition, and with a little more luck, he would have won the first 2 places. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already interested in the fire dragon dance, and now the daimyo is also interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't mind making extra money from the daimyo. After finding a few other young talents, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the ninja to notify. Since Obito and the others are all Muyu's disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly notified Muyu and asked Muyu to ask Obito and the others about their intentions. Youth Martial Arts Tournament, will there be many participants? What are the rewards? Obito asked curiously. Obito likes to play in competitions, but there are a few prerequisites. He can get a good ranking, no Hararin is by the side, or there are good rewards in the competition. It is likely that there will be a lot of people, and the rewards are all on it. Muyu handed Obito the scroll with the information of the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. The first place is a powerful fire escape named Fire Dragon Dance. Kakashi spoke before Obito started to look. Kakashi is a person who likes to pay attention to the situation, so he knows a little about the affairs of the ninja clan and the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. When he heard that it was a fire escape, Obito's expression changed, and he couldn't help asking, how strong is very strong? He needed a powerful fire escape too much. The fire escape he currently mastered was enough to fight other ninjas, but it was really not enough for civil war. I haven't seen it, but now many people think it is the strongest fire escape. Kakashi said and glanced at Muyu. Kakashi thinks Muyu's fire escape is also very strong, and may not be worse than that of the teacher Muyu. Do you know this fire dragon dance? Obito decisively asked the omnipotent Muyu Immortal. It should be very strong. Muyu thought for a while and replied. The fire dragon dance is of course very strong, but even if Obito really gets it, it's useless because he can't use it now. If Obito can use it, Muyu would have taught him long ago. At most, he would exchange other ninjutsu for the first place in the martial arts competition. When Obito heard Muyu say the word strong, he knew that he had to go to this youth martial arts competition. This was recognized by the immortal Muyu as strong, and the gold content was too high. What, it's limited to 18 years old, isn't it tailor-made for us? Obito's eyes lit up after seeing the rules clearly. Since graduation, except for the civil war between the disciples, Obito has killed his peers in seconds, and the ninjas worth fighting are generally in their 20s or 30s. It seems that there is nothing I need. Might Guy looked over and scratched his hair. He doesn't learn ninjutsu, and the rewards for first and second place are useless to him. As for the training notes, Muyu doesn't need them. Only the ninja sword worth tens of millions is still useful, and can be sold for money. It feels better to participate together. If you are not satisfied with your own rewards, you can exchange them. Shisui said. The disciple with the strongest overall strength is definitely Might Guy. Shisui thinks that Might Guy will basically be the first. Shisui makes sense. Obito said. Although he can't be the first if Might Guy participates, his fire escape ninjutsu will be stable. Obito doesn't believe that there are still underage ninjas in the ninja world who are stronger than the current Might Guy. Chapter 516 New and Old Legends in the Same Frame? After the training, Shisui and Obito returned to the Uchiha clan with their respective Pakman. After having dinner with Zoroark, Shisui prepared to take Zoroark for a walk to digest. He had just gone out and had not walked far when he saw Uchiha Fugaku walking towards his home. Uncle Fugaku. Shisui guessed that Uchiha Fugaku might have something to do with him, so he took the initiative to greet him. Shisui, have you eaten? Uchiha Fugaku stopped and nodded and smiled and asked. Well, I just finished eating and was going to take a walk to digest the food. Shisui nodded and replied. Uncle Fugaku, do you have something to talk to me about? It's nothing big, let's take a walk together and talk while walking. Uchiha Fugaku led Shisui to a stream nearby. Have you heard about the youth martial arts tournament? Uchiha Fugaku asked quickly. Shisui looked a little strange, and he had a new understanding of the enthusiasm of the youth martial arts tournament. In the afternoon, the third Hokage asked Muyu if they were willing to participate, and in the evening, Uchiha Fugaku also talked about the youth martial arts tournament. This is a rare thing for Uchiha. Because most Uchiha ninjas work in the police department, the Uchiha clan is relatively closed, and generally speaking, they rarely care about things in the ninja world. After all, the police department generally only needs to perform tasks within Konoha and does not need to leave the village. There are only a few Uchiha ninjas who frequently go out of the village to perform tasks like Shisui's uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. I know. There is a ninja competition held by the Rain Country Ninja Clan. The prize is very generous. Shisui grabbed Zoroark, who jumped onto his shoulder and held him in his arms, and answered. Shisui himself is only a 9-year-old child, and Zoroark is now 0.7 meters tall and weighs 13 kilograms. It is a bit uncomfortable for Zoroark to stand on his shoulders. The main reason is that Zoroark is too big. If he stands up, it will be very crowded. Shisui thinks it may be good if he is smaller. I think you and Obito can participate in this youth martial arts meeting if you don't have anything important to do. Not for the prize, you can also fight with more geniuses to grow and accumulate fame. Uchiha Fugaku suggested. It is actually not good for ninjas to be too famous, because it is inevitable that some information will be leaked if they are too famous. But being famous is not without benefits. If you want to become a Hokage, the earlier you become famous, the better. An unknown ninja will never become a Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku had high expectations for Shisui and Obito, so Uchiha Fugaku personally came to explain the pros and cons to Shisui, and sent Uchiha Yashiro to persuade Obito. Uncle Fugaku, please go there. Actually, the Hokage has already notified us. Obito and I are ready to participate. Shisui explained. Except Yamato, all of Muyu's disciples will participate in this youth martial arts tournament. Even Nohara-rin will participate. Shisui thinks this youth martial arts tournament is a rare opportunity, and there are too many benefits. The rich prizes that others want most are the least attractive to Shisui. Shisui's main motivation for participating is to exercise his abilities and gain recognition from Konoha ninjas for Uchiha. If he and Obito, as Uchiha, defeat ninjas from various countries in the youth martial arts tournament, it will increase Konoha ninjas' favorability towards Uchiha. After all, it is glory for the village. The third Hokage, that's great. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. In addition to their talents, another important reason why Uchiha Fugaku is so optimistic about Shisui and Obito is that they can easily integrate into the Hokage system and have the opportunity to gain support from the Hokage system. Obito's Jonin teacher Minato Namikaze is a disciple of the three ninjas Jiraiya, which is simply a pure and authentic Hokage system. Although Shisui's teacher Hanyumiyu has nothing to do with the Hokage in terms of lineage, he is highly valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and is the first vice president since the establishment of the ninja school. Now he is a strong man with a very good reputation in Konoha, and can be regarded as a strong man in the Hokage system. With these relationships, the probability of Shisui and Obito becoming Konoha's high-level or Hokage is much greater than that of normal Uchiha. Shisui, if you have any needs, you can ask the family, and the family will try to meet your needs. Uchiha Fugaku will not be stingy for the future hope of the real family like Shisui. Uncle Fugaku, do you think the current state of the police department is good? Shisui did not ask Uchiha Fugaku for anything, but asked him a question. Now Uchiha can't actually give Shisui anything. Muyo can beat all the fire escape ninjutsu of Uchiha with just one breath of fire, and Shisui doesn't have much demand for money. Shisui really doesn't have too high requirements for the Uchiha clan, just hope that they can live a stable life and don't mess around. Police Department. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought, wondering what Shisui was referring to. In Konoha, except for the police department, there should be no department that is completely controlled by a certain family, right? Shisui did not act as a riddler and said directly. Uchiha Fugaku is not only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but also the captain of the police force. If the police department wants to reform from within, it must first pass Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. This treatment is indeed unique to Uchiha. Is it appropriate for a department like the police department to be controlled by a family? Shisui continued to ask. Uchiha Fugaku vaguely guessed a little bit of Shisui's idea, but immediately denied it because it was too crazy. Letting Uchiha give up the police department is equivalent to giving away the cake in hand. No matter what, the police department is very important to Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. Uchiha Fugaku didn't know why Shisui had such an idea. No one would support him if he stood against the interests of the entire family. The police department has great power, not just to maintain Konoha's law and order. The police department does not need exact evidence to arrest people. As long as they suspect that the other party has a criminal tendency, they can arrest and detain them. Whether they are ordinary people or ninjas, they will be directly sent to prison after the facts of the crime are found out. Prison is also within the scope of the police department's authority. However, those are not the greatest powers of the police department. In name, the police department even has the power to formulate Konoha's regulations. Real experts know that this is a power that looks good but is not practical, because the Hokage also has the power to deny the regulations formulated by the police department, and the power of the Hokage is the greatest. In other words, regulations that the Hokage disagrees with will never appear, and the power of the police department to formulate regulations is in name only. Of course, some small details do not affect the status of the police department in Konoha. After all, the power of any department cannot exceed that of the Hokage. But will other families really let the Uchiha with the police department appear as a Hokage? Shisui asked a soul-searching question. Uchiha already has a bad reputation in Konoha, and he also monopolizes a large department. Neither the ninja clan nor ordinary ninjas like such Uchiha. Although this was initially decided by the second Hokage, who made great contributions to Konoha in the eyes of Konoha ninjas, gave Uchiha special treatment because of the Uchiha's contribution to the village's establishment. You Uchiha should be more conscious, instead of just standing there and not leaving. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Shisui's statement seemed to make some sense. Two powerful forces are easy to arouse people's fear. I think the police department needs to be reformed. It can no longer be run by only Uchiha clan ninjas. Other Konoha ninjas must be absorbed. Shisui said. This is an important step for Shisui to ease the contradictions between Uchiha clans, and it is a necessary step. This matter is serious, and we must consider it in the long run. Uchiha Fugaku said hesitantly. The position of Hokage is very important to Uchiha, but the police department is also very important. The position of Hokage is still far away, but the police department is the interest that is actually in hand. If the reform of the police department will produce an Uchiha Hokage 100%, Fugaku will immediately convene a high-level meeting. But giving up the interests in hand for the uncertain distant future, even if he recognizes Shisui, other elders will refute. Shisui sighed in his heart when he saw this. Uchiha Fugaku is strong enough and has good ability to do things, but his personality is indecisive and it is always difficult to make decisions quickly. If Uchiha Fugaku did not have such a personality, with his ability, Uchiha Shengqing would not have so many supporters in Uchiha no matter how eloquent he was. How is Itaka now? Shisui began to change the subject. He knew that no matter how much he talked to Uchiha Fugaku now, it would be difficult for Uchiha Fugaku to make a decision. It would be better to achieve a good result in the youth martial arts tournament and let Uchiha Fugaku see greater hope. It would be much easier to persuade him at that time. Next time, I have to ask Obito to come along. Shisui thought to himself. Unlike Shisui, Obito really has the dream of becoming a Hokage. Fortunately, I won't fall when running now, and sometimes he will ask about you, Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile. Uncle Fugaku, Itaka should be fine now. I want to go see him now. Shisui thought for a while and said. Why Itaka wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan and how to exterminate the Uchiha clan is still a mystery. Guiding Itaka is also an important task. Itaka is not yet old enough to practice. He only has a period of study time in the morning. The rest of the time is free. Let's go together. Uchiha Fugaku explained. Uchiha Fugaku is very happy to see Shisui and Itaka become friends. When Uchiha Fugaku brought Shisui home, Itaka sat on the corridor in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. Father, brother Shisui. Uchiha Itaka greeted Fugaku and Shisui after he found them coming back. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in response, and after instructing Uchiha Itaka, he went to the study, leaving space for the two to chat. Itaka, how do you feel during this period? Shisui asked with a smile as he sat next to Uchiha Itaka. Same as usual, nothing different. Uchiha Itaka answered honestly. Now he reads and writes in the morning, dazes or chats with Uchiha Mikoto in the afternoon, eats and walks in the evening, and goes to bed at 8 o'clock. Brother Shisui, do you want to tell a story? Uchiha Itaka looked at Shisui with a little expectation. Compared to repeating the calm daily routine, the historical stories told by Shisui are definitely more interesting. Okay, but this time I won't talk about history. I'll talk about the deeds of my teacher Hanyumwyu. Shisui said after thinking for a while. He wanted Uchiha Itaka to learn from Myu and become a sunny, warm, and righteous ninja. Uchiha Itaka nodded with curiosity. The story between Shisui and his teacher meant that there would be many experiences for Shisui. The first time I met teacher Myu was on the first day of the ninja school. Teacher Myu did not give a formal lecture at the beginning, but told us about the founding of Konoha and the Will of Fire. Shisui repeated Myu's lecture content to Uchiha Itaka, and a touch of nostalgia flashed across his face. Although only 3 years have passed, a lot of things have really happened. When he first went to the ninja school, he would never have thought that he would become a jonin at the age of 8, nor would he have thought that he would open the 3 Magatama Sharingan so quickly. If it weren't for Myu, this would be almost impossible to achieve. Uchiha Itaka listened to Shisui telling Myu's deeds one by one. The Myu in Shisui's mouth is very capable, with strong fire escape and a particularly good teaching skill. However, Myu, who is gentle to others, occasionally has some bad tastes, such as asking Shisui to attack Asuma, knowing that Obito is stubborn, pretending not to notice and then scaring Obito with questions. Sounds like a particularly good person. Uchiha Itaka is more curious about teacher Myu mentioned by Shisui. The eastern part of the Rain Country. The Six Paths Castle is still under construction. Compared to when the ninja sect first came, the Six Paths Castle is now the size of a small town. Due to the cooperation with Iwagakure, Onoki sent some Iwagakure ninjas to help the ninja sect build, and also sent some young ninjas to receive training. Myu has to say that the Earth Escape ninjas are really fast. With the support of Iwagakure, the construction speed has increased all of a sudden. I really hope that the martial arts meeting will start and end earlier. I watch my companions working but have no time to help. After training, Yahiko sighed while looking into the distance while replenishing water. He, Nagato and Konan are still within the age limit and have to participate in the youth martial arts tournament as ninjas of the ninja clan, so they have basically been training for the start of the martial arts tournament during this period. So we should perform better in the martial arts tournament. Konan said as he controlled the paper back into his hand. Although the ninja clan is the organizer of the youth martial arts tournament, as a ninja force, the strength of young ninjas is also very important. The better they perform, the more attention other ninja villages and ninja organizations will pay to the ninja clan and the Rain Country. Yet. Yahiko nodded, then looked at Nagato and laughed. Nagato, you must win to the end, don't let others take it away. Yahiko is still somewhat confident in his own strength, but if the scope is put on the entire ninja world, then Yahiko is really not sure of the first place. Nagato is different. Nagato has the eyes of the six-path sage, which is a unique miracle in the entire ninja world. Yahiko believes that Nagato can win everything. I will try my best. Nagato nodded seriously. He had many reasons to take first place, for Muyu, for the ninja clan, for the land of rain, but there was no reason to lose. It's a pity that Minister Kakuzu went out to discuss business, otherwise he would come to help you with combat training. Our strength is still far behind yours. Yahiko stood up and said after feeling that he had rested enough. Thinking of Kakuzu, Yahiko was also quite emotional. At the beginning, Kakuzu wanted to catch Muyu. Exchanged for bounty, and was brought by Muyu to follow him. He assumed that he was a member of the ninja clan, and made a lot of contributions to the ninja clan with his rich experience. Finding sponsors and merchants for the martial arts competition were basically handled by Jiaozie and his team. Maybe in another 1,000 years, there will be a mythical figure like the six-path sage. Yahiko felt that the deeds of the ninja master in rebuilding the ninja clan would be passed down through the ages. You should practice by yourselves first, and I will help Nagato practice. Just as Yahiko was thinking about Muyu's deeds, Muyu's voice reached his ears. Don't you have things to do with Iwagakure? I can practice by myself. Nagato didn't want Muyu to work too hard. Nagato didn't know how Muyu managed to do both Konoha and the Rain Country, but he knew it must be difficult. On one side is Liang Muyu, who has defeated many powerful enemies on the battlefield of Konoha, and on the other side is the new legendary ninja master of the Rain Country, Kayuran. Iwagakure is resting, I'm not busy now. Muyu replied with a smile. Since the ninja clan has a lot of affairs recently, Muyu often runs between the two. Although the Yang Fenjian shadow clone has solved the problem of existence time, it is still as fragile and not stable enough when encountering accidents. In addition, the ninja clan has moved to the eastern part of the Rain Country, which is the closest place to the Fire Country, and the time Muyu needs to travel has been shortened a lot. Let me test how well your samsara eye has adapted. Muyu took Nagato to a relatively open place. Seeing that Muyu insisted on helping him practice, Nagato did not refuse again, but just silently remembered Muyu's kindness in his heart. I'm going to take action, get ready. Muyu reminded and then quickly began to condense chakra. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. As Muyu completed the seal, a sharp lightning spear flew towards Nagato. Nagato stretched out his palm towards the lightning spear. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force burst out, and the lightning spear that was originally aimed at Nagato was instantly bounced off and hit a large rock beside him, blasting the rock to pieces. Nagato did not sit there and wait for Muyu to attack. He burst out his chakra and rushed towards Muyu, stretching out his palm again. Tianyin. A powerful gravitational force emanated from Nagato's palm, attracting Muyu's body towards Nagato. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Muyu used the body flickering technique to dodge away, and Nagato only sucked a few rocks near Muyu. Nagato also sucked in the rocks that were shattered by the lightning escape, and then used Shinra Tensei on the sucked rocks. Bang bang bang! The broken rocks flew towards Muyu at a speed like a cannonball. But for Muyu, who has a transparent world and white eyes, the attack trajectory of each stone is very obvious, and Muyu easily dodges it. Shadow Clone Technique. Nagato quickly formed two clones with hand seals. One of the clones used water escape to create water spears, and the other clone injected lightning into the water spears, while Nagato used Shinra Tensei again to help the water spears increase speed and power. This is one of Muyu's teaching results. Although the Samsara Eye is powerful, Nagato's Samsara Eye has a fatal flaw. It is not his own, but transplanted by Uchiha Madara. For this reason, Nagato is particularly struggling to use the Samsara Eye. As a result, even if he has a huge amount of chakra, if he uses the samsara eye with all his strength, his actual performance may be weaker than Kakashi. Nagato's samsara eye is a real double-edged sword. It allows Nagato to grow rapidly, but it also causes many disadvantages to Nagato's body. It's okay to just use the normal basic ability of the samsara eye. If you use the Super Shinra Tensei or summon and control the Outer Path Demon statue, it will seriously damage Nagato's body and shorten his life. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Miyu's movements were extremely fast, and the huge earth wall rose rapidly, completing the actual combat of defensive ninjutsu before the water spear attacked. Boom! Loud noises appeared, and several large holes were blasted out of the earth wall, and puddles with electric arcs appeared around Miyu. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. After easily dodging Nagato's attack, Miyu released the chakra that had been condensed long ago. A huge amount of water rushed towards Nagato. Since the Shinra Tensei required a 5-second cooling time, Nagato had no way to deflect the attack. He could only jump on the water surface, and then quickly use the samsara eye to look for Miyu's figure. At this time, Miyu, who used the water instant body, suddenly flashed behind Nagato and threw a kunao. After dodging the kunao, Shinra Tensei just cooled down. Nagato did not hesitate and released Shinra Tensei immediately. Bang! Miyu, who was bounced back, turned into a stream of water and exploded. It was a water clone. The next moment, a cold kunao was placed on Nagato's neck. The kunao that was just thrown out was Miyu's real body. There is still more to consider when using Shinra Tensei in battle. If you use it immediately after cooling down every time, it is easy for the opponent to see the flaw. Miyu put away the kunao and commented. He thought that there were two situations where Shinra Tensei could be used all the time. One was a must-kill situation. As long as the opponent was killed, it didn't matter if the information was leaked. The other was extremely dangerous. If you didn't use it, you would die. If you chose the lesser of two evils, you would definitely choose to expose the information. In normal battles, Miyu felt that he could be more flexible, such as using it at different intervals each time to make the opponent unpredictable, or giving wrong information to induce. The original 5-second cooling time was, disguised as a 7-second cooldown. Wrong information is more deadly than no information. Well, I remember. Nagato nodded. Although Nagato is bigger than Obito and the others, Nagato's combat experience is not as good as Obito and the others. Because Nagato has not undergone formal ninja training, nor is he a ninja from the ninja village. Before entering the ninja clan, Nagato's combat experience was only a few battles with wandering ninjas, and they were the kind of wandering ninjas that would be killed by the 5 major ninja villages. Then Miyu pointed out some problems with Nagato's Wangxiang Tianyan, and finally said, Nagato, you can focus on the development of the samsara eye, but you can't give up the nature-changing ninjutsu and physical skills. Maybe it's not a complete awakening, or it may be that he is not proficient in awakening. At present, Nagato can only use Wangxiang Tianyan and Shinra Tensei, and the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Absorption Ninjutsu and the Human Soul Extraction are not available. The fastest way for Nagato to improve his strength now is to develop the samsara eye, even if it is only the basic ability. As long as all the abilities are fully developed, relying on the high status of the samsara eye itself, there are few rivals in the current ninja world. However, this pair of samsara eyes is not Nagato's own after all. God knows what Uchiha Madara has left. For better development in the future, Nagato's other abilities cannot be left behind. Especially the yang breathing I taught you. You must practice it in the practice room for an hour every day. After Nagato practiced the basic breathing to a normal level, Miyu thought carefully and taught Nagato the yang breathing. Nagato has the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, and is born with a strong vitality chakra, which is suitable for practicing yang escape. Stronger yang escape can strengthen Nagato's sage body and offset the side effects of the samsara eye to a certain extent. I will, you go and have a rest. Nagato couldn't help but persuade. He rarely saw Miyu idle, as if Miyu had something to do at any time. Then I'll take a break. Miyu smiled and said, sitting next to him and watching Nagato practice. The martial arts venue should be completely completed within half a month, and we can start the next wave of operations. Miyu thought in his mind. In order to satisfy the ninja sect, Miyu's plan is very perfect. In addition to the rewards that seem extremely tempting, Miyu also prepared some other publicity methods. He plans to invite Hanzo as a special guest of the Youth Martial Arts Conference to watch the game with him. The new legend and the previous legend will definitely be on the same stage, and the topic will definitely not be low, and it can also get some benefits from Hanzo. The partners are holding a big event, so Rain Ninjas must support them. Last time, many Rain Ninjas came to Miyu's place for class. That night, Miyu asked the Shadow Clone to take a few Ninja Sect ninjas to find Hanzo. Hanzo originally wanted to pretend to be away, and he was really a little embarrassed to see Miyu now. But thinking of the days of unlimited lectures, Hanzo finally met Miyu in the leader's office. "Tell me why you're here, senior," Hanzo said calmly. "I just want to invite you, Senior Hanzo, to watch the Youth Martial Arts Tournament," Miyu replied with a smile. "I've been busy with official duties recently, so I don't have time to watch the game." Hanzo refused without changing his expression. He didn't want to go. When he was with Senior Hanzo, he could imagine how other spectators would discuss him. "Hanzang is here. Did he send the Rain Ninja to participate in the competition to get the fire style that defeated him? I heard that Hanzo and Senior Hanzo were sitting together. Could it be that Hanzo has been defeated? There must be a lot of people discussing that he was defeated by Senior Hanzo. They might have to talk about the first prize." Miyu still had a smile on her face. "Senior Hattori, how good is my lecture?" Hanzo's face suddenly changed and his mind was shocked. He didn't understand why he was discovered when he was so good at disguising himself. You know, even the Rain Ninja didn't know he was listening to the class. After being surprised, Hanzo's face darkened. Since Miyu found him, it was definitely not accidental to ask him to interact. It was intentional. After secretly cursing Miyu in his heart, Hanzo immediately changed his words and said, "When will it be held? Such a grand event must not be missed." Hanzo really had no choice. If the news that he was disguised and lurking only to listen to the class for 7 days spread out, he would completely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Chapter 517 A Strong Person Worth Noting. When the facilities required for the martial arts meeting were built, Miyu announced the news of Hanzo's watching the game and various matters of the youth martial arts meeting. The youth martial arts has undergone many rounds of publicity. Interested people have been waiting for specific news of the event. Once the news was released, people who wanted to participate in the competition or watch the game rushed to the Rain country. In addition to the genius that Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to ask about his intention, there are also some young ninjas who want to participate in the martial arts tournament to gain experience. After all, the registration fee is only 68,900 taels, which is just a small amount of money for ninjas. Even if they don't get the ranking reward, they can still see the legendary ninja master, the doctor. Thinking that leading one team is leading 2 teams is also leading, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned other ninjas who wanted to participate and asked Miyu to lead the team to the land of rain. "Your ninja level is rising so fast, even Shisui has become a jonin." Asuma, who is still a chunin, couldn't help but sigh. When he graduated, Shisui was enrolled, but Shisui became a jonin while he was a chunin. This promotion speed is really outrageous. Hehe, let me tell you the secret of our promotion. Obito laughed. Asuma instantly became interested, and Yui Kurane also leaned towards him. To Obito. "First, we need to fight the 7 ninja swordsmen, and then complete some S-rank missions," Obito replied. "Team Asuma. If they meet the 7 ninja swordsmen, they will be promoted to Jonin, but they will be gone. Besides, there are no 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure now, only 2 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure has no intention of seeking peace, so Konoha will certainly not return the ninja swordsmen. In order to prevent Kirigakure from using special means to retrieve them, the captured ninja swordsmen have been sealed. Without ninja swordsmen, there will be no new members, so Kirigakure may only have 2 ninja swordsmen for a long time, unless Kirigakure is willing to create new ninja swordsmen. The secret is very good, but it's a bit useless. Asuma couldn't help but pat Obito on the back. But with you guys participating, the rewards may be taken by us Konoha. I don't know if the people of the ninja clan will mind. Asuma knew how perverted Obito and the others were. He practiced so hard, but the gap was getting bigger and bigger. When he and Obito participated in special training together, Obito was only slightly better than him. By the time of the Chunin exam, Obito could already crush him. Although Asuma has never seen Obito take action, the fact that Obito assisted Kakashi in killing the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon in the Battle of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen is enough to prove his strength. As long as we are not unlucky and meet our own people, we will definitely rank high. Obito said confidently. Various missions and experiences on the battlefield gave Obito enough confidence. Don't underestimate other ninjas in the ninja world. The restriction of the Youth Martial Arts Conference is that you cannot participate if you are over 18 years old, not 12 or 11 years old. Kakashi reminded. Although Kakashi is not conceited, he will not belittle himself. He never denies that he is a genius among ninjas. But Kakashi does not think he can kill everyone except Muyu's disciples in the Youth Martial Arts Conference, because he is too young, only 11 years old. Other contestants may not be as talented as him, but they have practiced for 7 more years than him, so it is hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Kakashi, do you have relevant information? Obito asked curiously. Obito also knew about the age, so he didn't say too much, just said high ranking, didn't say that it must take the top 2 or top 4. A little bit, but not much. Kakashi shook his head and replied. There are very few ninjas who can become famous in the ninja world at the age of about 18, and the last batch of ninjas who became famous at the age of 18 are already over 18, such as Namikaze Minato. So you don't know, then you still pretend to know a lot. Obito complained. He couldn't stand Kakashi's comparison, especially in front of Nohara Rin. Kakashi laughed and said nothing. Since the distance between the shinobi clan's headquarters and Konoha is not particularly far, Muyu chose a late departure time. When Muyu led the team to Liudeo City was already very lively. There were many ninjas on the streets, with forehead protectors of various forms. However, the ninjas who came here all had their own purposes. Only a few idiots would go up and cause trouble, but they were also dealt with quickly by the ninjas of the ninja clan, which looked quite harmonious. There are so many people, and there are ninjas from the enemy village. Obito exclaimed. It was the first time he saw so many ninjas from different ninja villages at the same time. He saw many different forehead protectors at a glance. In terms of the number of ninjas, the ninjas of the ninja army were more and more spectacular than here, but the ninja army all had a forehead protector, which was a different scene. It shows that the ability of the ninja clan is not bad. Kakashi commented. For the current situation in the ninja world, it is not an easy task to keep so many ninjas from ninja villages calm and not fight. Even if there are only 1 or 2 small teams of ninjas, it is normal for them to collide. After arranging the accommodation, Kakashi and others formed a team to register. The ninja clan did a good job in guiding people to the registration office. Kakashi and his friends could easily find the registration office for the youth martial arts tournament. However, looking at the crowd gathered together, Kakashi felt that he could easily find it without guidance. There were too many people gathered here, not only the contestants who wanted to register, but also the accompanying personnel of the contestants. It's Hoshigaki Kamen from Kirigakure. Might Guy saw a Kirigakure ninja who had a slight impression in the crowd. Hoshigaki Kamen had forced Kakashi and others into a desperate situation in the Death Forest section of the Chunin exam, and he had announced his name, so Might Guy remembered him. Are you talking about Hoshigaki Kisame? Kakashi was stunned by Might Guy's call of Hoshigaki Kamen, and recalled carefully before remembering his real name. Ah, isn't it Hoshigaki Kamen? I should be right. I remember that we exchanged a sentence in the third exam. Might Guy recalled again and felt that he was right. Might Guy's confidence made Kakashi a little unsure. Could it be that he remembered the wrong name? The Kirigakure ninjas are also here to participate in the competition. We will beat them hard again like we are on the battlefield. Obito saw the Kirigakure ninja who had beaten him once in the Chunin exam. Although he had already completed his revenge in the third round of the Chunin exam, winning again would prove his strength. Such a strong chakra! Which ninja village is this ninja from? Opening the transparent world, Kakashi suddenly sensed a strong chakra. He just thought that since so many players gathered here, there might be strong opponents. He didn't expect that there would be masters he didn't know when he opened the transparent world. Kakashi calmly changed his position to close the transparent world, but found that the ninja with strong chakra didn't have a forehead protector on his head. No forehead protector or a non-ninja village ninja. Kakashi speculated in his heart. It's not that there are no strong ninjas from non-ninja villages, but they are too rare. If there is one under 18 years old, it will be even rarer. Thunder Fang Kakashi, Green Beast Might Guy, Instant Body Shisui, Konoha's geniuses are here. Some ninjas noticed the arrival of Kakashi and others. Although Kakashi and others have not yet become famous in the whole ninja world, they are still famous in several surrounding countries. Obito looked around for the person who spoke. He called Kakashi and others but not him. He looked down on him. Unfortunately, there are so many ninjas here, many of them are chatting, and Obito can't find out who is talking after searching hard. Mei Terumi and Mangetsu Hojiki turned around when they heard these familiar names. It's really them. The competition pressure is so great. Mei Terumi frowned slightly. Except for Obito, who was restrained by her, Mei Terumi fought Kakashi, Might Guy, and Shisui. Mei Terumi felt that she would lose. Might Guy. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at Might Guy. Kisame Hoshigaki still can't forget the crushing defeat that Might Guy gave him in the Chunin exam. The group of Konoha geniuses who once repelled the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mangetsu Hojiki showed an interested look. He thought that if Kirigakure still had ninja swords, he could directly become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so he regarded Obito and others as equals. It's Maki from the Sand Village. At this time, a ninja from a small ninja village recognized the Sand Village in the new Sand Village team. There are so many talented ninjas from big ninja villages. A ninja from a small ninja village had the idea of retreating. Originally, I thought that maybe there would be few people participating during the war and wanted to come here to pick up the leaks, but after thinking carefully, sending a few young ninja teams would not affect the situation. Although they were not going to participate in the competition, the ninjas who were not participating were also prepared to watch the competition before leaving, adhering to the idea that they were already here. On June 25, the preliminaries of the Youth Martial Arts Tournament began. The preliminaries were not allowed to be watched. For the audience, the elimination rounds after the preliminaries were the official start of the competition. Since the number of participating ninjas exceeded 200, Mu divided the participating ninjas equally into 8 competition areas, and each competition area had 4 places to enter the elimination rounds. The preliminaries were fought round by round until only 4 players were left. After drawing lots, Obito and the others gathered together to communicate. I'm number 1 in the 2nd division, how about you guys? Obito said first, raising the number in his hand. Number 15 in the 8th division. Might Guy smiled with shining white teeth. The others all breathed a sigh of relief. If they were in the same division as Might Guy, it would be a bit of luck. I'm number 1 in the first division. Kakashi replied. I'm number 10 in the 5th division. Shisui said. I'm number 10 in the 5th division. Nohara-rin said with a smile. According to the competition system of the youth martial arts tournament, it's a good thing to be in different divisions. Otherwise, if they meet in the first game in the same division, one of them must not enter the knockout round. However, Nohara-rin's worries are unnecessary, because the division of the divisions is manually operated by Mu. The existence of the preliminaries is to ensure the excitement of the knockout rounds. Mu separates the stronger ninjas, so that geniuses will not be unable to enter the knockout rounds due to luck. Kakashi, Obito, hurry to the battlefield of the 2nd division. You are all in the first match. Nohara-rin reminded gently. The 8 divisions will be held at the same time, rather than one division finishing first and then proceeding in order. Well, Xiaolin, you have to cheer up. When you fight, Xiaolin, I will go over to cheer you up. Obito encouraged Nohara-rin before leaving. Obito, you too, don't underestimate your opponent. Even if the ninja is not as strong as you have to go all out. Nohara-rin nodded and said seriously. You can collect information about other ninjas after the battle. Leaving this sentence, Kakashi left for the battlefield of the 1st division. Since Kakashi moved faster, Kakashi stood for a while after he arrived before the game began. In the first round, the first contestant, Kakashi Hatake, will compete against the second contestant, Daisuke Kamioka. The referee quickly read out the list after taking a look at it. Whoosh! Kakashi used the instant body technique to reach the battlefield after hearing his name. When Yuka Daisuke heard that his opponent was Reiga Kakashi, he was stunned for a moment. The referee read out his name for the 2nd time before he walked to the battlefield in a panic. What a lousy draw, I was actually asked to fight Reiga. Yuka Daisuke cursed in his heart. The battle begins. The referee shouted after seeing that the players were ready. Swish, swish, swish. Yuka Daisuke quickly took out the shuriken from his ninja tool bag and threw it at Kakashi. Although Reiga Kakashi had a record of killing the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was already standing on the battlefield, so Yuka Daisuke could not just admit defeat. Dang dang! Kakashi chopped off all the shurikens with a light dance of his white fangs, and then concentrated his breathing and burst into extreme speed. Yuka Daisuke only felt that Kakashi suddenly accelerated, and before he could do many moves, the next moment the white fang short blade was against his neck. The gap is so big. Yuka Daisuke stared at this scene with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He knew he couldn't beat Kakashi, but he didn't expect to lose just by throwing a shuriken. He originally thought that he would have to fight for 2 or 3 rounds. Number 1 Hatake Kakashi wins. The referee immediately announced Kakashi's victory. Kakashi put away his sword and walked out of the battlefield. He first entered the transparent world state and took a look at the ninjas in the 1st division. After finding no ninjas worth recording, he left and went to the 2nd division. Number 1 Uchiha Obito wins. Kakashi heard the referee's voice announcing Obito's victory as soon as he walked into the 2nd division. Obito, who won the battle, left the battlefield happily and happened to see Kakashi coming. Obito's smile instantly faded a little. He just thought about winning the game and going to Kakashi to cheer for Kakashi, but Kakashi was faster. I'm going to the 3rd, 6th, and 7th districts to take a look. Do you want to come with me? Kakashi invited. These districts are where Muyu's disciples are not. Kakashi wants to go and observe to see if there are any ninjas worth noting. Districts with disciples don't actually need too much observation. They can get information by exchanging ideas at night. No, I'm going to the 4th district. Obito refused. Kakashi felt that the 2nd district might need to be observed occasionally. Obito didn't seem to be able to collect information like this. That missed ninja. When Kakashi walked to the 3rd district, he saw Mangetsu Kizuki fighting. Kakashi stopped and prepared to watch Mangetsu Kizuki's performance. Mangetsu Kizuki's chakra was not weak either. "Get down!" The ninja dressed as Iwagakure waved his long sword and stabbed Mangetsu Kizuki. But Mangetsu Kizuki didn't dodge or avoid. He smiled faintly at the rushing Iwagakure and let him pierce his body with the sharp sword. Turned into water. The Iwagakure ninja was surprised to find that Mangetsu Hojiki had turned into a water man. The Iwagakure ninja quickly drew out his sword, and the place where Mangetsu Hojiki had just been stabbed quickly recovered, as if nothing had happened. The Iwagakure ninja wanted to continue to chop Mangetsu Hojiki, but Mangetsu Hojiki pointed his hand like a pistol at the Iwagakure ninja. Water cannon technique. Bang! A liquid like a bullet shot out and knocked the Iwagakure ninja to the ground. Mangetsu Hojiki wins. Mangetsu Hojiki noticed Kakashi after leaving the battlefield. In the Youth Martial Arts Conference, there were only a few ninjas with a body shape like Kakashi, and with his sparse white hair, he could be easily spotted. "You seem to be a disciple of Liang Wu?" Mangetsu Hojiki asked Kakashi. "Yes." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Wu's disciple was an identity that made Kakashi proud, and there was no need to lie. "Then I'm not mistaken. Don't lose before the elimination round, Hitaki Kakashi," Mangetsu Kizuki said provocatively. Kakashi looked calm. The Jinchuriki of Kirigakure was killed by Konoha. It was normal for Kirigakure ninjas to hate him. And if Kakashi remembered correctly, Yu killed a strong man named Kizuki on the East Coast battlefield. Maybe he had something to do with Mangetsu Kizuki. "You must be confused in your heart. I'm not a stingy person. I'll just say it straight. Kizuki is my uncle." Mangetsu Kizuki replied with emotion. "Although we haven't met many times, he is indeed my uncle." Kakashi was a little speechless. Why was he confused? This Mangetsu Kizuki looked like a normal person, but his actual performance was similar to that of Obito. Kakashi, who was bothered by the trouble, didn't say anything and quickly rushed to the 6th competition area. Player number 3 Sand Crab vs player number 4 Ueda Hisashi. The first battle in the 6th division was a little slower. Kakashi only reached the second round of the first round when he arrived at the 6th division. So his name is Sand Crab. Kakashi stopped and prepared to watch the game. This ninja named Sand Crab was the ninja he noticed when he used the transparent world before, and he had a powerful chakra in his body. The battle begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ueda Hisashi took action and rushed towards his opponent with his sword. Facing the attacking Ueda Hisashi, Sand Crab calmly took out a kunai to deal with it. Due to the large gap in strength, Ueda Hisashi was quickly caught by Sand Crab and kicked to the ground. Just when Ueda Hisashi wanted to get up quickly and continue fighting, he was suddenly surprised to find that his body moved by itself. "What's going on?" Ueda Hisashi was shocked and watched himself stab the knife into his abdomen. The other players watching the game were also surprised, not knowing why Ueda Hisashi suddenly started to hurt himself. Sand Crab wins. In order to prevent any accidents to the players, the referee directly announced the end of the fight. At the moment when the referee shouted, Ueda realized that he had regained control of his body, and quickly pulled out the knife and covered the wound. Chakra line, is it a puppeteer? Kakashi, who entered the transparent world state, observed that after Ueda fell to the ground, several thin lines touched Ueda's body. If we talk about the ninja who plays the chakra line the best and the most colorfully, it is undoubtedly the puppeteer of Sand Village. A powerful puppeteer can control multiple puppets to perform the attack was hard to resist. Kakashi was a little uncertain because the ninja named Sand Crab did not wear a forehead protector. The youth martial arts tournament was very popular, and a large number of ninja villages participated in the competition. Winning the youth martial arts tournament was good for the ninja village and might attract commissions, so there was no reason for the ninja village to not wear a forehead protector. I have to watch it again after the second round of battle. Kakashi thought. With the current trend, he can deal with the enemy faster and should be able to reach the 6th competition area before the sand crab battle begins. Then Kakashi went to the 7th competition area. Don't worry if you don't go. Kakashi was shocked when he went there. What a terrifying chakra! When Kakashi observed Nagato's chakra with the transparent world, he was instantly shocked. Nagato's chakra is not a question of how much or how little. Except for the Jinchuriki, Kakashi has never seen any ninja with such strong chakra. Kakashi felt that he should change an adjective. Among the ninjas he had sensed, there was no one as perverted as Nagato. Because there were so many strong men in Konoha, Kakashi was not a voyeur who would use the transparent world to see a person. It's that member of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi looked at Nagato's appearance, and gradually recalled some memories in his mind. Kakashi had a deep impression of the Akatsuki organization, because Naruto said that the Akatsuki organization was a terrorist organization that robbed the tailed beasts, but after they investigated in the Rain Country, they found that the current Akatsuki organization was not only not terrifying, but also very positive. Nagato number 19 vs Kurosawa no 20. Kakashi looked at the battlefield seriously. Kurosawa was the mist-hidden sect he met in the Chunin exam. Although he was not as good as Hoshigaki Kisame and Terumi Mei, he was also pretty good. Water style, mist-hidden sect technique. Kurosawa retreated quickly as soon as he came on the field, and then sprayed thick fog to cover the entire battlefield. Wind style, suppress harm. Nagato made a seal with a calm face and spit out a high-pressure wind ball. Whoosh! The wind ball turned into a huge storm the moment it landed, and the thick fog that Kurosawa blew away was blown away by the powerful storm in the blink of an eye. However, the power of the pressure was not limited to this. The powerful high-pressure wind block raged in the field, and the ground was blown to pieces. Kurosawa did not expect that Nagato would use such a terrifying ninjutsu. He was affected by the high-pressure wind block and vomited blood and flew backwards. Kakashi. During the Chunin exam, they were beaten very hard. Why are they so bad now? And they were killed in one move. The ninjutsu is very strong, but if it is only at this level, it can still be dealt with. Kakashi deduced in his mind. Equivalent to Nagato's exaggerated chakra, Nagato's ninjutsu level did not actually make Kakashi feel particularly surprised. Obito and Shisui's fire escape, Kakashi's own lightning escape, they can all do this level, and even stronger in the breathing method chakra state. Come and see again during the second round. Kakashi plans to stay in the 6th and 7th divisions except for his own division today to study Nagato and the sand crab. It's hard to say that the sand crab has not shown much so far, but Nagato is really not to be underestimated just for his chakra and wind escape. P.S. I'm a little stuck, 6K today, but the plot has finally transitioned. Also, I'm asking for monthly tickets, double monthly tickets have started. Chapter 518 The Terrifying Strength of Nagato. After Nagato's battle, Kakashi returned to the 1st division, waiting for the second round to start, and observing the ninjas in the 1st division. Since Kakashi came back late, the first round had already been played for the most part, and Kakashi only watched a few games, and the second round was about to begin. Kakashi was very calm. According to his observations in several divisions, the average strength of the ninjas in the youth martial arts tournament is actually a chunin. Don't talk about them, even Nohara Rin, as long as she is not too unlucky and doesn't meet a ninja like Nagato, can easily enter the knockout round. It's easier than I thought. Kakashi thought. In Kakashi's original idea, the competition in the martial arts tournament that attracted much attention should be very fierce, and there would be many young talents from the 5 major ninja villages participating. But the fact is not so. Among the more than 200 participating ninjas, ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages are actually a minority. Kakashi is the most clear about Konoha, with a total of 18 participants. Kakashi only saw the team of Mei Terumi on the Kirigakure side, with a total of 6 Kirigakure ninjas. Kakashi also only saw one team of Sand Village, with a total of only 4 Sand Village ninjas. The number of Iwagakure is relatively large. Kakashi roughly calculated that there are about 21 people, which is the largest ninja village with the most participating ninjas. Kumigakure has the least number of people. Kakashi only saw 3 Kumigakure ninjas among the contestants, and he didn't see many other Kumigakure ninjas in the Six Paths Castle. Kakashi believes that there are 2 main reasons for this situation. The first is that it is a wartime and the situation is tense. It is impossible for the big ninja villages to send too many young talents to participate in the Youth Martial Arts Association. The second is the attractiveness of the rewards to different ninja villages. Although the Fire Dragon Dance is now known as the strongest fire escape, the strongest fire escape is still fire escape. For example, in the Hidden Mist Village, there are very few people who use fire escape. The few fire escape ninjas may not be able to learn the Fire Dragon Dance. In this case, the Hidden Mist Village is unlikely to have much interest in the Youth Martial Arts Association. Kakashi guessed that the Hidden Mist Village sent out ninjas with the mentality that they are useless, but they can't let others take them away. That's good. If a ninja like Killer Bee comes, I'm afraid Kai won't be easy to deal with. Kakashi nodded secretly. Kiribi then he really became famous at a young age. When Kakashi was still a chunin, Killer Bee had already become famous in the ninja world together with the 4th generation AI. Kakashi had met the Noob combination twice during the mission, so he knew a little about Killer Bee's strength. The first match of the second round, number 1 Hatake Kakashi vs number 3 Komi Yamayuji. Hearing the referee's call, Kakashi suppressed his thoughts and walked onto the battlefield. Komi Yamayuji sighed and walked up with a fearless attitude. Although the battle had not yet begun, based on Kakashi's performance in the previous match, the possibility of his winning was 0. Start. Flash. Swish. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Kakashi immediately concentrated his breathing and pulled out the white fang and charged like lightning. Komi Yamayuji only felt a dazzling flash of lightning in front of his eyes. He had just taken out the kunao, and the next moment the white fang short blade was placed on his neck. The battle ended extremely quickly again. Unlike the last game, Kakashi's kill was a foregone conclusion this time, and some people didn't recognize Kakashi in the last game. The players with numbers below 8 couldn't help but sigh after looking at their numbers. How could they continue to play? They were already locked in defeat. After the battle, Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the 6th zone. He killed his opponent so quickly because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to see the fight of the sand crab if he went too late. The sand crab was number 3, which meant that it would be the first battle of the second round. Fortunately, the battle rhythm in the 6th zone was a little slower. When Kakashi arrived at the 6th zone, the second round had not started yet, and the last battle of the first round was in progress. Kakashi stood quietly in the 6th zone waiting for the start of the second round. Nagato's number was later, so he was not in a hurry to go to the 7th zone. Number 1 Shuzan vs number 3 Sand Crab. Kakashi was a little disappointed when he saw the Kusanagi forehead protector on Shuzan's head, the opponent of the Sand Crab. Although there are some capable fighters in the small ninja village, there are too few of them. Kakashi estimated that he might not see more of the Sand Crab's tricks this time. As Kakashi expected, the Sand Crab defeated Shuzo with just physical skills, and he didn't even use the chakra line. Round 2, Match 2, number 5 Mamakai Zabuza vs. Hearing the referee's call, Kakashi looked up at the battlefield. If it's that Kirigakure, he should be able to force out some of the Sand Crab's true skills. Kakashi recalled the battle with Zabuza in his mind. With the strength Zabuza showed at that time, as long as he wasn't too lazy in the past 2 years, he shouldn't be killed by the Sand Crab with physical skills like the Grass Ninja. Feeling Kakashi's gaze, Zabuza turned around and looked at Kakashi. Are you here to watch my fight? My sword is sharper now than before. The power Kakashi showed to protect friendship in the Chunin exam 2 years ago made Zabuza unforgettable. Zabuza has not yet met the person who is worth his life to protect, but he has been training very hard in the past 2 years. Not to mention defeating Kakashi, Zabuza thinks he should be able to let Kakashi feel a little bit of the fun of fighting. Because there is still a lot of time before Nagato's battle, Kakashi went to the 4th competition area where Nohara-rin was. Before he reached the 4th competition area, Kakashi heard Obito cheering for Nohara-rin. Kakashi looked for a while and found that Nohara-rin's opponent was at the level of an ordinary Chunin. Nohara-rin only used ordinary physical skills to beat the opponent without any chance of fighting back. Kakashi was not surprised by this. Although Nohara-rin focused on medical ninjutsu, her comprehensive ability was that of a real Konoha Jonin. As long as she was not compared with Kakashi and the others, her strength was still not weak. After greeting the two, Kakashi quickly went to the 5th competition area where Shisui was. At this time, Shisui had just finished the battle and walked down the battlefield. Seeing Kakashi coming, he greeted Kakashi. Kakashi responded and then asked, "Shisui, have you found any ninjas that need attention in the 5th division?" Kakashi thought Shisui would write down the intelligence of those ninjas who performed well. There is a Iwagakure ninja named Chinchi who is quite powerful and has a blood limit of Bakutun. Shisui replied. But his number is very low, and I can't meet him in the preliminaries. I suspect that the numbering of this martial arts competition may not be completely random. They are avoiding strong ninjas from meeting before the elimination round. Shisui said his speculation. I investigated several surrounding divisions, and there was no battle that was so strong that it was evenly matched. It was either a crushing victory or it was almost weak. Your guess should be correct. Kakashi nodded, and then told Shisui all the information he had. It seems that this ninja sect has a large intelligence network. It is normal to know the strength of the geniuses in the ninja villages of the surrounding countries. If you know the strength of all the young ninjas participating in the competition, you need intelligence ability. Because geniuses don't necessarily have a record of success. For example, before Kakashi and his friends went to the battlefield, they were not very famous even in Konoha village, let alone in the Land of Fire or even in the ninja world. Even if they have a record of success, as long as it is not at the level of Muyu, they cannot become well known in the ninja world. At most, they will become famous in the warring parties, and then the surrounding countries will spread to a certain extent. Kakashi didn't talk too long with Shisui about the battle order. After all, this was generally more beneficial to them. Kakashi thought it might be Nagato's battle time soon, so he went to the 7th competition area to watch Nagato fight. The 5th battle of the 2nd round, number 17 Baizulaitong vs number 19 Nagato. Kakashi mourned for Baizulaitong for 0.1 seconds in his heart. There was no way to win Baizulaitong, so it depended on whether he could hold out for a few more moves so that Kakashi could get more information about Nagato. He's a strong enemy. Baizulaitong took a deep breath and walked onto the battlefield with a serious face. Laitong, come on. Kakashi encouraged, hoping that Baizulaitong could hold on for a little longer. Since you've come to cheer for me, Kakashi, I can't let you down too much. Baizulaitong was a little surprised to hear Kakashi's voice. After the battle began, Bingzulaitong immediately retreated and formed 2 shadow clones. The left and right shadow clones rushed towards Nagato in tacit understanding, trying to create an opportunity for the main body to attack. At this time, Nagato also formed a shadow clone. Both the main body and the shadow clone quickly formed seals with expressionless faces. Fire style, head hard. Wind style, suppress. Nagato's main body spit out a compressed fireball in the center of the battlefield. As soon as the fireball landed, the compressed flames inside it instantly burst out and created a sea of fire. Then the shadow clone spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The wind ball hit the sea off fire and turned into a large-scale storm. The wind helped the fire. The fire in the sea off fire immediately became extremely terrifying and engulfed the two shadow clones of Bingzu Lietong. Bingzu Lietong widened his eyes, and the hand holding the long sword almost lost its grip and the sword fell to the ground. What an excellent matching mechanism, let him fight this level of opponent. Referee, I give up. Bingzu Lietong raised his hand and admitted defeat before the sea off fire spread. If he could get close to Nagato, he might still have a chance to fight as he was good at physical skills, but Bingzu Lietong's speed was obviously not fast enough to rush to Nagato and hit him with a knife before Nagato released his ninjutsu. Nagato wins. The referee announced the result of the battle. The use of fire escape is not worse than wind escape, and he can combine ninjutsu. Kakashi silently wrote down the new information and further increased Nagato's danger level. Then Kakashi stayed in the 7th division until the end of the second round before returning to his 1st division. Kakashi still quickly solved his opponent as before and quickly rushed to the 6th division where the sand crab was. Now Kakashi has some information about Nagato, but the sand crab is really hidden. In addition to the chakra line, it is just ordinary physical skills. Zabuza found that Kakashi came to watch the battle again, and subconsciously straightened his chest when he walked to the battlefield. The battle begins. The hidden mist technique. As soon as the battle started, Zabuza immediately released chakra and spit out thick mist to cover his vision. He had also seen the battle of the sand crab before, and knew that the opponent was not easy to deal with, so Zabuza went all out right from the start. Kakashi frowned slightly. The hidden mist technique, as the secret technique of the hidden mist village, had a very high upper limit. Not only could Obito's Sharingan not see through it, but his transparent world was the same. At this time, Kakashi could not see the battle scene in the thick fog, and could only judge the general situation of their battle based on the sound. Is there no way to deal with the thick fog, or is it okay if we don't deal with it? Seeing that the thick fog had not dissipated for a minute, Kakashi couldn't judge which possibility it was. After another minute, a series of fierce fighting sounds rang out, and the thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing Zabuza who fell to the ground and the intact sand crab. Kakashi felt helpless. It was really not easy to collect intelligence. After watching 3 games, there was nothing useful. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the sand crab was not weak. Kakashi watched for a while and felt that he should be able to collect useful information in the 4th round. The 4th round is the last round of the preliminaries. The ninja who wins the 4th round will not be too weak. According to the sequence number, the opponent of Sand Crab's last battle will be Uegakuer, and he will not create a fog to cover his vision at the beginning. Nagato's opponent in the 3rd round is also average. Nagato still relies on the wind and fire combination ninjutsu to kill the opponent instantly. Kakashi did not get any new information. After the 3rd round, they did not immediately enter the final 4th round of battle, but took a 3-hour break, and then fought the last round 3 hours later. Kakashi and others used this half-time break to eat together and exchange information with each other. Kakashi first told all the information he had collected, and then waited for the other disciples to take over. It turns out that there are other members of the Akatsuki organization who also participated in the martial arts meeting. I saw the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, in my competition area. Obito said after hearing Kakashi talk about Nagato's information. He seems to be good at water-style ninjutsu. I've only seen one of his battles, so I'm not particularly clear. Obito said honestly. Kakashi looked at him sideways. He thought Obito would stay in the division where Nohara-rin was all the time, but he didn't expect Obito to collect intelligence, although not much. After Obito finished speaking, Nohara-rin and Shisui also talked about the situation in their divisions. It seems that there are no noteworthy opponents in my division. Might Guy touched his chin and thought seriously. In the 8th division, Might Guy felt that no one could catch his golden skyline. If it was Obito who said this, Kakashi would think that Obito was really pretentious, but if it was Might Guy who said it, there was really nothing wrong with it. After all, Might Guy burst out with all his strength to modulate the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra. The combined use of the style has the power of more than 4 ninja swords. After the 4th round began, since Sand Crab was also in the first game, Kakashi directly split a shadow clone to collect information in the 6th competition area, and the main body returned to the first competition area to compete in order to prevent missing key information. P.S. Ask for double monthly tickets, and there is another chapter of 4K that will be released around 1 o'clock. I checked it today and found that there was a little error in yesterday's content, which has been corrected. Actually, Kakashi has seen Nagato, but he has never communicated with him. Yahiko and Obito have also seen him, but only Shisui has seen Konan. Chapter 519 is the ninja master related to Nagato's blackening? Sand Crab vs Stone Bear. Shadow clone Kakashi stared at the battlefield. This is the last round of the preliminaries. After the preliminaries, there will be a day of rest before the elimination round. Sand Crab still walked into the battlefield with an indifferent face as before, and did not look nervous at all. And Sand Crab's opponent Stone Bear looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Although Sand Crab didn't use exaggerated large-scale ninjutsu like Nagato, the way Sand Crab always solved the enemy with ease made Ishikuma dare not underestimate him. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. Ishikuma quickly formed a seal and spit out a stone towards Sand Crab, which quickly grew in size as it flew, like a cannonball. This was the army ninjutsu of Iwagakure. It was extremely powerful when used together by the Iwagakure ninja troops. It was also a good attack ninjutsu for a single player. Sand Crab's face remained indifferent, and he took out the scroll while dodging Iwagakure's attack. The next moment, an old man with a hunched body and a scorpion-like iron thorn on his back appeared on the battlefield and ran towards Ishikuma at a high speed. Puppet Master. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said in his heart. Such a method was undoubtedly the puppet technique developed by the second Kazekage. Could this guy be a traitor from Sand Village? Kakashi was suspicious. Although puppeteers are no longer exclusive to the Sand Village, puppeteers outside the Sand Village have basically never become famous, at least Kakashi has never heard of them. And the puppeteer level shown by Sand Crab is quite extraordinary. Just by releasing a puppet, he quickly suppressed his opponent, Stone Bear. Even an outsider like Kakashi can detect Sand Crab's proficiency in controlling puppets. With such a level of puppetry at the age of no more than 18, it is hard for Kakashi to believe that the other party is a wild boy. Puppetry is a ninjutsu school that has not appeared for a long time, and the level of the teacher is very important. Of course, since there is no evidence, Kakashi cannot report Sand Crab, and at most he will pay more attention to the other party. Under Scorpion's superb puppetry, Stone Bear was quickly forced into a desperate situation and lost the battle. Sand Crab wins and advances to the knockout round. After the referee announced the result of the battle, Scorpion quickly put away the puppet, ignored everyone and walked directly outside. He had no interest in anything here. The reason why Scorpion came here was just because the 4th place had a chakra knife worth tens of millions of taels. He wanted to melt the chakra knife and use it for puppet making. Scorpion didn't care about other players and didn't have any idea of collecting intelligence. His only goal was 4th place. In fact, Scorpion felt that if he used his full strength, it would be easy to get the 1st place. After all, he was one of the few people in the ninja world who had killed a shadow. However, Scorpion didn't have this idea at all. First, the reward he needed was the 4th place reward, and second, he might not be able to receive the reward even if he used his full strength. Scorpion was able to participate in the competition using other people's identities. Although he was not wanted by Sand Village yet, there were Sand Village ninjas at the martial arts meeting. If he took out the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, Sand Village would definitely summon ninjas to hunt him down immediately. Scorpion didn't want to be exposed before his goal was achieved. Since the shadow clone had watched Scorpion's battle, Kakashi's real body went directly to the competition area where Nagato was. Nagato's fighting style was still so simple and unpretentious, and the powerful ninjutsu bombardment forced the opponent to surrender. "Nagato, let's go. Yahiko's match should be almost over," Konan said to Nagato. She and Nagato were players in the same division, but her number was higher. Nagato nodded and went to the division where Yahiko was with Konan. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression when he saw this. This female ninja with strong strength should also be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Because the Akatsuki organization was still harmless, Kakashi didn't think too much and went to find several other companions who had successfully advanced. The preliminaries are over. Nohara-rin put her hands together and smiled gently. Before the battle, Nohara-rin was actually worried that she would not be able to advance to the knockout round. After staying with Kakashi and the others for a long time, Nohara-rin always felt that she was very weak, just a powerless nurse. After playing 4 rounds in the preliminaries, Nohara-rin's confidence returned all of a sudden. She just felt that those opponents were too weak. Even the opponent in the 4th round could not withstand her explosive punch. "Hey, Xylan, you performed very well." Many players were surprised. Obito couldn't help laughing when he thought of Nohara-rin's punch to crack the ground and the stunned onlookers. Obito felt that it was not the fault of the other players for their lack of experience. Who would have thought that Nohara-rin, a girl who looked soft and cute, had such strange power? "It's okay. I'm still a long way from you. I need to keep working hard." Nohara-rin waved her hand and smiled. She didn't kill indiscriminately in the preliminaries. And swelled. Nohara-rin felt that if the other disciples would not subconsciously exclude her in the civil war, her strength would be something to be proud of. Since the preliminaries were over, ninjas from the same ninja village began to communicate, and Konoha was the same. There are many ninjas with good strength in this youth martial arts meeting. It is normal that you are unlucky and did not advance. Asuma comforted Yui Kurane, who was eliminated in the 4th round. Only Asuma advanced in their team, and the remaining 2 were eliminated. Indeed. Bingzu Lietong sighed. He was a typical person with bad luck, and met a pervert like Nagato. "I am afraid that only Kakashi and others have a chance to defeat that Nagato," Bingzu Lietong thought in his heart. In Bingzu Lietong's mind, only perverts can defeat perverts. Although Asuma is still a genius, he is obviously not Nagato's opponent. Asuma, a Baramei, so Konoha has 10 ninjas advancing, almost 1/3 of the positions in the elimination round. Kakashi listened silently and calculated the total number of Konoha ninjas advancing in his mind. Kakashi estimated that someone should meet a ninja from the same village in the 1st round of the elimination round, because there were too many ninjas advancing from Konoha. When the Konoha ninjas returned to the hotel, Kakashi exchanged information with other Konoha ninjas and told them the information they had collected. After all, this is a competition within the ninja world, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the daimyo of the Land of Water will watch the game. The more Konoha ninjas advance, the more face Konoha will have, and it will also be convenient to explode the daimyo's gold coins. At the same time, Nagato and the others were also listening to the information. There are many talented people coming to Konoha Ninja, including Hitaki Kakashi, who is good at lightning escape swordsmanship. In the entire preliminaries, all opponents were killed by Hitaki Kakashi in one blow. In addition, there is Uchiha Shisui, who is good at illusion fire escape, and Might Guy, who is good at physical skills. Kakuzu said the information collected by the referee of the ninja clan. "Minister Kakuzu, isn't it a bit bad for us to do this?" Yahiko scratched his head and said. Although collecting intelligence is also a part of ninja fighting, using the referee's information always feels like cheating. Why is it bad? They are all collecting intelligence, what's the difference? Hitaki Kakashi performed very well in this regard. He ran around after the battle. He watched all of Nagato's battles. Kakuzu answered indifferently. Nagato's face did not change. The intensity of the preliminaries was too low. He didn't use any of his Samsara Eye abilities. It didn't matter if Kakashi saw it. Nagato, you're welcome. As for Yahiko and Konan, besides the Konoha ninjas I mentioned, you also have to be careful of Mei Terumi and Mangetsu Hojiki from Kirigakure, as well as Hoshigaki Kisame, Nagashishi who uses explosive escape technique, and the sand crab who uses puppetry. Kakuzu continued. Although Yahiko and Konan are quite strong, there are indeed many tough ninjas who have entered the knockout rounds. Kakuzu estimated that it would be difficult for Konan and Yahiko to even make it to the quarterfinals. There are always people who are better than you, Yahiko said with emotion. Before the game started, he felt that he would definitely get a good ranking. But now after listening to Kakuzu's information, Yahiko felt that even if he succeeded in the quarterfinals, the top 16 would be okay, and being eliminated in the first round meant that he was unlucky. I will take the first place, Nagato said in a deep voice. Even if the opponent was another disciple of Muyu, Nagato would never give up the first place. The more talented ninjas come, the more valuable the youth martial arts tournament will be. He will not only win the first place, but also win the first place in a strong manner, so that those ninja villages and ninja organizations will know that the ninja sect is not only about the ninja master, but also his disciples are also excellent. If you want to make trouble in the Rain country in the future, first weigh your own strength to see if you can withstand the combination of the ninja sect and the Rain ninja. The morning of the second day after the preliminaries, the elimination round of the youth martial arts tournament officially began. This time is very different from the preliminaries. The elimination round will be held at the martial arts venue built by the ninja sect specifically for the youth martial arts tournament. The martial arts venue is a circular venue that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. However, due to the short construction period, the style is relatively rough, and exposed rock walls and mud walls can be seen everywhere. Fortunately, house decoration in the ninja world is not very developed at present, which can be explained as the characteristic architectural style of the land of Earth. In a sense, it is true that this was indeed built with the help of the Uegakure ninja. A large number of spectators entered the venue one by one with tickets they had bought in advance, including ninjas and nobles and wealthy businessmen. When ordinary spectators entered, the daimyo of the Rain country and the daimyo of the Fire country were surrounded by a group of noble officials and ninjas and went to the best seats in the first row. Muyu's shadow clone was also among them. At the same time, Muyu and Hanzo also began to enter. However, their seats were not in the audience seats, but at a high point where they could observe the overall situation of the venue. It's not that the daimyo didn't deserve to sit there, but that the daimyo could basically only play by snapping his fingers when sitting there, and couldn't see the game clearly at all. Superscript 2 euro cent. The ninjas who had attended the class before greeted Muyu loudly. Many ninjas who passed the class came to the martial arts meeting, if for no other reason, to support Muyu. But these front row seats are really expensive. A ninja sighed. Just think of it as paying for a course from the top ninja world masters, and a ticket to a ninja world class event is also included. The ninja next to him answered. The ninja who complained about the high price thought about it carefully, and it was true. Thinking of it this way, the money was not wasted instantly. Muyu smiled and responded to the ninja who greeted him. Master Hanzo. There was also a Rain ninja who thought that his leader should not be let down, and he shouted out. Hanzo kept his face tense and didn't say anything. He just wanted to walk to his seat and watch the game until the end. He didn't want to hear anyone discussing that he was defeated by the first reward. At this time, the battle had not started yet. The contestants were also at the venue. When they heard the ninja master's name, they all looked towards Muyu. This is the ninja master. He looks older than Teacher Muyu. As expected, Teacher Muyu is stronger. Obito opened his Sharingan and took a closer look and came to a conclusion. Kakashi's initial focus of observation was on the Yamato until he noticed the expressions of Nagato, Yahiko and others not far away. Kakashi found that Nagato and Yahiko looked at the Yamato just like Obito looked at Miyu. Could it be that the ninja clan and the Akatsuki organization have some connection? Kakashi had a guess in his mind. Kakashi has always been puzzled as to why the Akatsuki organization, which is concerned about peace and looks extremely positive, would become an evil terrorist organization in the future. He thinks that the ninja clan may have played some unknown role in it. There is still too little information. Yamato should write down all the future events. Kakashi wanted to deduce, but found that the amount of information was not enough. He didn't know what the end of the ninja clan was, nor did he know what happened to the Yamato clan, so naturally he couldn't infer the relationship between the ninja clan and the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi decided to train Yamato well after returning to Konoha. He was so ignorant that he unconsciously wrote down all the future. Looking at Yahiko and then at Obito, Kakashi thought of a way. Kakashi secretly poked Obito, who was chatting with Nohara-rin, with his finger. Obito, who was interrupted, looked at Kakashi with an unhappy face. Kakashi glanced at Yahiko, then at the high platform, and finally at Obito. You really know how to order people around. Why don't you ask yourself? Obito couldn't help but complain. Kakashi's meaning was very clear. He asked him to ask Yahiko and the leader of the ninja clan, Kai Maple Scabbard Cutting Chui Potai. But now Kakashi didn't have any vice-captain status. How could Obito listen to Kakashi's orders? Obito liked to say no to the self-righteous Kakashi the most. Kakashi didn't say anything, but silently took out a photo from the ninja tool bag. Obito's face suddenly changed and he grabbed Kakashi's hand and pushed it back. There were so many people at the scene. If the news got out, it would be embarrassing for the ninja world. Oh my god, I like asking questions to people the most. Obito could only curse Kakashi in his heart and then agreed. Kakashi then put the photo back into the ninja tool bag. Fools have their uses. Obito's innocence can sometimes work wonders. Yahiko had a very pleasant conversation with Obito in the Land of Rain. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket for the double update. Zyuju will try to update Gojo Satoru's face. Chapter 520, the result of some people being happy and some people being sad. Ahem, that. Yahiko, long time no see. Obito reluctantly stepped forward and greeted. Yahiko looked back when he heard someone calling his name. Long time no see, Obito. Yahiko responded with a smile. Although he had only met Obito once, Yahiko had a deep impression of him because Obito said he wanted to become the Hokage and end the war. And Obito was also a ninja that Kakuzu needed to pay attention to in his intelligence. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet him here. Obito walked to Yahiko and said. Yeah. Yahiko nodded, and couldn't help laughing when he thought of something. Haha, but it seems a little early for us to meet again. Neither of us is famous in the ninja world. That time they met, Yahiko and Obito agreed that the next time they heard about each other, they would be famous in the ninja world. Now, this situation is obviously a failure. Both Yahiko and Obito are only famous in their own circles, and have not become famous in the ninja world. Aren't we on the way to becoming famous in the ninja world? If we both enter the finals, we will be famous. Obito replied with a smile. The youth martial arts tournament is different from the joint Chunin exam of the ninja village. It has really attracted great attention in the ninja world. If you can get the first place, it is definitely a famous ninja world in terms of the spread. Indeed. Yahiko thought about it and it was true. With the popularity of the youth martial arts tournament, the top two would definitely get great attention. Xiaolin, have you seen my photo? Have you lost it? Kakashi deliberately raised his voice and asked Nohara-rin. He saw that Obito seemed to be chatting happily and forgot that the purpose was to gather intelligence. No. Nohara-rin turned around and looked around and answered. Obito successfully extracted the keywords of the photo, remembered Kakashi's order, and quickly asked. Yahiko, do you know the ninja master? He is the one who organized this competition. He is very famous in the ninja world recently. Of course I know him. I am a follower of. Yahiko answered proudly. Under the leadership of Yahiko, the Rain country is gradually getting better and moving towards peace and stability. Kakashi fell into thought after listening to Yahiko's words. It is obvious that Yahiko is now a big fan of the ninja, and has even joined the ninja clan. Based on Nagato's observation of the ninja, Kakashi is probably similar to Yahiko. The Akatsuki organization will become the evil organization that captures the tailed beasts in the future, and it is very likely to be related to the ninja. Kakashi speculated in his heart. The current Akatsuki organization is too different from the future Akatsuki organization. Such an extreme change is obviously not a normal development trend. Kakashi believes that the leaders of the Akatsuki organization have experienced some kind of major life changes, which has led to such a huge contrast between the entire organization before and after. Obito, how is your journey to become a Hokage? Yahiko asked. Obito scratched his head, still working hard. Becoming a Hokage is Obito's dream, but Obito actually doesn't know how to become a Hokage now. He has never heard of any Hokage exam, and he can become a Hokage by passing it. Come on. As long as you work hard, there will be a chance. Yahiko encouraged. Yahiko thought it would be a good thing for Obito to become Hokage. After all, how could a peace-loving person be a bad guy? Please go to the lounge to draw lots and prepare for the battle. The ninja staff came to the waiting area and shouted. Yahiko and Obito stopped communicating tacitly. Obito returned to the team and went to the lounge with Kakashi and others. As soon as they arrived at the lounge, the ninja staff brought out a big box for the players to draw numbers one by one. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on. You can advance to the next round by defeating your opponent. The ninja staff explained the rules. The rules of the Youth Martial Arts Association are the most simple and unpretentious, so no one stood up to raise questions. After all, such simple and straightforward rules make explanations redundant. So far back. Obito looked at the number 30 on his hand and felt that his luck in this draw was average. Number 30 means that except for the first round, all the battles that follow are his last. Xiaolin, what are your numbers? I'm number 30. Obito walked directly to Kakashi and Nohara-rin and asked. After everyone draws their numbers, the staff of the ninja clan will register them as soon as possible. It is impossible to exchange or change them. It is information that will definitely be made public. I'm number 13. Nohara-rin replied. Number 15. Kakashi answered briefly. Obito's eyes widened. The two people's numbers are so close. If they both advance to the second round, they will meet in the next game. The white-haired man who is born evil actually wants Xiaolin to stop in the second round. Obito complained in his heart. Originally, Obito thought that Nohara-rin had a certain probability of entering the quarterfinals. Apart from the few who were also Muyu's disciples, only Nagato showed super strong suppression power, and the puppet master was just suspected to be strong. But Nohara-rin's luck today was obviously worse than Obito's. She met Kakashi in the second round. No, maybe Kakashi's bad luck has implicated Xiaolinier. Thinking of Kakashi's threat to him just now, Obito cursed Kakashi in his heart again. How could the kind and beautiful Nohara-rin have a problem? It must be Kakashi's fault. My number is 11, the numbers are very close. Kakashi, is this the bond between close friends? Might Guy shouted excitedly after the draw. Kakashi made a simple calculation in his mind and his expression became a little serious. If he and Might Guy both advance to the third round, they will meet in the quarterfinals. Too little chakra, more chakra will allow more tactics. Kakashi subconsciously replayed the battle with Might Guy in his mind, and then shook his head. The Wuxiang sword consumes too much chakra for him. Kakashi can't use it if the chakra consumption is a little more, but it is difficult to create an opportunity to attack without consuming chakra. Might Guy with the 8 gates of ninjutsu superimposed on the rock-breathing chakra not only has absolute power, but also very fast. Unlike Kakashi, Obito felt his eyes brighten. Might Guy is number 11, and he is number 30, which means that Obito can only meet Might Guy in the finals. Kakashi can also bet on the Wuxiang sword. Obito really has no way to deal with Might Guy now. Under normal circumstances, the probability of him winning Might Guy is 0. I am number 19. Shisui came over and reported his number. The elimination round is about to begin. Players, please pay attention to the broadcast in the lounge. There is a battle order list on the screen. The staff of the ninja clan reminded. As soon as the staff of the ninja clan finished speaking, the big screen in the lounge lit up, showing the order of the 16 battles in the first round from high to low. Number 1 is actually that Nagato. Maki saw the first battle on the big screen, and then looked at the number 2 on his hand. His face changed slightly. A Sand Ninja was assigned to the division where Nagato was in the preliminaries, so Maki knew that Nagato was a tough guy. Nagato glanced at the big screen casually and then retracted his gaze. It doesn't matter who the opponent is, because he will keep winning until the end of the game. Good at large-scale ninjutsu, mainly using wind escape and fire escape. Maki began to think about countermeasures based on Nagato's information. You can keep dodging and wait for the opponent to show a flaw, and then look for opportunities for close-range attacks. Yes. Maki is a ninja who specializes in wind escape, but he does not pursue the attack range, but mainly pursues the lethality of wind escape, striving to kill the enemy with one blow. As long as he seizes the output opportunity, no matter what kind of disadvantage he has fallen into before, Maki is confident to turn the tables. Kakashi did not look for his opponent first, but looked down from the first. Sand Crab is number 8, which is a good draw for us. Kakashi saw Sand Crab's name in the 4th game of the first round. If Nagato and Sand Crab both advance, then they will meet in the quarterfinals at the latest, and then neither Nagato nor Sand Crab will be able to continue to hide their strength. In the first game, number 1 Nagato versus number 2 Maki. Please enter the venue quickly. The referee's voice came into the lounge. Nagato said hello to Konan Yahiko and left the lounge and walked towards the central battle venue. Maki, come on. Yura encouraged. Tsunagakure didn't send many people, and only the 2 of them advanced to the knockout round. If Maki lost, he would be the only one, and the pressure would be different instantly. I'll try my best. Maki replied in a deep voice and walked out of the lounge. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Maki could clearly feel a lot of eyes on him. Maybe Lord Kazekage should pay more attention. Maki thought in his heart. He felt that if he wanted to participate, he had to be serious, or he might as well not get involved. If he was neither good nor bad, he would think that the Sand Village was not strong enough. There were only 2 ninjas in the knockout round, and it was not certain when they would be eliminated. Hanzo on the high platform narrowed his eyes when he saw Nagato, and recalled some not-so-good memories. If Nagato was weaker that day, and if there was no Kakuzu, perhaps his encirclement plan would not have failed miserably. Hanzo sighed slightly. It was indeed not so disastrous, but it would still fail, because even if he was reborn and came back again, he would not be sure to kill the ninja. Going against the ninja was asking for trouble. If Hanzo was really reborn, he would most likely kick Shimura Danzo out directly, and then make the ninja famous. In this way, not only will they not become enemies, but Hanzo can also vaguely know that he is a gifted ninja. After all, he gave the title. The root members in the audience quietly picked up the small notebook to record the information about Nagato. Huang Tu shook his head when he saw this. He knew that Nagato's strength was strange after watching the siege. Nagato had surpassed ordinary ninjas by a lot. After knowing that Nagato was among the contestants, Huang-tu knew that the ninja clan would not let other forces take away the first prize. The contestants in the lounge looked at the battlefield intently when they saw that the game was about to start. Intelligence plays an important role in ninja battles. For participating ninjas, watching the game is actually a part of the game. Whoever can collect more information from the details of the battle can gain a greater advantage in the next battle. The battle begins. The referee shouted immediately after seeing the two ready. Swish, swish, swish. Maki did not rush forward or backward, but chose to take out the shuriken and shoot at Nagato. Win style, suppress harm. Nagato still chose to use the tactics in the preliminaries, taking advantage of his huge amount of chakra to use large-scale ninjutsu to suppress. A large amount of wind attribute chakra was compressed into a small ball and spit out from Nagato's mouth. Whoosh! The moment the wind ball was spit out, the wind blew violently on the field. The high-density wind ball exploded and caused a huge storm with terrifying destructive power. The ground was also torn apart under this storm, and mud and stones flew and dust flew everywhere. It's so strong. Maki was secretly shocked. After all, hearing people say that intelligence is not as direct as seeing it with your own eyes. At this moment, he understood why the sand ninja was vaguely afraid. This wind escape is really scary. Maki stimulated all the chakra in his body and retreated quickly. In this case, he could only avoid the sharp edge and look for opportunities. Anyway, his original battle plan was the same. Fortunately, the battlefield was wide enough, and Maki successfully withdrew from Nagato's attack range with decisive actions. Earth Escape, Mountain Earth Technique. After the attack failed, Nagato continued to seal with unchanged expression. Muyu had taught him many high-level ninjutsu of the 5 major properties, but this was just the beginning. Boom! Maki only felt a tremor, and the ground on both sides suddenly cracked and rose up, pressing towards him at a high speed. Maki didn't care about anything else, and burst out with a speed beyond the limit to escape and avoid being crushed into Maki-chan. The mountain and earth technique is not very useful in this situation. Huang-tu commented. The mountain and earth technique is Huang-tu's specialty ninjutsu. Unless the opponent is very large or there are teammates to contain him, the hit rate of the mountain and earth technique is worrying. Of course, the power is really great. As long as it hits, Huang-tu thinks that few people in the entire ninja world can withstand it. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. When Maki escaped from the squeeze of the mountain and earth technique, the fierce sea of fire surrounded Maki again, completely putting Maki in a desperate situation. Nagato wins. The referee announced Nagato's victory. Maki wiped the sweat off his face, not feeling unconvinced at all. He accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. Their strengths were too different. Nagato had been chasing him since the beginning of the battle. It was unrealistic to find Nagato's flaws as expected. Dealing with Nagato's ninjutsu had consumed all his energy. P.S. It's broken. I have become 2.5. I have a backache and writer's block today. I can't write it no matter what. As expected, I shouldn't have set a flag. It's all Lao Wu's fault, not really. Let me report the progress of the extra story. At present, the framework outline is complete, and the only thing left is to fill in the specific content. I will try to write part of the Naruto extra story before mid-May. The main story is still updated every day, and the extra story will be added. The Naruto extra story in May is the Pain story, which is probably about Naruto vs Pain in the breathing of the Sunday. Currently, I am thinking whether to combine the extra story content into one chapter. It's not very nice to have a lot of extra stories in the main text directory. Chapter 521, Kill with One Punch. The power of the Rain Country ninja has developed well. This ninja named Nagato looks very strong. The daimyo of the Fire Country said to the daimyo of the Rain Country who was sitting next to him. The daimyo of the fire country doesn't understand the change of chakra control nature, but every ninjutsu of Nagato can bring huge damage, and the special effects are full, which looks not simple. Indeed. The daimyo of the rain country smiled and nodded in agreement. He suddenly felt that this ninja sect was not bad, at least it could earn him some face. Even ordinary people can sense Nagato's strength, so the participating ninjas are even more so. The same is true for Earth Escape, so is it possible that he is also proficient in lightning attribute ninjutsu and water attribute ninjutsu? Kakashi thought carefully and found that Nagato was very likely to be proficient in 5 types of ninjutsu. Because the ninja master, aka Ichi, defeated Hanzo's fire escape with reverse attributes, the most commendable thing is that he is proficient in 7 types of chakra nature change ninjutsu. Since Nagato is now learning from aka Ichi, it is not impossible for him to master multiple types of chakra nature change ninjutsu. To estimate the enemy's strength, of course, it is best to estimate it as high as possible. It is better to overestimate than to underestimate. What exactly is the ability of that sage's eye? In fact, what Kakashi cares most about is the eyes of the 6 sages on Nagato. That eye, Kakashi only needs to use the transparent world to perceive it, and he can feel the fatal threat from it. It depends on whether Shiwei Abarame and Sand Crab can force him to use more tricks. Kakashi thought after taking a look at the battle list. Shiwei Abarame drew number 3. Shiwei Abarame only needs to win the next battle, and then she will meet Nagato in the second round. It's a bit troublesome to beat him to enter the semi-finals. Scorpion took a look casually out of boredom, and found that Nagato's strength was extraordinary, and he was just stuck in the ranking he wanted. If Nagato was his opponent in the semi-finals, Scorpion would either give up directly or lose. Anyway, he just wanted a chakra knife. But Nagato became a stumbling block for him to advance to the semi-finals, and Scorpion had to think about how to defeat Nagato without being exposed. Scorpion was not afraid of a turret ninja like Nagato, because Scorpion played with poison. No matter how powerful your ninjutsu was, if you were accidentally poisoned by Scorpion, you would be in a dead end. Number 3 Shiwei Abarame vs number 4. The referee's voice soon reached the lounge again. Abarame Shiwei raised her sunglasses with her fingers and walked towards the battle site silently. The other Iwagakure ninja who was called said hello to his companions and quickly followed. The result of the battle did not surprise Kakashi. Abarame Shiwei won. Although he had never fought with Abarame Shiwei, Kakashi knew that Abarame Shiwei also participated in the battle after asking for advice from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her strength was definitely not weak. The battle soon reached the 4th game of the first round. Hearing the name read by the referee, Kakashi focused his mind. Yahiko number 7 vs Sand Crab no 8. Yahiko, be careful of his hidden weapons. Puppet masters like to use poison. Nagato reminded. Well, I know, after all, he is also one of the people that Minister Kakuzu has reminded. Yahiko nodded and said with a smile. The information provided by Kakuzu is rich enough. If he still loses, it can only be because of his lack of strength, and he can't blame others. Yahiko, come on. Konan encouraged. I will try my best to win the battle. Even if I can't enter the finals as Obito said, I will try my best to rush to the quarter-finals. It's still a bit embarrassing to lose in the first round. Yahiko laughed and walked towards the battlefield. If Yahiko advances to the quarter-finals, then his next opponent will be Nagato. Yahiko knows the gap between the two, so he thinks that the quarter-finals will be a success. Besides, there are many powerful ninjas in the Youth Martial Arts Association. If he can rush to the quarter-finals, Yahiko thinks he can treat Konan and Nagato to a meal to celebrate. The battle begins. Water escapee Great Waterfall Technique. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Yahiko immediately quickly formed a seal with his hands and jumped up to spray a huge water ball at Scorpion. He wanted to use the Great Waterfall Technique to create favorable conditions for performing water escape. Scorpion still maintained an indifferent expression, stepped back a few steps, took out the scroll, and took out the higurashi stored in the scroll. While avoiding the impact of the water flow, he controlled the higurashi to attack Yahiko. Water style, water clone technique. Yahiko was worried about the poison on the puppet, so he used the instant body technique to distance himself and then split into 2 water clones, hoping that the water clones would deal with Scorpion's puppet. It turned out that Yahiko's worries were not unreasonable. The moment he dodged, Scorpion's puppet opened its mouth and spit out a large number of high-speed flying poison needles. If Yahiko had not distanced himself in time, there would be no way to avoid such fast poison needles at close range. Then Yahiko's water clone rushed towards Hiriko, while Yahiko himself attacked Scorpion himself. The best way to deal with a puppeteer is to attack the main body, because the puppeteer's main body is not as hard as the puppet. Water clone technique. Escape, water spear. Yahiko formed a seal in his hand to condense a vortex of water, which spun at high speed and then turned into 3 long-handled water spears that shot out at Scorpion. This was the water escape developed by Muyu, which focused on penetration. The sharp water spears did not cause any fluctuations in Scorpion's heart. While he controlled the Feiluhu with one hand to use the tailthorn to deal with the water clone, he took out another scroll with a puppet and summoned the puppet, controlling the defensive puppet to block the incoming water spear. Seeing this, Yahiko asked a water clone who was dealing with Feiluhu to hold the new puppet, and the main body used the water instant body technique to rush towards Scorpion. Scorpion did not want to entangle with Yahiko too much. After taking out the second puppet, Scorpion he took out 2 puppets again and controlled 4 puppets to fight at the same time. Yahiko, who was charging at high speed, braked immediately. He was not sure that he could break through the defense line of the 2 puppets and defeat Scorpion. Yahiko's offensive was temporarily suspended, but Scorpion launched a fierce attack, controlling 3 puppets with one hand, attacking and defending in an orderly manner and defeating one of Yahiko's water clones at a very fast speed. At the same time, Feiluhu on the other side also eliminated Yahiko's water clone and rushed towards Yahiko under Scorpion's control. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed and Yahiko was surrounded by 4 puppets. What's the matter with this ninja called Sand Crab? Such control technology, no young ninja in the village can do this. Maki, who was eliminated and sent to the audience, was shocked when he saw Scorpion's puppet manipulation. Although he was a ninja specializing in wind escape, he often saw his teammates or elders use puppetry, and he also knew a lot about puppetry. Maki couldn't believe it. You know, their sand village was the origin of puppet masters, but they were actually surpassed by a wild Wei who jumped out of nowhere in puppetry. No, how come his puppetry is so similar to those in the village? Could he be a disciple of a rebellious ninja in a certain village? Maki then found something wrong. Scorpion's puppetry didn't seem to be a wild Wei, but a pure sand village puppetry. This sand crab is really not simple. He can control 4 puppets at the same time and make the puppets so agile. Kakashi in the lounge raised Scorpion's threat level by 1 level. As a puppeteer, Scorpion obviously has extraordinary strength. Kakashi is looking forward to the 3rd round of battle. Who will be better, the ninjutsu turret or the puppeteer with a large number of people? Yahiko. Konan showed a worried look. Scorpion's real strength is even stronger than what Kakuzu predicted in the intelligence. Under the step-by-step pressure of the 4 puppets, Yahiko didn't even have time to use the water escape technique to counterattack. The various hidden weapons on the puppets made Yahiko exhausted. Sand Crab wins. In the end, Yahiko fell under the siege of the puppets. Scorpion immediately put the puppet back into the scroll after the referee announced the result, and then walked back to the lounge. I really lost in the 1st round. Yahiko looked up at the sky and couldn't help scratching his head. Even though he was a relatively thick-skinned person, his cheeks couldn't help but blush. Not long ago, he was still discussing with Obito about sprinting to the finals and becoming famous in the ninja world, but he was kicked out in the 1st round. Soon, a ninja from the shinobi clan carried Yahiko away for treatment, and the referee also called out the names of the next group of players. Number 9 Hoshigaki Kisame vs Number 10 Yura. Both Hoshigaki Kisame and Yura quickly walked into the battlefield. Now I am the only Tsunagakuer ninja left in the elimination round, and I have to win the battle no matter what. Yura thought firmly in his heart. Although Luasha didn't seem to take the youth martial arts tournament seriously, Yura felt that since they were participating in the Tsunagakuer, the results couldn't be too bad. Yura had a good idea, but he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. After the battle began, even though Yura showed a high level of resilience, he was still defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame within 2 minutes due to the gap in hard power, and was bitten all over by Hoshigaki Kisame's water shark. After the referee announced the result of the battle, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't look at Yura again and walked straight back to the lounge. Might Guy number 11 vs Feldspar No 12. Might Guy, what progress have you made after fighting against the 7 ninja swordsmen? Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Might Guy walking towards the battlefield and his expression became serious. Because Kirigakuer concealed the details of the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been staying in the Land of Water, did not know the specific results of Might Guy and the 7 ninja swordsmen. He only knew that Might Guy had fought a battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen under the leadership of Mu Yu, and won a big victory. Finally, it's Chenchi's turn. Seeing the genius of Iwagakuer appear, Huang Tu showed an honest smile on his face. Among the ninjas sent by Iwagakuer to participate in the youth martial arts tournament, Chenchi is the strongest, and Huang Tu has high expectations for him. You're unlucky to meet me. Chenchi couldn't help but smile as he looked at the person in front of him. There were 21 ninjas from Iwagakuer participating in the youth martial arts tournament. There were ninjas from Iwagakuer in almost every division, and Iwagakuer had collected some information about all the ninjas who advanced. According to the information from the preliminaries, Might Guy was a ninja who specialized in physical skills, and he had not used any ninjutsu in the 4 battles. And Chenchi happened to be the most restrained ninjas in physical skills. Because he developed the direction of explosion release in the same way as hunting, he was on the same path. It's a physical technique called explosion. If you fight him in physical technique, you will be beaten to pieces. The battle begins. 8 gates, damage gate, open. Might Guy immediately opened 4 gates of the 8 gates, and a large amount of chakra continued to flow out to strengthen his body strength. Might Guy's sudden burst of powerful aura surprised Chenchi a little, but he didn't care about it. Ninjas can defeat the strong with the weak by relying on restraint. Chenchi condensed a large amount of chakra on his fist and then took the initiative to attack and rushed towards Might Guy. Might Guy had heard Kakashi's intelligence a long time ago and knew that Chenchi was a explosion ninja. He was on guard and condensed a large amount of chakra on his legs in advance. Swoosh! Boom! Chenchi's fist condensed with explosion chakra suddenly hit the ground where Might Guy had just stood, and blew a hole. With only this strength, it should be possible to enter the rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy analyzed in his heart. Although he is a physical ninja, Might Guy does not fight recklessly. With the destructive power shown by Chenchi, he can completely rely on the defense of the rock-breathing chakra mode plus the protection of chakra to resist, and at most he will suffer some superficial injuries. The breathing method chakra mode can accelerate the recovery of injuries, and superficial injuries are nothing to him if there is no poison. Explosion punch! Chenchi condensed chakra again and rushed towards Might Guy, and issued a provocation: if you have the ability, come and fight a real man's physical battle with fists and flesh. Might Guy couldn't help laughing. He really hoped that the person who said this to him was Kakashi. Okay, this is very youthful, then come on. Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the extreme without dodging and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, and his momentum increased again. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy condensed a huge amount of chakra on the palm of his right hand, and dispersed a part of the chakra to protect his body, and then rushed towards Chenchi without hesitation. Win! Chenchi was overjoyed. He didn't expect Might Guy to be so easy to hook. If Might Guy kept running, he really couldn't do anything, because his speed was indeed much slower than Might Guy. Might Guy ran very fast, and Chenchi was eager to seize this rare opportunity, rushing towards Might Guy at full speed. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the two figures met. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, mud and rocks flew everywhere, and thick dust and smoke enveloped the figures of the two. Bang! The next moment, a figure flew out of the yellow fog at a high speed, and hit the hard wall at the edge of the battlefield like a cannonball, leaving a large dent mark on the wall. Huangta's eyes widened, and his perspective was just right to see the figure flying backwards. Huangta stood up in disbelief and checked again to confirm that he was not dazzled. How is it possible that our genius from Iwagakure was killed in one punch? No matter how outrageous Huangtu thought it was, this was the reality that just happened. The genius of their ninja village was defeated by Konoha's Taijutsu ninja with one punch. Might Guy wins. The referee announced Might Guy's victory after he had difficulty digging the feldspar out of the wall. P.S. Please vote for me. There will be another chapter later, which may be released around 2:30 or 3 o'clock. Please vote for me at the beginning of the month. Please vote for me. Although I can't compare with those big kings of explosions this month, I am diligent and have not taken a single day off. If it weren't for a slight problem with my eyes in the middle, it should be no problem to complete this month's average of 8K. In addition, there will be another chapter to be updated later, but it will be a little later. I suggest that brothers read it tomorrow morning. Staying up late is harmful to health. Don't stay up late if you can. Next month, Zyuja will try not to stay up late. Of course, the more updates, the better. I will update as much as possible. Chapter 522 Intelligence Kakashi. There was silence in the lounge. Except for people like Kakashi and Obito who knew Might Guy's strength, only Nagato and Sasori could remain calm because of their own strong strength. The other players were all surprised by Might Guy's strength. With such strength and speed, he has become much stronger. Hoshigaki Kisame's pupils shrank slightly and he was surprised. And how did he block the explosion just now? What puzzled Hoshigaki Kisame the most was Might Guy's current state. Only the winning Might Guy had some damage to his clothes, and there was no obvious injury on his body. It didn't look like he had resisted the explosion of the explosive release head-on. He looks more like a monster than last time. Fortunately, I won't meet him before the final. Mei Terumi was relieved. The number she drew was 25, which was towards the back. Either she would not meet Might Guy, or she would meet him in the final. However, Mei Terumi said honestly that if she could make it to the finals, she would not care who she met, because she had already exceeded her goal. Mei Terumi's goal was to be in the top 4, and to get a ranking reward, whether it was 3rd or 4th, it would be worth it. He does have some brute force. Manzuki Hojiki admitted that Might Guy's physical skills were indeed very strong. But with me here, you can't surpass the top 8. The secret technique of the Hojiki clan, the water transformation technique, is specifically designed to counter various physical attacks. No matter how strong the physical skills are, they will not work when they encounter the water transformation technique. Therefore, even if Might Guy shows a super strong physical skill level, Manzuki Hojiki is confident of winning. Manzuki Hojiki is number 16. He and Might Guy advance to the top 8 at the same time, so they will meet in the top 8. Thinking of this, Mangetsu Kizuki looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was number 15 and his opponent in the first round. Kakashi glanced back indifferently when he noticed Mangetsu Kizuki's gaze. Muyu had already proved with his record that the Thunder Blade technique was a good way to deal with the water technique of the Mangetsu clan. For the ninjas who were restrained by him, Kakashi would try his best to maximize his advantage. Number 13 Nohara Rin vs number 14 Grey Rock. After Might Guy walked into the lounge, the referee's voice soon reached the lounge again. Xiaolin, come on, you must believe in yourself, you are actually very strong. Obito encouraged Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin's opponent was not the strong man they collected intelligence about, but just an ordinary Uegakuer who passed the preliminaries. Obito felt that Nohara Rin could do it. Well, thank you Obito for your encouragement. Nohara Rin smiled gently and stood up to go to the battle site. In fact, Nohara Rin is not as lacking in confidence as Obito thought. The 4 preliminary matches gave Nohara Rin an understanding of the overall level of the martial arts tournament. Although she is not the top one, she can be considered as above average. No matter what happens in the battle, you must stay calm, and there will be no problem. Kakashi reminded. Thank you Kakashi for your reminder. Nohara Rin smiled and waved to her teammates and walked into the battlefield, ready for battle. The battle begins. When the referee shouted the start, Huiyin immediately stepped back and threw several shuriken at Nohara Rin. Huiyin was not deceived by Nohara Rin's weak appearance. With intelligence, he knew that Nohara Rin had a strong physical skill that was inconsistent with her body shape and appearance. Dang dang! Nohara Rin immediately took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and shot down the shuriken. In addition to her medical expertise, her basic skills are also very solid. Earth Style, Rock Pillar. As Li Yan quickly formed hand seals, the ground where Nohara Rin was standing began to shake. Nohara Rin noticed it and immediately concentrated her breathing to increase her body strength and jumped up. The next moment, rock pillars quickly protruded. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. Li Yan seized the opportunity when Nohara Rin couldn't dodge in the air and spit out a stone. The stone quickly grew larger as a stone cannonball during the flight. Super Strength Fist. Nohara Rin suddenly blasted out her fist that had condensed chakra. Boom! Under Nohara Rin's huge force, the stone cannonball was shattered, and some bloodstains appeared on Nohara Rin's fist. Nohara Rin stood on the stone pillar and performed medical ninjutsu on herself, and the slightly injured palm instantly became intact. Huiyin frowned. This was going to be difficult. The enemy was not only a master of taijutsu, but also had mastered medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Just as Huiyin was thinking quickly about how to fight Nohara Rin launched an attack. She concentrated a large amount of chakra on her feet, then kicked the rock pillar created by Huiyin and smashed it towards Huiyin, then ran while quickly forming seals. Water Style, Water Wave. Nohara Rin spurted out a huge stream of water nearly 1 meter thick from her mouth, allowing the water to move forward with the rock pillar. Water Wave is a very basic water style, but if the water style is solid enough, it can also be quite powerful. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Huiyin did not move rashly, but chose to use defensive ninjutsu to create a thick earth wall on the ground. Boom! The rock pillar hit the earth wall hard, but still failed to break through the earth wall's defense. Then something that Huiyin didn't expect happened. The water flow that came with the rock pillar actually changed its form again under Nohara Rin's control, turning into a water dragon that crossed the earth wall and hit Huiyin. Mei Terumi's eyes widened. This was her skill. When did this female ninja from Konoha learn it secretly? Swoosh! Rin Nohara seized this opportunity to use the water instant body to approach Huiyin and ended the battle with a strange punch. Rin Nohara wins. When Nohara Rin returned to the lounge, before she could share the joy of victory with her teammates, the referee quickly read out the name of the next group. Number 15 Hitaki Kakashi vs number 16 Hojiki Mangetsu. Hearing her name, Hojiki Mangetsu immediately stood up, raised her head and chest and walked towards the battlefield. Mei Terumi's mouth twitched. She felt that the prodigy of her own ninja village was a little sick. How could he look like he had won before the fight even started? This was a taboo. Kakashi, come on! Nohara Rin said with a smile after taking a breath. Kakashi nodded in response and walked towards the battlefield. My dear friend, I look forward to competing with you in the quarterfinals. Might Guy encouraged Kakashi with his own words. Although Might Guy's words sounded very arrogant, and he was sure that he could enter the quarterfinals before the first round was even halfway through, all the ninjas in the lounge felt that there was no problem. It's because Might Guy has the capital to be arrogant. There have been a total of 7 battles so far. Might Guy is the one who ended the battle the fastest. Even Nagato is slower than Might Guy, and this is based on the fact that his opponent is not weak. Kakashi paused slightly and then continued to move forward. Obito couldn't help but laugh twice. He guessed a little bit about Kakashi's current mood, so he was very happy. Kakashi, just wait for your punishment. Obito was in a very happy mood. Since the youth martial arts tournament was held close to the original time of the Civil War was cancelled, and the 2 disciples with the worst performance in the youth martial arts tournament were punished instead. Since Nohara Rin had never participated in the Civil War, this time it was Nohara Rin who set her own goal. And the goal Nohara Rin set for herself was to enter the knockout round and not be eliminated in the first round. Obito was glad that Nohara Rin did not set a big goal for herself. If there were more goals like the quarterfinals, Nohara Rin would be punished. Mei Terumi focused her attention on the battlefield. Although Mangetsu Kizuki was a little neurotic, she was a real genius and her strength was trustworthy. Standing in the center of the venue, Kakashi looked up at the organizer of the martial arts tournament, Nagato. Nagato, what is your purpose? Kakashi was very curious. Is it because he has an excellent student like Nagato that he feels that his ninjutsu will never be taken away by others? But if the second customized ninjutsu is not developed well, the reputation of the ninja master will be damaged. When Kakashi thought of the relationship between Nagato and Nagato, he thought of the evil Akatsuki organization that would cause chaos in the ninja world in the future, so he had a headache. There were too many problems to be solved, and he knew very little. Kakashi suppressed his chaotic thoughts and looked at Mangetsu Kizuki. At present, his strength is not enough to interfere with the level of ninja masters, so he should do the things in front of him first. The battle begins. The referee shouted immediately after seeing that both of them were ready. Swish! Mangetsu Kizuki quickly drew out the sharp blade and burst out chakra to slash at Kakashi. Clang! Kakashi calmly drew out the white fang short blade to block the incoming blade, and the short blade and long sword collided with each other, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Water style, great water arm technique. Mangetsu Hojiki concentrated all the water in his body on his right arm holding the sword. After being strengthened, the muscles of his right arm instantly bulged, and his strength increased explosively. Kakashi, who suddenly felt a little pressure, concentrated his breathing to strengthen his strength, and then quickly withdrew to the back. Water style, water cannon technique. Mangetsu Hojiki raised his left hand to make a pistol shape, and a drop of liquid flew out from the fingertips of Mangetsu Hojiki's left hand and shot towards Kakashi's chest at a high speed. But Kakashi was so cautious that he entered the state of the transparent world at the moment of retreat. All of Mangetsu Hojiki's actions were within Kakashi's expectations. He slightly turned his body to avoid the water drop like a bullet. Hey! I actually dodged it. Mangetsu Hojiki was surprised at Kakashi's reaction ability. Swish! While dodging, Kakashi threw several shurikens at Mangetsu. Mangetsu saw that it was an ordinary shuriken, with no changes in properties and no detonating tags, so he stood there without dodging, trying to lure Kakashi to launch further attacks. However, Kakashi, who knew some information about the water transformation technique, would not be fooled. He just secretly condensed chakra and watched the shuriken pass through Mangetsu's body and shot to the ground. Tisk, so boring. Mangetsu saw that Kakashi was so cautious and took the initiative to attack again. The information has been collected, it's my turn to attack. Kakashi has figured out Mangetsu's approximate strength and has thought of a battle plan. P.S. I wanted to finish writing about Kakashi's battle in one breath, but it's too late, sorry. Chapter 523 Killing Intentions Against Kakashi. Hey! Kakashi took a deep breath, concentrated the thunder breathing and continued to concentrate, entering the thunder breathing chakra mode. Threads of lightning emerged around Kakashi's body, and the light danced with the rhythm of his breathing, like a dancing lightning snake, strengthening Kakashi's body, making Kakashi's body's strength and speed continue to grow. As his breathing deepened, the lightning on Kakashi's body became more dazzling, and a powerful aura appeared, blowing away the dust and smoke around him. Manzuki Hojiki stopped moving forward after noticing the huge changes in Kakashi, and began to retreat with the long sword in his hand. Although Kakashi likes to use the thunder-breathing chakra mode as an auxiliary move of the Wuxiang sword, the thunder-breathing chakra mode itself is actually a very powerful ability. Not only can it activate the body and greatly improve physical ability, it can also improve the nature of the thunder attribute chakra changes. Using thunder release not only does not require hand seals, but the power will be even stronger. However, the problem of chakras always makes Kakashi have to make trade-offs. He must carefully use the ability that can play the greatest role in battle. Swoosh! Just as Mangetsu was thinking about what kind of move Kakashi was using, Kakashi shot two kunao at Mangetsu at an extremely fast speed, and they were kunao with the nature change of lightning attribute chakra. Dang! Bang! Mangetsu chopped at the incoming kunao with a knife in one hand, and shot water droplets in the other hand to intercept it. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi did not make any hand seals, and without warning, he spit out sharp lightning at Mangetsu. Boom! Mangetsu did not expect Kakashi's next move to come so quickly. He tried his best to use the water transformation technique to dodge, but he was still affected by the lightning. Due to the nature of lightning, Mangetsu could not maintain a completely water-transformed posture, and the parts affected by the lightning were severely damaged. There is actually a hidden lightning release. Mangetsu felt the pain in his body and his face turned ugly. He knew that Kakashi mastered lightning release, and he had been on guard against it, but he didn't expect Kakashi to be able to perform lightning release so quickly. The information he knew about Kakashi didn't have this ability. Mangetsu didn't have time to think too much. He retreated with difficulty and raised his hand to release ninjutsu. Water release, water sleet. Like raindrops, a large number of water drops formed in front of Mangetsu's palm and flew out. Thunderbolt flash, speed. Kakashi was not a person who liked to give his opponent a chance. He immediately used his strongest move except for the Wuxiang sword. He gathered all his strength, and his body was tense like an arrow about to leave the string. Boom! The thunder and lightning roared, and all the power burst out at the moment when the lightning attribute chakra burst. Kakashi rushed out like a streaking lightning, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Bang! Before Mangetsu Kizuki could see Kakashi's figure clearly, Kakashi had already come in front of him and put the white fang short blade wrapped with endless lightning on his neck. Mangetsu Kizuki could clearly feel the arc of electricity dancing on it. Lost! Mangetsu Kizuki's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he would lose so badly in the first round. Mangetsu Kizuki felt very frustrated. He still had many wonderful uses of water transformation techniques and many moves that he hadn't used. How could he lose like this? But Mangetsu Kizuki was a little convinced, because Kakashi's strength and combat ability were very strong, and he was not someone he could defeat at the moment. Hitaki Kakashi wins. The referee announced. This speed is quite interesting. If it can be faster and stronger, maybe there is a chance to snatch the first place from Nagato. Hanzo shook his head with some regret. Kakashi is undoubtedly a super genius, but Kakashi is a few years younger than Nagato, so he has a disadvantage in training time, otherwise the final result of the youth martial arts tournament would be hard to predict. Hanzo really wants a dark horse to appear in the youth martial arts tournament and take the first place, because it would be very interesting. Thinking that his disciple is strong enough, he set his strongest ninjutsu as the first prize, but Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared and took the first place. Hanzo really found it funny when he thought about it. Hanzo, why are you laughing suddenly? Is it that your Rain Ninja players are going to appear? I seem to remember that no Rain Ninja entered the elimination round. Am I wrong? Kakuzu, who was sitting on the left of Miyu, asked curiously. Hanzo's face, which was originally smiling slightly, froze instantly and then returned to its original expressionless face. Since Hanzo was going to watch the Youth Martial Arts Tournament as a special guest, many Rain Ninjas participated in the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. It is not known whether it was because of their poor strength or bad luck that they met strong opponents. All the Rain Ninjas fell in the preliminaries, and no one advanced to the knockout rounds. For Hanzo, this is a bit embarrassing. Because he was competing against Kajai no Kuro, the Rain Ninja Village and the Ninja Clan, but the Ninja Clan sent Nagato Yahiko and Konan all advanced, while the Rain Ninjas who participated in the competition all fell before the knockout rounds. In terms of the next generation of talented ninjas, there is a big gap between the Rain Ninja Village and the Ninja Clan. Hanzo stared at the battlefield where the next battle had not yet started with an indifferent look, hoping that the battle would start and end quickly, so that he could return to the Rain Ninja Village. He was uncomfortable staying in the Six Paths Castle. Seeing the referee announce the victory or defeat, Kakashi retracted the White Fang short blade and walked towards the player lounge. When Kakashi walked back to the lounge, many ninjas in the lounge were still recalling Kakashi's thunderous slash in their minds. What's going on? I feel that the gap has widened after practicing hard for so long. Terumi Mei was a little confused. During the Chunin exam, she still felt that Kakashi was just so-so. Although he was stronger than her, he was not without a chance of winning. Mei Terumi felt that Kakashi was really scary now. Mei Terumi thought from his perspective. If she was replaced, she would not be able to avoid Kakashi's lightning-fast slash. The only way Mei Terumi could think of was to release the mist hidden technique in advance. Her mist hidden technique was very high, and most of the detection methods in the ninja world could not break the effect of her mist hidden technique. How could this happen? Mei Terumi was very depressed. At this moment, she felt like Kakashi scored 75 points in the last exam, while she only scored 70 points. After working hard for a long time, she scored 80 points, while Kakashi scored 95 points. From the results, Mei Terumi has made progress, and the progress is not small, but the actual gap between the two is even greater. As expected of Kakashi, although he is stronger, he is still so stable. Nohara Lin said with a smile, clasping her hands. If Kakashi wanted to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible, he could have used all his strength to defeat Mangetsu from the beginning, and it might have taken him less time than Might Guy. But Kakashi did not do that. Instead, he chose to find out the information first and then defeat the enemy in one go. Nohara Rin felt that Obito needed to learn this from Kakashi. Based on Nohara Rin's understanding of Obito, when the opponent's strength was weaker than his own, Obito would usually choose the most impressive fighting style. Obito curled his lips, "You only know how to show off. If you have the guts, chop him twice more." With Kakashi's chakra, if he chop him twice more, someone will have to carry him into the lounge. Hitaki Kakashi, what is his relationship with Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo? Scorpion's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but glance at Kakashi who was walking over. Before the elimination round, he didn't care about all the contestants, so it was naturally impossible for him to pay special attention to a strange Konoha ninja. Now Scorpion carefully analyzed the appearance of Hitaki Kakashi, and suddenly found that this young ninja named Hitaki Kakashi was very similar to Konoha White Fang. The person Scorpion hated most in his life was the ninja called Konoha White Fang. Because it was Konoha White Fang who killed his parents, so he lost the warm embrace of his parents from then on. One of the main motivations for Scorpion to learn puppetry was to kill Konoha White Fang to avenge his parents. However, fate is unpredictable. After Scorpion mastered puppetry, the news of White Fang's suicide soon spread to the Sand Village, and Scorpion lost his life's goal. Scorpion had no revenge to take, because his enemy was already dead. For this reason, Scorpion was depressed for a long time and felt that his life had lost its meaning. Child of Konoha White Fang? Well, your father killed my parents, so I will kill you. Scorpion's dormant revenge was burning. At this moment, he no longer cared about the so-called chakra knife worth tens of millions. If he could avenge his parents, what would a few materials for making puppets mean? Although the transparent world was closed, Kakashi was very sensitive to the smell of crisis. He suddenly felt a subtle killing intent and subconsciously scanned the lounge. Due to Kakashi's amazing performance just now, many ninjas in the lounge were looking at Kakashi. Kakashi wrote down everyone's expressions, and for a while he couldn't analyze who had the killing intent against him. No, I can't do it here. Scorpion made a calm expression and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. There are a lot of young geniuses gathered here, and there are also ninjas from the ninja clan. Scorpion is not sure if he can kill Kakashi in this situation. Kakashi just showed too fast speed. As long as he fails to kill with one blow, Kakashi can escape at a very fast speed. By then, it will be difficult for Scorpion to escape unscathed, let alone kill Kakashi. He has to find a suitable opportunity, just like he killed the third Kazekage. Who is it, Kirigakuer, Iwagakuer, or Kumagakuer? Kakashi thought about the ninja who wanted to kill him. According to normal logical thinking, it must be the ninja villages that fought with Konoha. Among the three major ninja villages, Kakashi believes that Kirigakuer is the most suspicious, because Kakashi has killed many Kirigakuer on the battlefield on the east coast, and it is possible that some of them are relatives and friends of Kirigakuer who participated in the competition. Secondly, Kakashi and his team are more famous in Kirigakuer than in other ninja villages. It is not impossible that Kirigakuer will find an opportunity to assassinate their own ninja village when they participate in the competition. Although he knew that someone wanted to kill him, Kakashi was not panicked at all, because his four teammates were around him, and Miyu was not far away. If they wanted to kill him, even if Mizuno Tsuki-han and the 7 ninja swordsmen were resurrected, they would not be qualified. Be careful next time, someone may want to attack our Konoha ninjas. Kakashi sat down next to his teammates and wrote this sentence on a piece of paper. Obito's eyes widened when he saw it and wanted to say something. Kakashi raised his finger in front of Obito's mouth and shook his head slightly. At present, they are in the open and the enemy is in the dark, and they must not expose the fact that they have discovered the enemy's intentions. Shisui scanned all the contestants without a trace, looking for suspicious ninjas. Nohara Rin tensed her body, ready to gather chakra to fight at any time. We have enough strength here, so there is no need to worry too much. Kakashi wrote another sentence. Nohara Rin thought about it and it was true. Might Guy and Shisui were both there. Now they were an elite team of 5 jonin. The game was still going on in an orderly manner. After Kakashi's battle, there was a battle between an Iwagakuer ninja and a Kumagakuer ninja. The final result was that the Kumagakuer ninja narrowly won. Then it was Shisui's battle. Shisui's opponent was also an Iwagakuer ninja. Shisui won this battle very easily. He easily defeated the Iwagakuer ninja by just using the Sharingan illusion. This made the yellow earth in the audience very sad. Although many Iwagakuer ninjas advanced to the knockout round, most of them lost in the first round. Later, Kakashi saw their acquaintance, Asuma, who came to participate in the competition with them. Kakashi felt that Asuma's position was a bit awkward. If you say Asuma is weak, he is not really weak. Asuma didn't have much effort to defeat his opponent in the first round of the knockout round. But if you say he is strong, Asuma is still a long way from them. Although the strength is a bit embarrassing, Kakashi thinks Asuma has a high probability of entering the quarterfinals. Because Asuma drew a good lot, he will not meet 2 strong ninjas before the quarterfinals. Everything depends on the comparison. Asuma is not good compared with them, but compared with most of the contestants, his strength is already quite good. In addition, Mei Terumi, who was suspected by Kakashi, also advanced to the second round. In the penultimate battle, Obito burst into the flame-breathing chakra mode at the beginning of the battle, and a large-scale fire escape solved the opponent from the rock village. The two players in the last game were not ninjas from the Great Ninja Village. One was a ninja from the Grass Ninja Village, and the other was a ninja from the Frost Ninja Village. In the end, the ninja from the Grass Ninja Village was superior and won the game. This made Kakashi sigh at the disparity of the world. Some PEOP lean the first round, Nagato played against Might Guy. Some people played against Grass Ninja in the second round. Obito's draw was too smooth. The first round of the knockout round ended here. Since the players in front were resting when the players behind were fighting, the players behind could also rest when the players in front were fighting in the second round. So the halftime break was not long. Half an hour later, the second round of the battle officially began. The players started with number 1 Nagato and continued in order. P.S. I was too sleepy today. I almost fell asleep while typing. It was really outrageous. I almost rolled my face off the keyboard while typing. It should be the backlash of staying up late last night. I will only update once today. I will write more tomorrow depending on the situation and try to make up for it. Chapter 524 The Mysterious Ability of the Samsara Eye. Number 1 Nagato vs Number 3 Abarame Shiwei. The referee's shout announced the start of the second round. Nagato and Abarame Shiwei both walked quickly to the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Kakashi stopped talking to his teammates and looked at the battlefield with a serious look. Although it is a bit outrageous, the biggest obstacle for them to win the first place now is not the ninjas from other big ninja villages, but Nagato and the sand crab. The battle begins. The moment the referee shouted, Abarame Shiwei immediately injected a large amount of chakra into the large gourd with a large number of secret insects behind him. The swarm of insects like a tide broke the plug and turned into 5 black clouds to press towards Nagato. Facing a powerful ninja like Nagato, Abarame Shiwei did not dare to hold back at all and attacked with all her strength. Fire style, head hard work. Nagato made a seal with a calm face and spit out a fist-sized compressed fireball towards the ground. Whoosh! The moment the fireball hit the ground, all the compressed flames inside exploded, and the raging flames gushed out from it, suddenly transforming into a sea of fire blocking Nagato and Abarame Shiwei. Wind style, suppress harm. Then Nagato made a seal and spit out a wind ball again. A fierce and powerful storm appeared on the field, and the wind helped the fire. Even though Abarame Shiwei deliberately controlled the insects to fly high, he was still engulfed by the storm with flames. At the same time, Abarame Shiwei had to retreat quickly to dodge the attacking flames. Secret technique, insect clone. After a little thought, Abarame Shiwei separated 2 clones composed of parasitic insects, and ran with the clones on the edge towards Nagato. He had to get close to Nagato, otherwise it would be a gamble on which of Nagato's chakra and his insects would be exhausted first. Fire style, head trick. Seeing this, Nagato spit out fireballs again to form a sea of fire to prevent Abarame Shiwei from approaching. Secret technique, insect trick technique. This time, Abarame Shiwei did not choose to retreat. He first controlled the parasitic insects to throw the 2 insect clones towards Nagato, and then covered his body with chakra, releasing the parasitic insects as much as he could to wrap himself. Layer after layer of black insect tides wrapped up Abarame Shiwei, forming a black ball rolling in the sea of fire. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! Boom! The insect shell made a slight crackling sound under the high temperature of the flame, and the whistling of the flame and the rolling sound of the insect ball intertwined together, forming a unique symphony that can inspire people's inner courage. The ninjas in the lounge looked at the battlefield in surprise. Even the other Konoha ninjas did not expect that the silent companion would have such courage and choose such a tough attack. Nagato was also a little surprised. If the insect could not resist, even if he did not want to kill people, Aberame-shiwei might be burned to death in the sea of fire. Lightning release a fake darkness. Nagato temporarily ignored the rolling black ball in the sea of fire, and continued to form seals and spit out sharp lightning spears to attack the insect clones that were thrown. Because they could not use the force in the air, the two insect clones failed to dodge Nagato's lightning release and were all cut in half by lightning release. But the chopped insect clone did not disappear. The body of the parasite insect hit by the lightning escape fell to the ground, and the surviving parasite insects formed a dark cloud and continued to rush towards Nagato. Nagato was a little surprised. It was his first time to fight with the ninja of the Aberame clan. He didn't expect that this secret technique clone would have such an effect. At this time, the black ball with a burnt smell also rolled out of the sea of fire and reached a distance close to Nagato. Then the black ball quickly disintegrated, and the surviving parasite insects rushed towards Nagato, revealing the ruddy face of Aberame-shiwei. Aberame-shiwei gasped but did not dare to stop for a moment. While controlling the parasite insects to attack, he continued to squeeze his own chakra to accelerate the hatching of the insects in his body. Tianyin. Nagato did not hesitate and immediately used the ability of the Samsara Eye. His right hand burst out with terrifying suction to suck Aberame-shiwei over. Aberame-shiwei had no idea what was happening. When he realized that he was in front of Nagato, he wanted to pull out his kunao to fight back, but it was too late. Bang! Nagato burst out his chakra and slammed Aberame-shiwei to the ground. The terrifying impact force shook the yellow ash on the ground. Aberame-shiwei was already in a bad state, and after being hit hard, she fainted directly, and the uncontrolled parasites scattered. What happened? This sudden reversal caught some ninjas in the lounge off guard. It was Aberame-shiwei who bravely rushed into the sea of fire and rushed to Nagato, but how could she suddenly be knocked to the ground by Nagato? How did this Nagato practice? Not only did he master wind, fire, and earth, but he was also so strong in lightning escape. Some people were puzzled by Nagato's nature changes and ninjutsu training. From the elimination round to now, Nagato has used 4 ninjutsu with chakra attributes, and each of them is a powerful high-level ninjutsu. What was that just now? Some unmarked ninjutsu. Kakashi frowned slightly. Compared to the first lightning escape performed by Nagato, Kakashi was more concerned about the sudden change at the last moment. It was obviously impossible for Aberame-shiwei to actively approach Nagato to beat her, that would just be passive, but Kakashi couldn't think of what kind of power it was for a while. He racked his brains but couldn't think of a ninjutsu that could cause a similar effect. We can only wait until the quarterfinals to see if Sand Crab can force this ninjutsu out again. Kakashi gave up thinking. Nagato wins. The referee announced that Nagato won after seeing Aberame-shiwei lose his ability to fight, and called out the names of the next group of players after Nagato left. Number 6 Lightstone vs Number 8 Sand Crab. Scorpion stood up with an indifferent face and walked towards the battlefield without looking at Kakashi in the middle. Although he was full of killing intent, he would not show hatred in front of Kakashi before he found a chance to attack, because it was meaningless. When the battle officially started, the ninjas in the lounge began to pay attention to the game. After 4 rounds of preliminaries and 1 round of eliminations, the ninjas who are still on the field now have a certain luck factor, but there are no weak ninjas. Most of them have good ninja qualities. But Mitsuishi seems to be the kind of ninja with a certain luck factor. He was not able to let Scorpion use 4 puppets like Yahiko. Scorpion only took out 2 puppets to quickly defeat him. Kakashi didn't care much. Instead, he hoped that Sand Crab would be stronger, so that Nagato would not defeat him with just ordinary high-powered ninjutsu. Number 9 Hoshigaki Kisame vs Number 11 Might Guy. After hearing his name, Might Guy quickly stood up, gave himself a thumbs up, and walked into the battlefield with a confident smile, followed by Hoshigaki Kisame. Looking at the figure in his memory that brought him a painful defeat, Hoshigaki Kisame's face, which was somewhat similar to a shark, showed a solemn expression. Although his long-term hard training had greatly improved his strength, Might Guy's extremely powerful punch in the first battle was enough to let Hoshigaki Kisame know that it was not only him who had improved, but Might Guy had also improved, and might even be greater than him. Hoshigaki Karaman, we meet again, and I will win this time. Might Guy put his hands on his hips and laughed as he declared victory. Hoshigaki Kisame? Hoshigaki Kisame was speechless. He wanted to use such a tactic to anger him again, right? The referee had just called out his full name, how could he call it wrong? Hoshigaki Kisame, my name. Hoshigaki Kisame emphasized. Originally, with his personality, he should not pay attention to this tactic, but Might Guy had never called his full name correctly once, and Hoshigaki Kisame still hoped that Might Guy could call him by his correct name once. Did I remember it wrong? Impossible, I remember calling it that way last time. Might Guy touched his chin with his hand and showed a thoughtful expression. Kisame Hoshigaki was speechless. Is there a possibility that you called it wrong last time? Players, please be ready for battle, the game is about to begin. The referee of the ninja clan reminded. It's enough to chat for a few words, but you can't chat all the time. Kisame Hoshigaki had to temporarily give up the correction work and make a fighting posture. Might Guy also put aside all his thoughts and devoted himself to the upcoming battle. The battle begins. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, open, wound gate, open. Might Guy immediately opened 4 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, opened the chakra restrictions in his body, and a large amount of manic chakra emerged from his body. Water style, great explosion water wave. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately jumped backwards, and the large amount of chakra condensed in his throat quickly transformed into water attribute chakra and exhaled in one breath, and the terrifying water flow like a wave rushed straight to the battlefield. It's the same move again. Might Guy immediately opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and at the same time, he kept concentrating his breathing and took a deep breath to enter the rock breathing chakra mode. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Might Guy. During the Chunin exam, Might Guy could only win a narrow victory against Hoshigaki Kisame's water escape, so Might Guy was not careless and went all out. At the same time, the huge water flow brought by the great explosion water wave swept away everything in the battlefield to form a huge ellipsoidal water prison. This kind of super large-scale ninjutsu is really a foul under the limited range. Obito couldn't help but complain. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't dodge this ninjutsu at all, because the entire battlefield was covered, no matter how fast he was. At this time, Obito could only be glad that he had drawn a good lot. If he met Hoshigaki Kisame, it would be a big mistake, because he couldn't beat Hoshigaki Kisame in the water. People in the audience also became interested. This opening scene was so grand, it was obviously not an ordinary battle. Water style, 100 shark eaters. Kisame Hoshigaki's chakra burst out suddenly, creating 100 shark-shaped water bullets in one breath and biting towards Might Guy. Kisame Hoshigaki knew his own advantages very well. His chakra amount was naturally outstanding, and the large-scale water style that required a lot of chakra for others was just a piece of cake for him. And now, all he had to do was to make a move in the water prison. Use water escape to consume Might Guy's physical strength, and then win the final victory. This kind of battle is reasonable. Might Guy showed an excited expression. The battle with Chinchi was too easy for him. After watching so many exciting battles, Might Guy had been itching to fight. Might Guy's muscles were tense, his veins were bulging, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a tiger ready to go. He poured all his strength into his fists and punched the point in front of him with super high speed that ordinary people could hardly observe. Daytime Tiger is an advanced physical technique that can only be used when the 8 gates of the 8 gates are opened to 7 gates, but with the blessing of the rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy, who now has 5 gates, can barely meet the standard for use. Under Might Guy's rapid attack, the air was constantly compressed, and the surrounding water flow was rippling under the effect of this terrifying force. Daytime Tiger. Suddenly, Might Guy changed his fists into palms and clapped his hands fiercely. The air that was compressed to the extreme suddenly burst out, and a powerful air wave burst out instantly. The air wave rushed towards the sharks like a tiger, and the shark water bombs were shattered wherever it went. This terrifying force caused the entire water prison to fluctuate violently, as if a water ball filled with water was kicked violently by someone, which made some ordinary audiences a little worried. If such a large water ball exploded, everyone in the venue would be soaked. Almost instantly, the 100 shark water bombs made by Hoshigaki Kisame were all destroyed by the air cannon tiger shot by Day Tiger. Roar! The ferocious air tiger roared with deterrence like a real king of beasts, and Hoshigaki Kisame continuously made new shark water bombs to weaken its power. Hoshigaki Kisame knew that Might Guy had become stronger, but he didn't expect that Might Guy's current strength would be so exaggerated that he instantly destroyed his 100 shark water bombs. At this time, he could only be thankful for his initial decision, and immediately used the big explosion water shock wave, and also kept a sufficient distance from Might Guy in the water, otherwise he would be killed instantly by Might Guy's physical technique. Water Style, Big Samadon Technique. Kisame Hoshigaki swam to the edge of the water prison, and quickly condensed chakra to create a terrifying shark water bullet with sharp teeth. This is one of the greatest achievements of Kisame Hoshigaki's training. The shark created by the Big Samadon can absorb chakra. If it encounters a chakra gas bullet attack, it can not only easily block it, but also become more powerful. Bang! The ferocious gas tiger and the brutal water shark collided at high speed, waves of water appeared, and the water prison surged again. But in Kisame Hoshigaki's unbelievable eyes, the gas tiger tore the water shark and hit him mercilessly. The gas tiger created by Might Guy did not contain a trace of chakra. Ahem, there is actually such a physical technique. Kisame Hoshigaki felt the pain from his body and deeply remembered the terrifying physical technique called Day Tiger. Since he had consumed part of Day Tiger's power before, and Hoshigaki Kisame was also a strong ninja, he barely withstood Might Guy's attack. The ninjas of the great ninja village really can't be underestimated. These two are very strong. Nagato's expression changed slightly. If it weren't for Muyu's teaching and the awakening of the Samsara Eye, he wouldn't be the opponent of the two. Haha, you are worthy of being an opponent whose name I remember. You are qualified to experience my strongest physical skills. Might Guy laughed when he saw that Hoshigaki Kisame didn't lose his ability immediately. Just now he just wanted to try out the new physical skills he learned. Next, he won't give Hoshigaki Kisame any chance. Might Guy exploded most of his chakra, and the terrifying momentum even caused the surrounding water to disperse and create a part of the open space. Then Might Guy exerted his breathing to the extreme, and poured all the power strengthened by the rock-breathing chakra mode into the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Might Guy put his right hand behind his waist and slightly bent his left leg. The power of the huge amount of chakra in the 8 gates, the power of the rock-breathing chakra mode, and the power of his own physical training day and night, all these powers burst out together, and he suddenly rushed out and swung his arm to slash. Kisame Hoshigaki already felt something was wrong when Might Guy laughed. He condensed a large amount of chakra to change the nature of the water attribute chakra to create water sharks to attack Might Guy. This was the only thing he could do now. Because he was injured, it was impossible for him to fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Golden Skyline. A slender and dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in the aqua world. The water flow retreated wherever the golden light passed, and the oval water prison seemed to be split in two in an instant. Bang bang bang! All the water sharks created by Hoshigaki Kisame exploded in an instant. Kisame Hoshigaki exploded his whole body chakra to defend. Boom boom! Hoshigaki Kisame flew backwards at high speed and slammed into the thick wall at the edge of the field. The huge oval water prison collapsed, turning the battlefield into a small lake. This taijutsu ninja named Might Guy is so powerful. Hanzo was a little shocked when he saw the terrifying power of the golden skyline. It was hard for him to imagine that such a terrifying taijutsu was performed by an 11-year-old taijutsu ninja. In Hanzo's impression, taijutsu is a very age-dependent ability. Generally, if you want to make a difference in taijutsu, you have to spend a lot of time on taijutsu training, and your physique must be at the peak of your body, that is, in your 20s to 30 years old. Might Guy has such a strong taijutsu at the age of 11, which Hanzo has never heard of or seen. I hope that by then, Nagato, who you have high hopes for, will not be sad if you advance to the finals. Hanzo couldn't help but gloat in his heart. Facing Might Guy with such strength, Nagato may not necessarily win. Hanzo used to not gloat over someone's misfortune in his heart. After all, as a demigod, he still has a certain level of self-restraint. But Nagato lied that Hanzo came to the martial arts tournament because he was threatened by Nagato. If Nagato won, Hanzo would naturally be happy to see it happen. Might Guy wins. The referee skillfully pulled Hoshigaki Kisame out of the wall and announced the result of the battle. It was a refreshing battle. Hoshigaki Kisame, I will continue to remember your name. Might Guy exited the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode, took a breath of relief, smiled brightly and gave Hoshigaki Kisame a thumbs up. Even in the entire youth martial arts tournament, Hoshigaki Kisame's strength is not weak, and he lost in the second round just because he met him. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another chapter later, but it will be very late, so you can read it tomorrow. The word count should be 6K or 5K, so the total word count will be more than 10,000, which makes up for yesterday's word count to a certain extent. Also, I would like to ask for monthly tickets. Double monthly tickets have been issued in recent days. Chapter 525 Pokemon Evolution. In the player lounge, the players had different expressions because of Might Guy's shocking performance. What a strong body! Scorpion remained calm on the surface, but was slightly shocked in his heart. This kind of powerful physical technique, I'm afraid even his most defensive puppet would find it difficult to block it. Originally, Scorpion didn't need to pay attention to Might Guy, because he could only meet Might Guy after advancing to the semi-finals. After entering the semi-finals, Scorpion could just play badly and naturally didn't need to care about him. But because he wanted to assassinate Kakashi, and Might Guy was a teammate of Kakashi, Scorpion paid attention to Might Guy. This attention made Scorpion know that a head-on battle would be difficult. Kakashi and Might Guy are both fast and high-output ninjas. Once the two of them joined forces, plus Obito and the other two, even if he used the human puppet of the third Kazekage, he would have a hard time fighting. Because the human puppet of the third Kazekage is powerful, but as a puppeteer, he is very fragile. He will be finished if Might Guy or Kakashi gets close to him. After the technology is perfected, you must transform yourself as soon as possible. The flesh and blood body is too fragile. Scorpion thought to himself. Scorpion doesn't like things that are short-lived, Scorpion likes eternity, including humans. So Scorpion developed the technology of human puppets, which can transform human corpses into puppets. Since human puppets are made with the chakra of their lifetime, human puppets can use the blood limit and all ninjutsu of their lifetime. Scorpion, who likes eternity, is of course willing to transform himself into a puppet, but his human puppet technology is not mature enough at present, and there may be accidents if he rashly transforms himself. It's getting more and more monstrous. Can anyone really beat him? Mei Terumi was glad again that she didn't have to face Might Guy because her draw was late. But after being glad, Mei Terumi became worried again. If Might Guy continues to grow like this, he might be much more terrifying than the current 3 ninjas of Konoha in 10 or 20 years. When the conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha comes again, I really don't know how to deal with it. Although the water transformation technique of the Hojiki clan is very restraining against a ninja like Might Guy who only attacks physically, it can only protect itself from being injured, and it is not certain to defeat Might Guy. Besides, Might Guy is not without teammates on the battlefield. If Might Guy is equipped with a teammate who can use lightning escape, the ninjas of the Hojiki clan will suffer a lot. Amidst the various looks of many players, Might Guy walked into the player lounge with his chest raised and a big laugh. "My dear friend, I am already getting excited," Might Guy said to Kakashi excitedly. As long as Kakashi advances to the quarterfinals, they will have a fight in the next round. Although it may hurt Nohara-rin to say this, Might Guy does not think Nohara-rin can beat Kakashi rationally. He thinks Kakashi will win 100% and there will be no surprises. Then calm down a little. It's just the third game of the second round that has just ended, Kakashi said calmly. What is coming will always come. Although theoretically his winning rate in the battle with Might Guy is very low, there is still a possibility of winning. As a genius, Kakashi believes in his ability and he may seize the opportunity to defeat Might Guy. Number 13 Nohara-rin vs number 15 Kakashi. The referee's shout came into the lounge. Nohara-rin stood up, looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Kakashi, don't show mercy because of our relationship." Although it was just a game, Nohara-rin hoped that Kakashi would not let her down and take the battle seriously. She wanted to personally experience the distance between her and Kakashi and the others. Yet, Kakashi nodded. He had no intention of letting Nohara-rin down. At most, he would be gentler because of his teammates. Kakashi felt that because they were teammates, he could not let her down, because this might make Nohara-rin have a wrong understanding of her own strength and make mistakes during the mission. The failure of the mission was a small matter. Kakashi was worried that Nohara-rin would die because of it. "Xiaolin, come on, you are not without a chance. The current venue is very suitable for you to fight." Obito encouraged Nohara-rin. In addition to physical skills, Nohara-rin also has with one hand of water escape. The small lake left by Kisame's large-scale water escape can make Nohara-rin perform water escape more easily and more powerful. "Thank you for your blessing, Obito. If you lose later, I will still cheer for you in the audience." Nohara-rin smiled gently and walked towards the battlefield. Nohara-rin has a desire to win, but she is more self-aware. It is too difficult to beat Kakashi. When she hadn't practiced water escape, Kakashi had already mastered lightning escape and earth escape. When she just mastered the water breathing, Kakashi had become the first disciple to master the transparent world and breathing chakra mode at the same time. How can she defeat Kakashi with this kind of terrain? Nohara-rin thinks this is unrealistic. Standing on the water and looking at Kakashi in front of her, Nohara-rin was surprisingly calm. After all, this was a battle that was bound to be lost. The battle begins. Water breathing, full concentration. Nohara-rin immediately concentrated her breathing to the limit she could reach. Facing Kakashi, she did not dare to hold back and tried her best to strengthen herself. Water style, water clone technique. Then Nohara-rin quickly formed a seal to separate two water clones. Under normal circumstances, the water clone only has 10% of the power of the original body, but its strength will increase in a water environment. Thunder breathing, full concentration. Because of Nohara-rin's words, out of respect for Nohara-rin, Kakashi also highly concentrated the thunder breathing and then entered the state of the transparent world and reached his hand into the ninja tool bag. Swish! Several shurikens with a cold light pierced through the air and shot towards Nohara-rin at a high speed. Swoosh! Seeing that the shurikens with strange angles blocked all the regular dodge points, Nohara-rin immediately performed the water instant body with the water clone and left the original place. Nohara-rin's water instant body was not slow, but she could not get rid of the lock of Kakashi in the transparent world state. Flash! Kakashi pulled out the white fang short blade, used the lightning attribute chakra that had been condensed in advance to strengthen his body, and swung it at Nohara Rin's body at a very fast speed. Under the blessing of the transparent world, Kakashi's powerful body strength was perfectly exerted, whether it was running or swinging the sword. Water prison technique. Speed was not Nohara Rin's strong point. In order to prevent herself from falling into Kakashi's offensive rhythm, Nohara Rin's body cast the water prison technique to cover her body. This way, the water clone could attack while Kakashi was attacking. Swish! But just when the water clone condensed chakra and prepared to attack, Kakashi suddenly changed his moves and cut off one of the water clones. Flash, 2 consecutive. The lightning flashed, and a water clone instantly turned into liquid and dissipated. This extremely fast change of moves successfully made the attack of the other water clone fail. Purple lightning. Then Kakashi's left hand suddenly burst into dazzling purple lightning. Kakashi controlled the purple lightning in his hand to split into lightning bolts to attack, instantly covering Nohara Rin's body and shadow clone. The water escape of the water prison technique was broken by lightning, and the only remaining water clone was also turned into liquid and merged into the water after being hit by the purple lightning. Explosive fist. The water prison was broken, but successfully resisted the power of lightning. Nohara Rin, who was not injured, suddenly blasted the chakra that had been condensing and compressing onto the water surface. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and under the terrifying force of Nohara Rin, the waves rushed into the sky, and the powerful shock wave brought the water to attack Kakashi. Whoosh! Kakashi had already seen through Nohara Rin's movements and was prepared early. He instantly activated the lightning attribute chakra to strengthen his body and rushed to dodge and counter-attack Nohara Rin. Konoha hand blade. Kakashi poured all his strength into his palm and swung it at Nohara Rin in the air, sending out a stream of energy at high speed. Since the tile-splitting technique is a rare physical technique that can be used at a distance or close-up, Kakashi also spent some time to learn it. However, due to the difference in strength, if Kakashi uses it at a distance, he needs the blessing of the transparent world and the enhancement of the lightning attribute to be enough to cause damage. Bang! Nohara Rin, who was hit by the transparent energy, flew backwards and fell into the water. You are indeed a born evil Kakashi. You are willing to do such a cruel thing to such a cute little Rin. Obito felt very uncomfortable watching Nohara Rin being beaten by Kakashi. The pain of hitting Nohara Rin was in his heart. At this moment, Obito's desire for strength was even stronger, and he deeply felt the tragedy of being weak. He is not as strong as Kakashi now. Even if Nohara Rin loses, Obito can only curse Kakashi in his heart. He can't beat Kakashi in the next civil war to vent his anger for Nohara Rin. Gurgle gurgle. When Nohara Rin was at a loss, she drank a few gulps of water. Then she endured the pain and swam up while making seals. The moment her head came out of the water, she resumed her breathing method and gathered chakra on her feet to stand on the water again. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Nohara Rin quickly released the prepared water style to force back the attacking Kakashi. Summoning technique. Then Nohara Rin summoned a slug, wanting to use the slug's healing ability to fight a war of attrition with Kakashi. As a teammate who has been with Kakashi for a long time, Nohara Rin is very clear about Kakashi's shortcomings, that is, he can't fight with all his strength for a long time. Because of chakra, Kakashi is very cautious in every attack and will spend chakra on the blade, so that each ninjutsu has its own effect. Whether it is a powerful lightning attack like the Speed Flash or a powerful lightning attack like the Pseudo Dark Purple Lightning, Kakashi will not use too many of them in a battle. The fight usually does not exceed 2 times. But when using the summoning technique, Nohara Rin suddenly felt a throbbing. She felt the thoughts of the fish far away in Konoha. The fish wanted Nohara Rin to summon it, and the fish wanted to help her fight, even if it was just to help her resist 1 or 2 ninjutsu. Nohara Rin didn't quite understand why this happened, but she quickly comforted the fish in her mind and continued to summon the slug. How could she summon the fish? The fish didn't even have the ability to attack, and it was not much different from ordinary fish. Summoning the fish would undoubtedly make the fish take a beating, and Nohara-rin couldn't do such a thing. But then something happened that surprised Nohara-rin even more. White smoke flashed, and a white and a yellow figure appeared. The fish was summoned together with the slug. Nohara-rin's ninja knowledge was challenged. It was the first time she knew that the summoning technique could be like this. "Please, Lord Slug, please do your best to treat me." Nohara-rin quickly said the task of the slug. At this point, Nohara-rin did not have time to think too much, because Kakashi would not give her so much time to think. "Well, Xiaolin, leave the treatment to me." The slug climbed onto Nohara-rin's back. "Xiaomei, you quickly swim to the edge of the field, otherwise you will be affected by our attack." After arranging the combat tasks for the slug, Nohara-rin did not forget to keep the Uchiha fish away from the battlefield. Thanks to the small lake created by Hoshigaki Kisame, otherwise Nohara-rin would have to split a water clone to take the Uchiha fish away. After the Uchiha fish swam far away, it took advantage of Nohara-rin's inattention and swam not far from Nohara-rin. In order to prevent Nohara-rin from discovering it, it swam behind Nohara-rin and dived into a deeper position. How did Xiaolin summon it? Isn't it incompetent? Seeing this, Kakashi thought that Nohara-rin had some hidden cards, but stopped. If he really failed against Nohara-rin, Obito would laugh at him for the rest of his life. If he failed under such a huge gap in hard power, even if Obito didn't say anything, Kakashi would feel uncomfortable. Although Nohara-rin didn't understand what Kakashi was planning, she still took the opportunity to use medical ninjutsu to treat herself, and then separated her water clone to attack Kakashi. The slug spit acid at Kakashi, the water clone interfered with Kakashi with physical skills, and Nohara-rin's body used ninjutsu with hand seals. Water Style, Torrent Beam. Torrent Beam is a B-level water style developed by Miyu, and it is the most lethal water style ninjutsu currently mastered by Nohara-rin. But Kakashi, who had mastered the transparent world, easily dodged the water spear that Nohara-rin had worked so hard to condense, as if he could predict the future, and also solved Nohara-rin's water clone. Is this the gap between me and them? Nohara-rin seemed to see an unbridgeable gap. With the blessing of the terrain, she tried her best. Her body was injured and most of her chakra was consumed, but she couldn't touch the corner of Kakashi's clothes. Konoha hand knife. Kakashi used the same trick again and swung transparent energy at Nohara-rin to end the battle. In Nohara-rin's current state, there was no way to resist this kind of attack. Bang! A yellow figure flew backwards, and drops of blood dripped in the air. The ugly fish behind Nohara-rin exerted its extreme speed and swam in front of Nohara-rin at the last moment to block the attack for her. Hey! Kakashi looked at the ugly fish that was hit and was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Nohara-rin summoned it for. "Xiaomei, are you okay?" Nohara-rin didn't have time to blame the JoJo fish for not following her instructions to retreat to a safe distance, and hurriedly turned back to check on the JoJo fish's condition. Kakashi hesitated a little when he was about to swing the knife, as if something unexpected had happened. If it was a stranger, Kakashi would definitely choose to put the knife on the opponent's neck to end the fight, but Nohara-rin was a friend and teammate, so Kakashi walked up to ask what was going on. The JoJo fish fell on the water and sank. In its dull eyes were the reflections of Nohara-rin and Kakashi. Kakashi approached Nohara-rin with a knife. I have to protect Xiao Linear." The JoJo fish kept recalling every bit of his life with Nohara-rin since he was born. Although he had no fighting ability, Nohara-rin had never disliked him and took good care of him every day. Nohara-rin even considered his mental health and would often come to chat with him and tell him about his own things, even if the JoJo fish couldn't reply. The pain in his body stimulated the nerves of the fish. It wanted strength. It also wanted to help Nohara-rin like the slug, and wanted to help its contractors fight like Rock Dog and the others. "I can do it. I can continue to help Xiaolin block the attack. Recalling Nohara-rin's encouragement to it, the fish rushed towards Nohara-rin and Kakashi again regardless of the pain. Even if it tried its best, it could only splash a little water, but it could also use its relatively strong body to block the wind and rain for Nohara-rin. At the same time, a dazzling white light burst out at the bottom of the water. Nohara-rin and Kakashi were both stunned and looked down at the bottom of the water together. Having seen the scene of Charmander's evolution, they could easily guess what was going on. Splash! Ah! Accompanied by a clear and high-pitched cry, a milky white figure broke through the water and rushed straight towards Kakashi. Kakashi dodged with a burst of chakra, and looked at the evolution of the clown curiously. At this moment, Kakashi had only the word outrageous in his mind. Looking at Min Xiao, he couldn't imagine that this elegant and beautiful snake creature in front of him was a yellow croaker with a bumpy body. Xiaomei! Not only Kakashi, but even Nohara-rin was stunned. The appearance of Min Xiao can't be said to be completely similar to that of the clown, but it can only be said that there is no relationship. Min Xiao's body has completely lost the characteristics of the clown period. Its body is milky white, and its red eyes are as bright and beautiful as rubies. Min Xiao's head is relatively long, and there is a protrusion on the top of its head like Charm Leon, but the style is different and it is longer than Charm Leon. Its eyebrows extend from the body, and the part connected to the eyelids is the same milky white as the body, and most of the rest is red. From the side, it looks a bit like an unfinished heart, which adds a touch of cuteness to the Min Xiao. In addition, there are red hair like fins covering both sides of the head, like red hair twin tails. Finally, the tail of Min Xiao looks very gorgeous. Not only does it have two different colors of scales, blue and pink, but it is also decorated with black stripes and red patterns. In the lounge, the appearance of Min Xiao also set off a huge wave. What's going on? Where did this guy come from? Due to the perspective problem, Obito didn't see the ugliest evolve into Begwang. Seeing the sudden appearance of Min Xiao, he didn't know what was going on for a while. So beautiful! Mei Terumi's eyes widened. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful ninjutsu. In Mei Terumi's impression, ninjutsu are ordinary animals that can talk and are a little bigger. She has never seen a ninjutsu as beautiful as Min Xiao. P.S. This chapter is also 5K, which is a small daily 10,000. Please vote for the monthly ticket. After the 7th, the double monthly tickets will no longer be available.